Hello. Hello, everybody. We are back 24 hours later because originally we had a whole bunch of topics that we wanted to get to yesterday, but all of the stuff with Russia and Ukraine ended up taking way more time, I think, than I anticipated. And then, even though we were originally planning to come back and cover the more culture war kind of stuff that we didn't get to because yesterday was very politics oriented, uh, Nick Rikieta was permanently banned from YouTube. Well, currently permanently banned, of course. I don't know if that decision will be rescinded. He had 2 strikes on the channel. One of them was about to fall off because it was from, I think, July. I'm sure many of you have heard this because Nick went on to Louder with Crowder this morning to talk to Dave Landau about it a little bit. And I didn't catch the after show, even though I'm a Mug Club member, because I think that, like, if you don't catch it live, it takes a day for the Blaze to actually upload the video, which is really frustrating. Thanks to Blaze, I love it. It's great. Otherwise, I would have maybe said we could have watched that, but I haven't seen it either, so I don't know what else they talked about directly. Some people on the internet have posted kind of on various internet places that have posted the kind of rundown of it, and it sounds like it was fun, but I did not get to see it. Yeah, so Rikieta, as of right now, is completely banned from YouTube. Channel is deleted. This appears to be because he read the names of people who tried to get his license to practice law in the state of Minnesota revoked by the Minnesota Bar Association. They fraudulently, of course, because it was not a legitimate complaint, they all sent in a copy. This is how intelligent these people are. They didn't even write their own complaints. They all got lumped in together because they copy pasted the exact same complaint and sent it in along with their real name, phone numbers, and addresses to the Minnesota Bar Association, which, had you spent even a second looking into this, they would have been aware that a copy is sent to the attorney. It is available publicly, in that sense, to the attorney who you are trying to get to lose their license. And of course, that's now doxing. That's harassment. It's harassment for him to read their names. Now, he redacted their other identifying information, but he read off and showed their names, first and last names, on screen, and that was considered by YouTube, I guess. They just terminated the channel. I actually don't know for sure, but I think that was harassment, targeted harassment. Excuse me. I think targeted harassment is when you get together in a Discord with a bunch of people who are fans of a certain person, and you all decide to copy paste the exact same complaint along with your real names. I mean, allegedly. I think some of them did get connected to Twitter accounts pretty quickly, but you're trying to do something really serious to potentially destroy someone's life, something that they have worked very, very hard to attain. Having to spend all the time going to law school and then, practicing for the bar exam. It's a lot of studying. It's a lot of work. And get that removed. A man who was a father of 5 because he said things on the internet that you find repugnant. But it's bullying and harassment for him to read your names, the people who are trying to get him to lose his license. That's bullying and harassment. Misusing the legal system to try and get someone's license revoked is not bullying and harassment, apparently. How cute how that works, isn't it? God, it's infuriating. So that happened almost like very shortly after we went offline, actually. And that's why I was up till 6 a.m. is because I was just molding. Because this is infuriating. And this is untenable. So that's why the title is what it is. Because I think Nick Rikieta was, in terms of the amount that he brought in from Super Chats alone, one of the top 5 earners, I would say. Some other people said like top 20, and that might be more accurate, but definitely top 20 earners on YouTube. I could say with fairly good amount of certainty, just from Super Chats alone, he probably brought in about $1 million last year between Kyle Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp. Just to guess, Super Chats and ads on the videos and YouTube, watch time and all that stuff. It's got to be at least $1 million, I would imagine, or around that. I don't know. Rackets isn't going to say, obviously, but that means, of course, remember that YouTube takes 30% of all Super Chats. Also, so YouTube's getting a major cut of that. On top of that, anytime that there's an advertisement on his videos, YouTube takes the massive lion's share of the revenue that advertisers pay to host their ads on your videos. So they're making without question, millions. So by banning Nick Rikieta, YouTube has just cost themselves millions of dollars. I think we could fairly reasonably suggest. Now, alphabet agencies, Google probably doesn't really give a damn they don't care. Not people high up, but the bean counters lower down, they just see that YouTube just terminated a channel that brings in millions of dollars for this website that is largely unprofitable. And you just got rid of them because some crazy people reported it. ZB, he's probably not going to take him to court. I don't think there's much he can do in that kind of realm. I mean, he could try, but I don't see that as working out. Instead, YouTube just needs to... The other thing that was interesting about this, which will be, I guess, kind of the end of my spiel here, at least for the time being, is that I noticed that when his channel went down, he was finishing up his stream, which was not about the person who we will be referring to, whose fans contacted the Bar Association as Fecals or Feckles or Fuckles. Take your pick, gentlemen. Speaking of which, I'm joined, of course. I'm joined, of course, as always, by Spoon. As always, my Spoon, and also Bill is here. Hello, Bill. Sorry, I just kind of went on a monologue to start out with, but
I'm here to demonstrate why inviting me here was a terrible, terrible plan.
Nah, you'll be all right. Okay, so apparently my Twitter account's suspended. That's fun.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Good time.
Well, yeah, Nick's Twitter's also suspended.
Yep.
So they're really dedicated to getting this man taken off the internet. Now, we were going to talk about yesterday, either way, this person, Fecals, in terms of because Destiny released a manifesto, which is not his first manifesto, that went over the accusations that were levied at this person. So we were going to cover, I was going to cover that anyway. We did end on a nice Destiny clip, which I would like to play again at some point tonight. Did I get rid of it? I think I probably did. Oh, shoot. I might have removed it, but that was really, really funny. That clip of Destiny saying that you need to get rid of all the tyrannical people. Which is good for you, Steven. I agree. We should get rid of all those tyrants. I agree. 100%. But yeah, let's go over I can't now show you because I have two links that were originally two Nick's videos. Those are of course removed because the channel is deleted. So I've had to instead tell you, if you guys are not keeping up on the situation, what happened, because I was originally going to play them, but clearly showing the names on screen is something that YouTube considered to be doxing, even though these people gave over their legal names by their own volition to an attorney that they were trying to get disbarred, knowing, well, allegedly they didn't know, right? So here's what, after he gets the complaints, correct? I'm going to share my screen.
Let's share your screen.
Yeah, give me one sec. That was the wrong link. Here we go.
By the way, you know what Twitter got me for?
What?
Evading suspension. Which makes
Well, you were.
Well, no, it makes no sense. It's because I made a new account that was banned. So I don't know how I'm evading suspension when you restored the old one, Twitter, that was banned in the freaking first place.
Yeah.
So I don't know how exactly, like, how am I evading suspension? You were the one that made the account in the freaking first place, you twats.
Wait, why did I... Give me one more second. I did something stupid.
Dun, 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 dun,
there we go.
Dun, dun, dun. There we go.
Okay.
You know, when you share a screen, it helps if you actually do that.
I was doing it right there.
Yeah, there you go.
It's because I accidentally put it in an incognito window first or whatever.
Well done.
I don't know why I did that. I'm just so used to doing that. Because I don't want to, like... I don't like things messing up, like, my Google search or the search history. When it's like, I don't know. I just don't like that. Okay. Yeah. So here is the letter that Nick received. He said he was going to make it public on his locals page. I don't think he's done this as of yet, but he said he was going to reveal the names and on locals the addresses and the other relevant information of all the people who filed this false ethics complaint. And that's when he received this message, this email. I cannot begin to express the supreme lack of foresight I myself had when doing this, especially when the information may have been made public anyway, had action been taken against you, and had I known what I know today about Feckless, I absolutely never would have filed an ethics complaint. What?
I think you should have done that before you did that.
Yeah, maybe you should have thought before you tried to get him to lose his license and ruin his life, you know? I mean, that's
Maybe.
what's the point, right?
Just maybe you shouldn't just assume the real world is like YouTube system where it's always on your side.
Yeah.
Or that, yeah. By the way, what did Nick do to make this person go completely apeshit?
Okay. Well, the story on that is that Nick was covering how Feckless was working with somebody else named Bob Posting to help provide underage minors with either DIY, how to make hormones yourself for hormone replacement therapy for transgender children, or to order them online without a parent
Out
knowing
as a
about it.
drug dealer.
Also, what's kind of known as, you know,
Yeah, that's
a crime.
crazy drug dealing, yeah.
Yeah.
It should be an Interpol issue, really. I would remind you that the proprietor of the Silk Road is currently in prison for goodness knows how long, for pretty much less than this.
By the way, I know to get hormones. It's called go through puberty. Maybe myself.
No. Also, I do have it here. This is the box that was on one of the companies that was selling this stuff. I'm going to show it here on my screen here for a moment. This is the estrogen that people were making and selling to, and Feckless was trying to help get to children without their parents' knowledge. This is what it looks like. As you can see, you can tell this is a professional operation because it says, "Don't look at my giant girl dick," and has a lolly on it. And also, that's on one side of the box.
It also says made with 5G technology.
Yeah. Here's the other side of the box.
This stuff has been doing the rounds for a while, by the way.
Yeah, but this is the company that Feckless was working with. It was the people who make this particular brand, or whatever you want to call it.
An international drug smuggling operation.
Yes, an international drug smuggling operation that is clear. I mean, who is this aimed at? Either nonces or children, right? It's all rainbow and colorful and shiny. It's got freaking lollies on it. It's sickening, right? Yeah, how could you know? How could you not know? How could you possibly have known when you went to file that ethics complaint that maybe this person isn't a very good person and has done some weird shit? But when I don't know, it's impossible to imagine how you could have figured that out. Let me think about that for a minute. Could you maybe have read this? I mean, it did come out on the 1st. I don't know when they filed the ethics complaint, but yeah, I don't know. You could have read, I don't know, some of this. This is just a little bit of an overview of the things that, with receipts of the things that Feckless has done that people are not happy about. Okay? At the end there is his call to action. Destiny put this out the other day because Destiny has also lost his main platform as a result of mass flagging at the hands, and this Feckless person took personal responsibility for having Destiny permanently banned from Twitch, which is where he's been on Twitch for something like 10 years. And he has moved to YouTube, of course, but they took responsibility for that. Yeah. And now Rikieta's gone. And this is not tenable, right? This behavior. But here's what this person went on to say. Well, I absolutely never would have filed an ethics complaint. I wouldn't have done something that's intended to ruin someone's life if I had thought about it for more than 5 seconds. I suppose I was riding the high of being a massive social justice warrior that I failed to realize attempting to rob another man of his livelihood is an absolutely ethical wrong. You didn't think about that? More so than any angry comments made about someone online who has done a lot of lying and manipulation to their audience. You think? Oh, back on that point though. How did this start with Nick? Nick read about that HRT stuff, the hormone stuff, read about it on stream, and he said, and I'm being very careful, I'm reporting on a news story here, Susan. It's probably not gonna matter. We're almost definitely gonna get struck for this.
Well done.
Trying to be careful, but no, because this is actually a big news story for this to happen, and I'll get more into why later, I suppose. Well, I talked about the money, and that's enough alone is interesting. Like, is YouTube really just going to say money means nothing to us? Ideology means everything, because that's the kind of message that I get from this.
Those BlackRock kickbacks must be very juicy.
I guess so. And Nick Rikieta, who we had on here a couple weeks ago, while he was banned for the thing I'm about to say that he did, is he said that people like Feckless and nonces and people who harm children go on the wall. Quote, on the wall, end quote. There's nothing after that. Fuckles has repeatedly lied and said that Nick said, go on the wall and shot. That last part was never said. That is a complete and utter fabrication. It is a lie. There is no proof of that because it didn't freaking happen, okay? So he was banned for, making a threat, even though that's legally, that is not a threat. There is no target there. Who specifically? He said people like these types of people go on the wall and then nothing else. And then there's no direct action. It is a threat if you say, Bill, I'm going to go downstairs and slap you. That's a threat. That's actionable. And I said what I'm going to do, and I made it clear at your direction. That's a threat. Legally, that would be a threat. Right? but what?
Not much of one.
No, of course not. But what Rikieta said is legally not a threat. So he was banned for 2 weeks. He got a second. He already had a strike for showing somebody dying on screen, and he was talking about the senselessness of violence, how it can be sometimes. And he was banned, or he got a strike for showing that. That was about to fall off, I think, this week, or in a week or two. And then he gets the second one in September, I think. When we had during the 2 weeks that he was banned that we had him on. And then he came back, and then like I said, then he was, because he was talking about this person doing this stuff, trying to get these hormones to minors, which is really, I don't know how it's not illegal.
I'd remind you that people are routinely put on the no-fly list for spicy memes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, life kind of sucks, isn't it?
International drug dealing is fine, though.
Yeah. Especially if you're doing it for someone called Hunter.
Right, then that's fine.
Who do we know who routinely runs drugs internationally as an organization and just gets away with it? Yeah. He's been doing it since after World War II.
The U.S. State Department.
Normally they get antsy about people muscling in on their action. Has Rockcrotch tried running it to the ghetto yet? Crack.
I'm not sure. I'll continue this letter though, because this is someone who got caught, right? You did something really stupid. You thought you could get away with it because you thought you could bully and destroy someone's life and just get away with it. And this is the most insidious part, or just the most telling part. Maybe not the most insidious, but it's the most telling part about these kinds of people, right? Who did this. They think saying mean things about people on the internet deserves someone losing their law license that they worked for years and years to obtain. And potentially, even though Nick, I think, has specified that you don't need to have a license with the Minnesota Bar to practice in the state of Minnesota, you technically you don't. I think in practicality you do. I am not a lawyer at all. I'm a social scientist, something even of less value to society. But so but still, like, you know what the point of that is.
Don't like lawyers, by the way.
I know, but
it tells you all you need to know.
Yeah.
Right. But so clearly the point was to try and destroy his life. That person now is begging for Nick not to reveal their personal information that they put their name on fully well, knowing what they wanted the outcome to be, which is to destroy his life. And now is saying, no, please don't reveal my name that I gave to you. Is part of a is filing a complaint like this, is a bar complaint like this a public document? I think technically and legally it's not public, but when you send, but it's absolutely, doxing is not illegal in the United States at all, not even a little bit. First of all. Secondly, Nick redacted their personal identifying information besides their names, of which, you know, and who even knows if they use their real names, honestly.
I imagine they did. That's why their current spazzy episode.
Probably the one who emailed him this did.
Yeah. Maybe because they're idiots.
Yeah, but you sent them to the state bar, knowing, if you had looked into this for a second, that it would be all that information would then about the complaint would then also be available to the attorney that you're trying to get fired, essentially. Well, fired, but I mean, so get to lose his license, right? And you didn't. That's what you're upset about. That's what you're upset about. That there might be consequences for you for your own sickening actions. These people have never had any consequences in their life, have they? That's the only way you would create someone who's like this. And why? Because we have made a protected class of people. And this is what you do when you make some people untouchable.
They abuse it.
Yep.
We can't expect them to really know the whole line from the Bible, a man reap what he sows. After all, it's in Job, and it's far too close to job for these people.
Oh, of course.
I can't say much. I mean, we do on YouTube, but...
Yeah, but still.
I work a day job as well. I'm in the clear.
Right, so you have more regular job. We're do YouTube.
I am but a humble wagey.
You're also a productive member of society, whereas I just talk shit.
I work in wholesale foods. It's really not productive.
I'm trying to be
dog pain.
Where was I in this stupid letter?
I'm amazed I haven't been called a Russian simp yet.
Really?
Mm.
Yeah, you I'm pretty sure it was heavily implied.
By who?
Arthur hasn't called you a Russian simp? Is he in the chat today? I haven't seen him in a little bit.
If he does, I'll fucking kick him.
No. Don't. Everybody be nice, please.
Everyone rattle your can of beans.
Everyone be nice, please.
I will be nice if you're not a dick.
There we go. For those watching unrelated stuff.
Being a dick is my privilege. Fuck you.
Of course. So, I distanced myself from fecals a while ago, and in good faith, I would like to ask that you not only refrain from posting my unredacted information on your locals page, but you also refrain from posting the unredacted information of the other complainants on your locals page. Or maybe this person also was just like, all right, you take the fall, go apologize. Pretend, play up, oh, I had no idea what I was doing. I'm just so stupid. Hey, how dumb do you think Nick is, by the way? How stupid do you think he is to acquiesce to this request?
This is why I don't believe in turn the other cheek.
Yeah, at some point, no.
It means a different thing in context.
Oh yeah, in this context, I'm sure. Given the gravity of the threats made by Kiwi Farms forum, I don't know what threats. What are you talking about? If you making threats is against the rules of Kiwi Farms. If you post a threat, it is deleted instantly, pretty much, and your account is banned. It's a pretty hard rule. And the questionable nature of posting information such as home addresses of individuals to the internet to an audience who may have malicious intent, I don't believe the punishment would fit the crime on our part. Oh my God.
You're kidding me.
I know. You have to read it. I had to read this to you guys. Me trying to get you to lose your license. That doesn't... But by the way, they had to put in Nick's legal information to file this complaint, including his home address. I'd like to point that out, by the way. Because I've looked at the forum for the Minnesota bar complaint. They had to put in his address, which is public. I assume. I don't know. I think it's actually not. It's not on KF because it's a rule. They've asked, like, should we? Well, no, I think it is on the forum, but it's not. I think it's not on the first page or something. They haven't. It is. Everyone gets talked. They have a rule because, like, they haven't included all of his personal information because Nick is not a lolcow, you know, which might look like favoritism, and maybe it is. But Nick also has been supportive of Josh Moon and KF. Yeah, and John Monroe, you're right. How to avoid KF. Don't be a lolcow. Continue not being a lolcow. That's not always enough. There are people, look, it's a gossip website. People want to talk shit. Some people will get mad at you for no real apparent reason.
That's the internet in a nutshell, Aiden.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying is it doesn't, it can be for almost any reason, actually. So, but not being a lolcow helps.
Experience situations that would be appealing to 40-year-old people who are surprisingly internet savvy.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be it, Scotch Bacon. You're probably right. It was probably his law office that, yeah, which was public. It was probably not his home address. Yeah, you're almost certainly correct on that. So whatever, they looked that up, which I guess public information. But still, how ridiculous! Oh, how the punishment of posting my name, which is what. Whatever, it is not, that's not a fair punishment for my crime of trying to get you to lose your law license. Again, this person has never had even faced the smallest amount of adversity in their entire life.
And we don't know that. They just might have a chip on their shoulder.
Yes, I don't know that for sure, but that's what I get from this. These people who are perpetually offended, because they're under attack by a society that hates trans people, right? This reads like a person, the worst thing unimaginable to them is to have their name on the internet, their name that they signed on a piece of paper in attempt to get a man to lose his law license. That to me, this person is a emotional child either way.
I mean, that's most of the internet.
I guess so. I also have heard that you don't usually post unredacted information about people who make complaints about you. He did redact it, by the way. Not going to redact it on locals, and I don't think he should, because this is ridiculous. I think it could be fair to ask for some degree of lenience for first offenders. Are you kidding me? You know what the implication is there, too, by the way.
Which they want to get away with that just because they're the first offender?
Well, it implies they're going to offend again, right?
I wasn't thinking of that.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying it's not a direct implication, but it's just my first time doing it. Next time you can post my name. It sounds like you're going to do it again. I don't believe you're sorry for a goddamn second.
I don't believe they're sorry.
No, they're afraid.
They are cool. Yeah.
This is I'm afraid. Oh no, what is this? The consequences of my actions. Comfortable anonymity is likely not an option for me anymore, and I feel like that and the stress that comes with it is punishment enough for a failed ethics complaint. This is why I say that this is like, this person has never faced adversity, because they don't have anything in their life that they would care about like that. I'm guessing. They've never worked for anything. Never made or strived for anything. No, I just thought I'd destroy your law career. I just thought that'd be fine. Why not? But don't post my name. That's not fair. That's a horrible punishment. Unbelievable. The mindset. I'm sorry, guys. Like, if I'm harping on this, from a psychological perspective, I find this fascinating. Right? If you would like to have any kind of conversation in private, that's all that matters. I do feel we can speak in a good faith, reasonable adult to reasonable adult. Once again, what I did was abhorrent and lacked foresight. What an absolute
buzzwords, crap.
You can say the same of your mother, by the way.
Of course. One second. Of course, here is
it's
the
very
fecal
bright
matter
and
in question. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was that dark page right to the light one. Sorry, I should have known everybody to
No, it's because
guard their
I have
eyes.
Tetris game on the side here, and then I just see this huge
Of
blaring
course.
lights out of my face. What? I can play Tetris.
Whoa. I know. You usually are.
I
POV, you
actually haven't
threatened
done that
to...
in a while. I'm actually not
I thought
doing
you were
too
playing
badly.
Tetris last night.
That was the first time I did in a while.
I haven't done it in a while. I quit last night. Except last week.
You.
POV, you threatened to line me up against the wall and shoot me. This is wrong. This is incorrect. This is a lie. He never ever said that. So you are lying. Then doxed all my followers. Now, first of all, it's not illegal. Secondly, they doxed themselves.
And do we have super chats?
We do have a couple. One second.
No, just looking at super chats is what made me lose my place and fuck up my game.
Wait a minute. Why did one of them go away? What the? We had
No,
one from earlier and it disappeared.
There was one earlier on.
Oh no, here it is. Sorry, I found it. It's not on my super chat VREC code thing for some reason. Lord Carlosar Spartan for 5 says, okay, small correction. That's not a lolly, that's a femboy / trap. Very big difference. Ah, is it? I thought it was a lolly, but I guess that would make more sense, wouldn't it?
I don't even know what those two things are.
A femboy. Can you figure that one out maybe? From context clues?
Maybe.
Degeneracy.
Yeah, that's the best answer.
Yeah. DRT's King for 5 says Razorfist had a Kiwi Farms page, and they are not nice to him there. To put into perspective, but Feckless will be Feckless. I have a Kiwi Farms page, and they're not nice to me either, because they're not nice to anybody. It's a gossip website.
They're all 40-year-old women. What do you expect?
Yeah, it's an astonishing amount of 40-year-old women. But
is that actually true?
Is it
like a meme?
No,
I believe the average participant is about 40-year-old and female. It's basically people who couldn't afford to bury their lives in owning horses.
And
same
so
demographics.
Kind of shit.
I would say that's probably in terms of the average, in terms of let's say that's the mode, right? of the users is probably about a 40-year-old woman, because it's the most active forums for the most part are women talking about fat women. That's pretty much it.
Can I
gossiping
go
about fat women?
I feel like I would go there and troll.
Yeah, why not? It's up. It's back on the ClearNet too. You don't even need Tor to access it anymore. Which, of course,
you need a
Feckless
Tor to access it for a while.
You for about a month, or maybe it was about 2 or 3 weeks. And Fecals, of course, also took responsibility for getting it taken down. They were removed from Cloudflare, which was their DDoS protection. I don't know. It's ridiculous, honestly, that Cloudflare did that. They said they would not make stupid decisions like that again involving freedom of speech, but they did it. However, they are back on the ClearNet, so you can access it without, you don't have to be on Brave or have a Tor browser to get on anymore. But yeah. So you dox my followers who sent complaints. They even admit they sent complaints about your conduct. Yeah, for what purpose? Trying to get him to lose his license. So here they are celebrating, of course, cheering on, yay, I won. Well, you also thought you won in getting Kiwi Farms taken down, and yet they're back on the ClearNet. So, how's that going? Looks like not great. Anyway.
Doesn't this person's very existence prove that fucking around with your hormones is not a good idea? It tends to make demons.
Their hairline certainly is proof.
Yeah. So that is the update. Again, Rikieta was on with Landau on Louder with Crowder this morning. I watched what I could, then I forgot to click over to Mug Club. Even though I have a Blaze account and a Mug Club account, it wasn't up yet. And I don't think it still is. It probably won't be up till tomorrow. So from what I understand, though, they just talked about the whole situation a little bit. Our student of history for 5 says, reasonable discussion goes out the window when your opening play is the jugular vein. That's and true. Olga burned the Drevlians to the ground, and so should Rackets. I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, he'll be okay. He said this last night, or was it this morning? He'll be okay. He has set up. He has spent a long time because he was always kind of skirting the line by being a spicy boy on the internet, right? That it could happen at any point. YouTube could come and pull him. So he does have a following a very large following that he's been building over on Odyssey and Rumble. And he also has, if you want to support Rackets, you can support him on his locals. Here and link.
Fuck.
1 second.
To troll with a purpose. Who asks, are there any rock crotch, are you winning son memes yet? And well, no, unless someone's got a Ouija board.
So yeah, if you'd like to support Nick, that appears to be the best way to do it right now. Also, anything that links for all of his other stuff will be there through that locals page, which I've pinned in the comment. He's also banned on Twitter, so the locals page is the best way. You
something in common then.
You do not have to pay for the locals page, by the way. You can choose to pay for access to some of the stuff he posts there, but you do not have to pay to be able to see what's on it, right? All right. Well, that was the big news of the day, I think. News of why I didn't sleep last night and why I'm furious. One thing I did say on Twitter, and that I think is important and really relevant, and to all of this, is that fecals and people like them are doing more to make regular, normal, everyday people more transphobic than any far-right conservative attempt to do so could ever have possibly attained.
Can I just say I hate that word?
Transphobic?
Yeah, because it's not a fear. It's you irritate the shit out of me. That's not a fear. That's disgust.
And the other thing is that Sophia Narwitz responded to me, and she posted a video that she did a couple months ago, I think back in March, and it was on that exact topic. That I think the title is called something like "Trans Activists Are Their Own Worst Enemy." And I highly suggest, if you get a chance, guys, also check out that video by Sophia Narwitz up on YouTube, because she explains how trans activists are their own worst enemy. They are by behaving like this. And because right now they're in a very privileged position, funnily enough, where basically the whole world and certainly all of tech is bending over backwards to be nice to them and treat them differently from everybody else.
Why?
But what, do you want the answer? Because I'll tell you.
Which is?
If you don't, it's a threat. It is a weird threat that's being made by the trans community.
I get that. I just don't know how in God's name these demons have so much fucking power.
No, because I'm telling you, the threat is, if you do not do these things, I will kill myself.
Good.
I mean...
That's like a problem that solves itself.
If I were to give a historical example, this is most like the reign of the Roman Emperor Elagabalus, a 14-year-old transvestite Baal worshipper who was installed by his grandmother so that that dynasty could seize more power.
God,
next thing you know, he's charging around fucking every gladiator under the sun and having a massive stone monument to Baal paraded through the streets in a massive chariot.
Bruh.
And anyone who knows history knows how that reign ended.
Bruh.
People are calling me base in the chat.
What's based? So I want to move off this. This made me very mad. Again, I didn't sleep last night because Rikieta is a really cool guy.
Yeah,
he's funny, angry lawman. Say based thing on YouTube. I like Rikieta a lot. I've known him for a long time. He was, nice enough during his downtime to come on here and hang out with Schlubbit with us on this little channel, which, I mean, you guys are all here showing with us too. And thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. So this makes me very angry. This is a real blow. Of course, it shows that YouTube can be completely, who can't be bullied by these people? They are all by definition, cry bullies. That's exactly what that person right there was in that letter. That's a cry bully. Yes, also known as a cry bully. What is the definition? If I even type that in, what is the definition of cry bully? Because I guarantee it fits it to a T. Let's see what shows up if you Google that. A person who engages in intimidation, harassment, or other abusive behavior while claiming to be a victim. There it is.
It just calls leftists.
Yeah, in general. So that's very sad. Let's we're on this topic though. I thought we'd look at the current Pew data regarding transgender issues. There was, I think, in September they released new numbers, so I have that here.
Aiden's gonna currently spaz, by the way, because whenever there's numbers and data, she gets all happy.
This is just Pew data. These are simple.
Yeah, but
But
you're big brain.
is...
I'm not. I'm essentially just. I should talk.
These are, look, it's in a simple graph and everything, very easy to understand. So, again, I don't know if this is gonna change because again, when you act like this though, it's I think you're losing. People want to be nice. People want to be helpful. They don't want people to hurt themselves. But then when you take that goodwill and
people,
you know,
Western Christian society is kind of built on the idea of love thy neighbor.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Which is bizarre because the very thing that's just been holding them up is what they're tearing down.
Yeah, that is ironic, isn't it?
Love thy neighbor as much as I love thyself. Well, you want to mutilate yourself, so by that logic, I don't have to like you.
Oof. Oof. Dreadnought for 10 says, I think some of them want to be persecuted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, that is 100. It is perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, or PIVO. They absolutely want to be persecuted.
You do realize how quickly all of this will stop if we just ignore them? Seriously,
well, I mean,
that's not
but
a
yeah,
joke.
just laugh at them.
Yes.
That's what they are. They're a joke.
Yeah. But it's because right now, because all of big tech is deciding, and again, it's because, well, we have to do everything for them because of the suicide rate.
No, we don't.
I don't want people to kill themselves either. But, you know, this making them into a protected, above all other protected classes, a special class of people, inevitably, that will breed contempt. Inevitably. Because everyone else doesn't like feeling like they're all second class comparative to you. That you can do all kinds of, you can do freaking anything and get away with it.
Can I say something?
Sorry, back to...
then?
Yeah, sure.
Because you said you don't want these people to off themselves. Neither do I. However, if I look at their transition rates to suicide, that exactly does not help either. So I have a suggestion. You can either stop with the stupid crap, because clearly the proposed solution doesn't do shit either. And so you can either just, start, I won't say literally kick the shit out of them, but bully them into stop being fucking weird, because the other solution is not actually all that helpful either. So, yeah. Maybe go with that.
These people have so far successfully puppeteered the suicide rates amongst men in order to just nest in the guts of the suffering of others and use them as a human shield.
Yeah, it's horrifying.
Kind of grotesque.
Lovely description,
yeah.
Bill.
Well, one need only see the new surgical practices to know that these people are used to utilizing the dead to their purposes.
Oof. Yeah. Oof. But sorry,
rot crotch for a reason.
Rot pocket. Sorry, Dreadnought. They know deep inside that they are inhuman horrors beyond mankind's imagination, and they want to shove it in people's faces to get a reaction. I think that there is part of it, we've kind of touched on this before, but generally speaking, and this used to be something that you could talk about, but you can't talk about it anymore, as in there used to be like papers published on this, but now it's now that you don't need gender dysphoria to transition, to get very expensive medical conditions that the medical industrial complex has said openly, as we watched a couple weeks ago. We watched them a couple weeks ago. She was working for a hospital director or something, talking about, oh, we love it. We can't, we gotta do more transgender surgeries because they make us bank.
Yeah.
So they don't really care. They just give up the money out the window, I suppose.
Yeah.
But the
used to service at a butcher's market.
Used to be that you could say that transgender people transgender male to female tend to fall into two general categories. Not all, but it's homosexual men and autogynephiles. We might get in trouble just for me saying the word autogynephile, but that is men who are attracted to the idea of themselves as being a woman, and it's a more of a sexual thing, whereas for gay men, they want to be attractive to men. That's part of it. And that makes sense to me. And also, by the way, we used to be able to conduct like fMRI brain scans on trans people to figure out what's going on in their heads, and how can we help? Where's the switch that's wonky here, right? Like what's going off that's giving you dysphoria and making you feel miserable? Well, maybe
social media.
what's happening in your brain, in brain activation, that is
Social media.
causing you this horrible feeling that you were born in the wrong body. But you don't need to feel any dysphoria with your body anymore to be considered trans and to get surgeries. They're just getting rid of it. And to me, that is absolutely heinous. And particularly when we talk about children and we talk about the rates of, we're going to look at this few data, the rates massively have gone up as well. I think this is just proposal on transgender laws. These are just the laws here, though.
You'll see in the media the elevation of the eunuch vizier to the rank of hero. You just look at something like Game of Thrones. How many eunuch legions are displayed as basically the equivalent of Spartans? Two groups who could not be more disparate.
One second, let me find the data that has the percent. From June 22. Okay,
No,
5%. 5% of young adults now identify as transgender. That's staggering. People under 30.
Wow.
It used to be less than 1 just a few years ago. Something's going on there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a trend. It's just trendy.
Yes. Well, there was research on that. It was a study that was not super well conducted, but it was still a valid study called Rapid Onset Gender Dysphoria, or ROGD. The study was redacted, not really. What they did is they asked the parents of girls, particularly girls, who within the last 6 months had started identifying as transgender, and asked them, well, can you describe what their behavior had been? Oh, and normally it was like they started hanging out with a new group of friends who were all also transgender, female to male teenage girls.
Yeah, see, there you go. It's trendy.
Right? Well, for that group, it was. And we find the desistance rates in female to males, they don't want people to, again, another thing that you can't even talk about, because the trans lobby is so powerful. Again, and remember, the medical industrial complex is behind them because of the money element, right?
Yeah.
So they back this up. Yeah, this is terrible, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just all terrible.
We're making
But you
money.
listen to it, go listen to they want to remove the right for people who have detransitioned to even be able to speak, because they say, oh, well, it will confuse people. You don't think you're maybe confusing some people?
As I say, they're
by
already
saying,
fucking confused. What the fuck?
I mean, again, just imagine. Try to go back, if you will, for those of us, all three of us here are a little bit older. Bill's the youngest one here. Although only by a little bit.
Sink in.
It doesn't say much, but all right.
Think back to, maybe not for you. I have no idea what your teenagers were like, Spoon, but most people feel very alone and awkward when they're going through puberty and stuff, obviously. You go back to a teenager and tell them, hey, do you want to have the ability to do whatever you want and nobody can criticize you or tell you no ever?
If you're a teenager, yes. When you're an adult, you're like, oh god, that was a really horribly stupid fucking thing to do.
But that's what's being sold to teenagers.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to be super, super special. No, everyone won't even have to, no one can bully you, ever. No one can even pretend not to be your friend. Everyone will have to treat you very special and nicely. And you'll get lots of attention on the internet, too, if you do it.
Yeah.
You don't think that maybe some teenagers are falling for that?
Oh, yeah,
Student
absolutely.
history chimes in. It will confuse people. Translation, fuck off, you're scaring away the customers.
Oh my god, yeah, that literally is... Wow, yeah.
It's a grift.
Yeah. Capitalism, people.
It's a grift, and everyone usually indulges in it is grifting themselves.
Let's see. Kizza for £5 sent a YouTube video and said, play this link after the article. This is the answer to the problems with the West. Any objections? Let me look at it real quick, because it's not that I distrust you, but I a little bit distrust you.
No, you totally distrust Kizza.
Hang on. One sec. No, I mean, I do.
It'd just be Rusty singing about how to tie news.
Just let me make sure. I also need to make sure that there's not anything copyrighted in it real quick. 1 second.
It's not a Johnny Rebel song, is it?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, this is it. It should be fine.
Game song.
Yeah. Thank you, Kizza. Kizza never does disappoint. So here's the most Americans say they would favor laws that would protect transgender people from discrimination in houses and public spaces. So right now, this is of May, this is when this survey was conducted, 64% were strongly in favor or favorable towards protecting trans people from discrimination in jobs, housing, and public spaces. 58% strongly or in favor of requiring trans athletes to compete on teams that match the sex they were assigned at birth, though. So, this one, fine. Don't want people to be discriminated based on their immutable characteristics, right? Understand. I agree. But the majority of people, only 17%, strongly oppose that. Only 17% of people want, for example, what's their name? Leah Thomas to be able to swim on the women's team, right?
That's not a woman, that's a man.
Oh. And went in and immediately started
kicking
the butts of all the female participants.
As a sports fan, that is not a woman, that is a man. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Like, fuck you. If you tell me that's a female, no, you can go fuck yourself. That is not. That is a dude.
This is a super demonetized stream.
No, because that's truth. Like,
Well,
for God's sake,
but that's
look
the
at
problem. But that's the problem, right? How come you can't even have an opinion?
I can.
I mean, but that's
their profit margin.
Trans is an immutable characteristic. If you're somebody who feels you were born in the wrong body and you have and actually, again, the data that were coming out based on the fMRI brain scans were showing that the brains of people who identify as transgender had neural activation that was more similar to that of the sex that they identified as, rather than to the gender they identified as, rather than their biological sex. And now, to me, I was like, oh shit, okay, there's evidence that transgenderism is a real thing and that we should be trying to better understand the neurological activation in different brain regions. This brain in its activation in response to stimuli looks more similar to that of a female. Something is going on. There's wires crossed, so we need to help that. They can't help that. Their brain's wired differently. What? Oh yeah. Kids for 5 pounds says, Aiden, I remember seeing the Williams Institute of Suicide Prevention study, and in it states that trans who pass was at 36%. I have an idea. Was that who pass, who end themselves, or there's only 36% pass?
So they
I don't
pass
know.
or they pass?
Yeah, that oof. So
It's always interesting that they use that term.
Yeah. Oof.
Which pass?
Yeah,
Pass.
the idea of this
pass.
trans person passes. Interesting choice of words.
But again, I would be all in favor of conducting more of that research. I think the last time when an fMRI study that I have seen has been conducted on transgender brains was like 10 years ago now. It may be closer to 8. Doesn't that worry you a little bit?
Of all the things currently in the world, this does not worry me in the slightest.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, I think the reason is that they're not. If you could give them a pill or something, some medicine that would help fix whatever problem is going on neurologically, right? That would be very cheap. Yes, that's why they're not.
But instead, we'll charge you tens of thousands for something that could be done in a back alley with a hunting knife and a staple gun for all the finesse that it really holds.
Yeah, I think the average cost is $100,000 for a transition. So I think like 120,000, something like that. And that's like I think just for the like main like bottom surgery. The whole thing is you're talking about, and this is the other reason why the medical industrial complex loves this trend. Because I do think there are obviously, again, we can see it in the neurological data. There are obviously people who are transgender. But there is the trendy element of it, particularly for kids.
Hey, look at your Discord. And look at I send there a joke I can't say on stream.
Oh, okay. But particularly for young teens and adolescents, and because being an adolescent is it's lonely and it's weird and difficult. Your body's all changing and it's awkward.
Yeah,
and,
funny.
Ugh.
All of us went through it, and we didn't need to mutilate ourselves to get through it. So I kind of don't really buy that excuse. I think that's bullshit.
No, I'm saying that when you're trying to sell you're giving someone an idea that's like, hey, do you want all that to end now and to have power over everybody? I can see why to an awkward teenager why that is a very appealing idea. And you get lots of attention. You'll get lots of attention. Everyone will love you. Yeah, you think that's not appealing to teenagers?
Remember we used to make Disney
too,
films about how you shouldn't trust sketchy motherfuckers offering you deals that sound too good to be true.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. There's a little Bible story about that one too. But
Also, why you don't trust tax collectors?
So, they're remaking Little Mermaid to make Ursula look less like divine.
Oh god.
Oh god, there's so many ways I can fucking butcher what you just said. Man.
The initiated Ursula from The Little Mermaid is based on the infamous drag queen Divine, who was a John Waters actor. It's weird with Divine. Divine was their own beast.
Yeah, I don't know actually look, this is a time before pronouns, right?
I would argue that even after them, Divine
Divine just is.
Yes. I think the name was chosen
Yeah.
with a good deal of hubris, but
It was a simpler time.
In terms of this topic, that's for sure. Hasselhopper for 5 says it's illegal to advertise cigarettes to kids, but this crap is pushed on kids with lies who are then love bombed until they irreparably maim themselves. Precisely, Hasso. Yeah, you can't advertise cigarettes to kids, but you can absolutely advertise being transgender surgeries. And the other thing to go off that is what I was mentioning earlier, is it's not just the cost of the surgeries itself. Remember, this is a lifetime palliative care.
You know what? That's really fucked up.
Because
if you smoke, you'll live longer.
The average smoker's life is
no compared to getting the surgery.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah.
There are Russian roulette champions with a longer longevity.
Oh god.
Because they're champions. And they excel at a sport.
But again, if you
they
cared,
that, they wouldn't be so caught up in this bullshit.
And again, if you cared about these people, if you really cared about trans people, you would want to find a solution for what they're experiencing that doesn't have nearly the same suicidality rate as if they don't transition.
You mean
right?
A final solution? Sorry.
No, I mean something that can fix the brain chemistry issues, right?
Sorry, I had to do it. Was the joke was there? Like I had to fucking make that joke.
It's actually might not even be brain chemistry. It might actually be brain structure, which if it's brain structure, which is what some of the fMRI data looks like, you might you're gonna need brain surgery, which is but at least I don't know. Hopefully there was again, but it's not profitable for them to find a pill, for them to find some way to treat this. That is take this medicine and then you won't feel that way anymore. And now it's actually a really interesting part is that I've even seen a lot of transgender activists say that to even suggest what I just did there is transphobic. Why are you saying there's something wrong with me? I need to change. I'm like, isn't that the whole point? No, isn't that your whole thing? Yeah, that you don't, that there's something wrong. But no, not anymore. Because remember, you don't need to have dysphoria.
Majority of trans people who I have spoken to, who I've asked the question of, would you rather have a pill that just made it go away? Every single one has said, yes, I would rather have a pill that would make it go away.
Yeah, obviously. But it's not about, again, get rid of dysphoria. They don't want it in the DSM because this is a moneymaker. The pill, that's not very profitable. The lifetime palliative care, because remember, they have to be on these hormones for the rest of their lives, even if it's not as long as the average smokers.
And the same people will beg for the collapse of society.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucked.
Let's see you live through the events of the movie Threads and try and scavenge for your next tea hit.
Oh, hey, Ken's Counseling Couch, what's up? I just was looking on locals. Did Rikieta, what did he get the third strike for? We just had his locals up a minute ago. I can pull it back up.
Are you getting another strike?
Well, I mean, why he got the strike.
We have new super chats, by the way.
Yes, I will get to them in just 1 second, guys.
Whilst you're looking that up, I'll read that.
Okay.
From Gizzard. The idea is any child who says they're trans, keep them away from their parents and friends and pump them full of needed hormones, not the opposite. So in essence, these people may have hormonal issues themselves before they go through the exact opposite treatment, try and cram them in the other way. This is what I take from it. So anyway, as someone with autism, I'd like my autism fixed. But most of the trans people I've met would not accept their dysphoria fixed. It's weird. I would argue that most of the trans people you met would probably also need their autism fixed.
Yeah, maybe. I don't see that on here. Maybe it is. I don't. I haven't bought in. I joined locals yesterday to follow Rikieta, and I haven't signed up for it yet. So it might only be for members only. If you could tell us, though, Ken, that would be awesome. And thank you for reading the super chats, Bill.
I probably butchered Kizza's one, and I apologize, Kizza.
Apparently, it was for Ken said. Apparently, it was for COVID misinformation about a month ago stream he made talking about Biden. That's because again, yesterday he wasn't talking about Rot Pocket. You know,
This is such a colorful phrase. It's really fucked up.
Rot slot.
Oh god.
Did you say slap chop before? Was that it, Bill?
Slap chop, yeah.
No,
I've been workshopping some stuff. Mostly anything to do with the butchery trade usually works.
Yeah.
That would be fascinating, Ken. Because again, what happened is the last time that we talked about Feckless, I got a strike. We talked about it over here, and I got a strike on my main channel for a 5-year-old video. So what I'm guessing happens is happening is they're just mass reporting every single video. And remember, these people are terminally online, so they have nothing better to do. So that's very interesting.
It's a South Park episode. How do you kill that which have no life? Yeah.
That is very interesting.
Oh, classic.
Yeah.
Speaking of the money-making aspect and the children aspect, both of which are horrifying, let's talk about Gavin Newsom for a minute.
Oh, God.
Speaking of profiteering, speaking of the act of Malak, the profiteering of the sacrificing of children, let's go to sunny California.
Yeah.
By the way, if you notice the mutilation, it does sound like fucking Rapture and BioShock.
God, it really does. And they've totally commoditized it too, just like Rapture.
Yeah.
Wow, just pumped or take this.
Our timeline is really very eerily like games, and it is a bit disturbing.
Yeah.
Art imitates life, and vice versa.
Yeah. Except in this case, the life seems to be getting sucked out of you, which is not very fun.
God damn. New law aims to make California a haven for transgender youth. A new law aims to stop other states from punishing children who come to California for gender-affirming care.
Affirming care sounds like such a dystopian fucking phrase, isn't it?
It sure does.
Re-educate.
This
Gender
is Washington
re-education.
Post. Here's how they describe it. This is Washington Post. To give you an idea of the spin potential. New law aims to stop other states from punishing children who come to California for transgender surgeries and other gender-affirming care, a move that will intensify conflicts between Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom and other Republican governors amid the country's escalating culture war.
Can I just interject here? Aims to prevent punishing children.
Yeah, this would include without, of course, their parents' consent, without anyone's knowledge. So you run away from home. Of course, you go make a GoFundMe or you get on the Catboy Ranch server and say, I'll send you lots of pictures of my boy Pookie if you give me money, Poppy, so that I can go get my whole grab
So
your entrenching tool. Yeah, so I can get trafficked is really what it is. But yeah.
You know, with the idea of nuclear holocaust by Putin's hand, it does not sound so bad when you hear this kind of shit.
Well, he said it. He said it in his speech. He's like, "What the hell kind of country is America?"
Yeah, you hear his shit right now. It's like, you do realize, West, you are making Putin look really, really based because
it's not hard to do.
Says. Yes,
it's not hard to do when this stuff is happening.
He
Do you know what I
works
mean?
for the Brotva.
Right.
He like peel people's faces off.
Yeah.
Newsom signed the law on Thursday. This is September 30th, but it won't take effect till January. It's designed to stop Texas and other conservative states from removing children from parents who
after the midterms.
Do you hear that? From removing children from parents who allow them to receive gender-affirming care, defined as medically necessary health care that respects the gender identity of the patient as experienced and defined by the patient.
Feck off.
By the way, there's a more nefarious part of this law. I'm not sure if they'll broach, but I'll just say it now.
Mm-hmm.
That there's an extra bit. I'll let you go through the rest of it, and then I'll let you know.
Oh, please. Ooh, spicy. I don't know how much more we're going to read about it, but I'll go through here for a minute. That would include hormone therapy to suppress secondary sex characteristics. By the way, this stuff is absolute bullshit. I know I've talked about it here before, so I won't belabor the point. And I've talked about it elsewhere, so I won't belabor the point. Lupron Depot is a drug that I have taken. It is one of the primary drugs that is used to block puberty They act like it's just, oh, take that, there you go, it's fine. It is an extremely serious drug. In the course of, I took three bouts of it, so 1 a month for 3 months. I went through. Now, if you are before puberty, you will not go through menopause, but or a chemical simulated menopause. This is for a disease that I have, a genetic disease, which has been mostly cured. Hey, what happened though is that I lost a huge amount of bone mass within just 3 months. So much so that I tripped off a curb and I shattered my foot, shattered 2 bones in the left side of my foot, on the outside of my foot, the metatarsal bones,
So
the
that
little
when
pinky toes.
these children go to California and get trafficked, they won't be able to fight back at all. Ever.
Yeah, I guess so.
They'll be permanently weak. They'll be eunuchs.
Yeah. Oh,
Destroyed.
Yeah, Ken says he was wrong about the COVID thing. It was an old post. Oh, okay. Yeah. You don't have to gift me a subscription for a couple months, but if you'd like to, sure. Thanks, Ken. That's awesome. But yeah, that would be awesome. And again, everybody, I still have it linked up there. Go support Rikieta. Again, he'll be fine. He will be fine. And I do think that eventually YouTube is going to have to walk this back, because it's a lot. Again, it's not going to be the people at the top, but the bean counters are going to notice, right? Like, wait a minute, why did you get rid of that guy who makes us millions of dollars? Someone in the accounting department will be like, what? Okay, so that includes, and these hormone therapy things. These are serious drugs, and they're not reversible. That's what they keep saying. Oh, if you don't like it, you can just reverse it. No, you can't. No, you can't. If you are a female to male, for example, and you take cross-sex hormones, you have delayed your puberty, and then you take cross-sex, you take testosterone, your voice will deepen, and there will be no way to ever make your voice higher pitched. You can do voice training.
It makes your chance of cancer skyrocket.
No one talks about that. Osteoporosis, cancer, yeah. These are serious shit.
Up.
You didn't know that?
If I take my car to the petrol station, I shove it full of diesel when it's a petrol. No shit, it's gonna start breaking down.
It's like that. Okay. And also, Aiden, I don't pay attention to this shit. Like, at all.
I know. Well, okay. So women produce some amount of testosterone, men produce some amount of estrogen, but like really, really minuscule amounts.
Unless you drink the tap water.
We're allergic to the cross-sex hormone to a certain degree, right? In massive amounts. It's we're not supposed to be doing this. The human body was not evolved to do this stuff, right? But why not? Let's just find out. Oh, yeah.
Identifies innocent. Ignore the multiple school shootings. You inophobic, hateful bigot, or I'll make you homeless. First of all, Kizza, bigot is a slur against people from Normandy, so I don't appreciate this. I'll see you in court.
I mean, did you read the... Yes, you did the earlier ones. From Kizza and Stony Mick, right, Bill?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, right, so that was when I was looking for something, right? The law will block out... Oh, right, sorry. Hormone therapy to suppress secondary sex characteristics and other treatments, quote, to align the patient's appearance or physical body with the patient's gender identity. The law will block out-of-state subpoenas. So if your kid has run away with some people they met on Discord to California, there's nothing you as a parent can do about it.
It will be easier to extradite them when they get trafficked to fucking Yugoslavia than to get them out of California.
Is there a lot of California to Yugoslavia child sex trafficking? That was mostly the other way around.
Where's Biden on tour
at? To stop health providers from...
Just out of curiosity, I can't figure out why California is losing residents. Can you?
No, it's beyond me.
Things are so dire, the Mexicans are jumping back over the border.
That's probably even true.
Yeah, probably is. Stop health providers from sharing information with out-of-state entities related to gender-affirming care, including other doctors and parents, anybody. And it would give California courts authority to make an initial child custody determination if the child is in California for the purpose of obtaining gender-affirming care. Meaning that if your child, again, runs off with someone that they met on Discord, who is, a 40-year-old who calls them kitten, and that person buys them a flight to California and says, oh, it's for the purpose of gender affirming care, the parent can basically lose custody and become a ward of the state.
Funny you should mention that. This brings us to another point. It's not just for gender affirming care.
Oh, that's what it says.
There is an extra caveat. The extra caveat is if a non-custodial parent kidnaps a child and takes it to California, they will not extradite them back.
What?
It's a secondary provision under this law.
I remember hearing about this.
Mentioned here, but yeah, they didn't seem to mention whether that would affect people who were denied custody due to being, say, a nonce.
That's
God,
a bit fucked up.
Or being a drug mule or drug trafficker or any other myriad other felonious offences.
I get the feeling whatever entity this is, it does not like children.
I think it likes them too much.
Yeah.
Just not in their original form by the sound of it.
I'm trying to find this. 1 second.
See what you want about Putin and the Bratva. At least when they chop your Johnson off, they don't expect you to smile afterwards.
It's because you can't. You're in too much fucking pain.
Oh, this would be it. Let's see.
The question is, how can we turn this to our advantage by siphoning the testosterone supply off to us?
What, testosterone is a what, Schedule 2 substance or something like that?
How many Patsy accounts pretending to be transgendered men can I make so I can get testosterone more efficiently? And how long will it take? What's the gains threshold here?
I'm not sure. I heard that as well.
You know about body building. What's the threshold before I start having to try and dig my genitals out my torso with a crowbar in terms of testosterone consumption? I know things have gone downhill for the human species since like the mid-60s, but
so I can't confirm that. I heard that as well, Bill, but I can't confirm that easily. It's bad enough though, as it is, according to this article, which is that they can just strip a parent of custody. You just don't have custody of your child anymore.
And how is California's track record for actually checking who's the parent of a child going into the borders?
Again, why would they care? This is all about making the medical industrial complex a whole bunch of money.
And then trafficking the children off to whoever's the highest bidder.
Yeah. Again, like 2 weeks ago, we watched a video of a woman at a hospital who works for a hospital just talking about, oh my God, we made so much money. We opened this transgender ward. Woo, we're rolling in it now. Jarnegi for 5 says, kitten sounds extremely creepy in that context. Oh, it is. Discord kitten is a horrifying thing. That's what they do that, though. The weird creeps on Discord. And then I will, Kisser 5 says, play this after the article. This is me and my niece. If the tea lobby comes for my niece, you'll all enjoy this. I think I have an idea what it might be, Kissa. One moment, though. I think we might be mostly done with it. Let's finish this up, though. Yeah, so the law was in part inspired by Texas Republican Greg Abbott, who has treated gender affirming care as a child abuse. Again, the term gender affirming care, in order investigations of families who allowed it. Yeah. You should. A Texas judge has temporarily blocked the state from doing that, but the case is on appeal. As so many states work to erase trans kids and criminalize their families, California must always have their backs, said Senator Scott Wiener. California is forcefully pushing back against the anti-LGBTQ hatred spreading across parts of our nation. The rainbow wave is real, and it's coming. I'm sure it is for you, Scott. Goddamn. The law has inspired similar proposals in at least 19 other states. Yeah, because you should investigate this stuff. We're talking about a permanent, lifelong change to a child who cannot consent. But I guess it doesn't bother them, does it?
Can we take a moment to appreciate, like we always said, like, oh, it's always ridiculous when supervillains have ridiculous names that just... And then you have pro-LGBT Senator Scott Wiener. And then you start running into like West Bank settlers whose name is Vile Shlomo, shit like that. Like, how the fresh flying fuck does this fly?
Yeah, we'll get at the time the interplay between these constitutional provisions and the constitutionality of other states' laws have yet to be determined. So it's unclear whether this bill will run afoul of the Constitution or state constitutions. It almost inherently does. I mean, I can't. Look again, as I've said earlier in the stream, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But I get the idea that this is saying, hey, if a child, a minor, shows up in our state saying, I would like to have my genitals mutilated, please. I'm here with my Discord daddy, who is saving me from my parents, and then they remove the parental custody and go ahead with it. Yeah, I feel like that probably violates some constitutional laws, either in the state or at the federal level. Just a guess, though.
2 new super chats from Scrix. Here's my tithe. I have got my A license for skydiving. Just so you guys can have some good news. Unfortunately, I can't stay. I have been up for like 20 hours. He donates $50.
Scrix, thank you so much. And awesome. That's so cool. I would be way too afraid to skydive.
And you lost a fight with the curb. What chance have you got against the sky? And VRT is king. California delenda est. If this double CP nukes off the earth, then I will pin the hero of the Republic to G. And I will chip in with the Latin, though mine will be much more butchered. Sic semper elegabilis. Those of you who actually know how to speak Latin can correct my grammar in the comments. I'll get plenty of work out of it.
Whoever's trying to make me a daddy, you're all gonna burn in hell. All of you terrible people.
You daddy? Are people calling you daddy soon?
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes, because that's just creepy.
Look, you just have to accept it. It's just gonna happen.
No.
It's just take it.
No,
just take it. You don't have a choice. It's against your will.
Yes, I agree with what John Egan chatted. Just says like, please never say Discord dad again. Yeah, agreed. However, now that being said, if you want to say Papa Spoon, I'm okay with that.
He's language policing. It is.
Yes.
Way worse.
No, because Papa Spoon indeed sounds kind of adorable, whereas Daddy Spoon sounds creepy.
No. There it is worship.
No, because Papa is Afrikaans. So I don't mind that much.
Oh, like he's got his Afrikaner reason for.
Yeah, Afrikaans, you say Papa. So I'm okay with that. That sounds fine.
I got some bad news for you, Chief. The LGBT got there too.
Bill, I swear to God, if you're gonna fucking ruin this for me.
I won't need to. The seed of the idea is already seeded in your brain.
Time will
or
ruin
spoon
it.
pops, that works as well.
Oh, okay.
Daddy's fucking creepy. Like, by the way,
Daddy is creepy. Yeah, Daddy is inherently creepy.
The girls who say that like daddy in a sexual way, you are fucked in the head.
It's so weird.
Yes,
I've never called my own father daddy, even as a little girl. I don't know.
None of you are free of sin. Go straight to Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
I'm free of that sin.
I'm trying to think. I just always called my dad Dad. I never had any other. I never called him Papa or anything like that. It was always just
I would say Dad or Pops. Yeah.
Don't you just love how the mainstream's completely corrupted the use of basic intrafamilial terminology?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Don't worry, I'm sure
mommy nowadays is mostly associated with Ben Shapiro's sister. Which is kind
of her giant Khazar milkers.
Which to me looks just cartoonish at this point. If I'm being
I asked you about that. I was like, I asked you many moons ago. I was like, what do you think about Abigail Shapiro's enormous tatas? And you basically were like, too much.
Yeah, because it doesn't look like I prefer. Okay, on a personal note, I prefer like boobs like a handful, right, and then no more. Like you don't want to get fucking wankers cram fingering boobs. Like it's just a bit.
I agree. A man of taste, in my opinion.
Yeah, like keep it. Whenever you see like anime girls that are drawn, and,
or you see what's the person
enormous tits? It's like
from the
watermelons nailed to an ostrich.
The Ontario shop teacher. Was it Ontario? Wasn't it? Or was it Toronto?
There's an Afrikaans one for me.
Oh.
There's an Afrikaans one out in the chat. At least ach nee fok sounds cool. Yeah.
What does that mean, Spoon?
I mean, it means ach nee. It's like no. But it's like Afrikaans version of that, and fuck is fuck, obviously. Also, this is the thing. If you ever hear South Africans swear, like an Afrikaner saying the F word, sounds way more aggressive than anyone else saying the F word on planet friggin' Earth, like, by a mile. Like, if an Afrikaner says fuck, it's like, stay away from that guy. Like, that is someone who's pissed off. It just is.
I think it's because the O is actually in that case, or the O sound is a little
Yes.
bit more aggressive than the U.
Yeah.
Hasidius for 10 says, hello, friends. Hello, Hasidius. Nice to see you. Aiden, are you planning on doing a video on the psychological effects of kids who get trans? Oh, homie, I can't make
no
that.
How you could do that.
I can't make that video.
I mean,
they
you
can't,
can, but you can't
isn't even
post it on
available.
YouTube.
Hasidius, they can't even conduct the research. The academics can't conduct it. I can't talk about that. I'm sure that's a mess to dig into. Maybe primary/initial causes for use to go trans.
They let people think they were getting hooked. They were hooking someone up to basically a car battery, but they won't pass that shit. Let that sink in.
Yeah,
I have a really weird image in my head now. Thanks, Bill.
Kerman SR for 5 says, "Oh yeah, will this law give Catboy Ranch sanctuary status? It may. So maybe
I hate you
fecals.
all as I'm reading this fucking chat right now.
Fecals might have to move to California after the Ireland vacation is over."
Yeah, and hopefully they'll get buckled.
Journey for 5 says, guys typically have a scale of A to D with more niche tastes and larger sizes. Yeah, I agree with that. D can be, it depends on the girl, the figure. You know what I mean too? Of like, it's different on different girls.
Let's be honest for a second. It's all about the nipples and areola for the most part. That make or breaks a tit. Like, be brutally honest for a second. Like, if you see a girl that has like a massive nipples and huge areolas, like that's kind of off-putting. But if it's like small and petty, it's like, oh, that's adorable. It's true.
I'm more concerned the fact that Abigail Shapiro keeps posting feet and will not fucking stop.
Why do you keep posting feet? Stop it, Abby.
Does she?
Stop it. Get some.
Yeah.
Yes, it's become egregious.
I didn't even know she does that. Why?
She does it like I'm just having to be barefoot in this picture.
Put some fucking shoes on.
But she's always barefoot. York for 2 says, hashtag Discord Daddy Spoon. Ooh woo, bulgy wolgy. My soul is leaving my body.
I hope you feel cringe reading that.
I should.
Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Because for 2 pounds says, proportions matter on boob to lady ratio. Yes, I agree.
Yes, agreed.
Let me finish this and then we can watch the thing that you sent us. Because by the way,
which one?
You sent a video earlier.
It's adorable.
The video?
Yeah, I saw. I clicked on it.
Okay.
Like, no, it's cute.
Wiener's office believes the law believes it's constitutional because it does not change the requirement that California recognize valid court judgments issued in other states. Kind of does. They said that the law limits California courts from enforcing subpoenas issued by out-of-state courts, and protects information about gender-affirming care provided to California. The law does not block extradition to other states, but only to, quote, the fullest extent permitted by federal law, said Katie Stewart, a spokesperson for Wiener's office. So, yeah, they're going to have to extradite people over this, is what they basically just said.
I hope they just forcibly secede. They just kick California out of the union entirely and blast the fucking. They just blast the fucking fault line.
Let's be clear about what this is.
I have
shear it off wholesale.
Yeah,
chip it off like a chunk of glass.
Yeah, I've actually suggested that before. It's just get a whole bunch of like fucking jackhammers and just go to the fault lines and just fucking mill it off.
All I'm saying, Crimson One was right. Those who know now.
Newsom signed the law. By the way, they're also doing the same thing with women and abortions, of course. Newsom signed the law because he said he was taking a stand for parental choice, saying, quote, parents know what's best for their kids, and they should be able to make decisions. Parents? It's not always, but parents know better more likely to know what's best for their kids than children themselves are, and definitely the state. And they should be able to make decisions around the health of their children without fear. Interesting that your law does the opposite of that.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right, which elicited cries of hypocrisy from some critics, who note Newsom has ordered all school children to receive a COVID-19 vaccine, an order that has been delayed until at least next summer.
I wonder why.
By signing this extreme bill, Gavin Newsom is telling parents all across the country that he knows what's best for their children, said Jonathan Keller, the group's, this is California Family Council. Mothers and
really
fathers
creepy.
It's true. Mothers and fathers.
That group has their fucking job cut out for them. Holy shit.
Mothers and fathers in every state should demand their elected representatives push back against this unconstitutional assault on parental rights. And what a complete piece of shit Newsom is to say parents know what's right for their children. Well, actively signing a law that will not allow parents to have any say over what happens to their children. What a scumfuck.
You honestly are expecting Gavin Newsom to have any kind of fucking
No.
integrity?
But that's just particularly sickening.
I know, but if you just look at his face, something about him just screams shady corruption.
Let me check his physiognomy.
Yeah, if you go look at him, go look at him
Bill,
and tell me he doesn't just look like a fucking.
Get out the calipers.
He looks like someone who'd walk
wrong,
on Wall Street. And
he looks like Biden. He looks like a simulacrum of Biden. He looks like someone cloned Biden badly.
Oh yeah, he kind of does, doesn't he? Yeah, measure the size and shape of his skull. Anyway, so here is the video that Kiza asked us to play.
He looks like Matthew McConaughey playing Biden.
Yes, he does. He looks like a discount
Oh.
Patrick Bateman.
Yeah.
I've seen this actually.
Shotgun, well done.
Pictured Kiza and his niece.
You don't get to talk. I have the felony stick.
Yes, adorable. Very yes. Featured here, an accurate depiction of Kiza and his niece. That was really cute. Thank you, Kiza, and funny. I think I had seen that before, but that's great. Okay, so
Someone said, we're measuring some Cali skulls. My only question is, dead or alive?
bruh, coming over here to this side of the pond.
Pre-mortem.
Trans charity Mermaids to be investigated by Charity Commission. Regulatory compliance case opened after concerns raised by organizations' approach to safeguarding young people. Mermaids is being investigated by the Charity Commission after the Telegraph revealed red flags in its dealings with children. The regulator said it had opened a regulatory compliance case after concerns were raised about the trans charity's approach to safeguarding young people. The charity has been sending potentially dangerous breast binding devices to children behind their parents' backs and discussing with them how puberty blocking drugs are totally reversible.
Except they're not.
No. I mean, like...
I thought medical misinformation was a very serious crime.
Well, it used to be. But only certain types of medical misinformation. And I mean,
only 2 times.
And even if it's not really medical misinformation, if it's just not something that the medical lobby, wants, that Big Pharma doesn't like, then it's misinformation. Mermaids, which receives funding from the taxpayer and runs training sessions for schools, the NHS and police forces, has been contacted by the regulator.
NHS, isn't it England?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, England.
A spokeswoman, or man, why wouldn't want to misgender them? A spokesman for the commission said, quote, concerns have been raised with us about Mermaids' approach to safeguarding young people by, again, sending them chest binders behind their parents' backs. Here's another thing. I'm going to talk about irreversible damage. Your breasts can grow and shrink at any time in your life if you lose or gain a significant amount of weight, right? That can always happen. But the initial breast development, as a teenager, when you're going through puberty, a chest binder is what it sounds like. You tie a very tight device around your chest to stop and prevent breast growth. That's not going to start. Like, that's not going to start. If you stop binding, your breasts won't grow to what they would naturally be for, whatever your normal weight range, right? They're not going to then start. You've lost that. That's gone forever. That's not coming back.
The connective tissue is degraded.
Well, you only have puberty once, ultimately.
It was never formed.
Yeah. And then they're not going to form if you bind them like this.
Also, that particular binders, whilst they did replace the even more dangerous use of wrapping with bandages, constricts the diaphragm and prevent. And in case of asthmatics, is incredibly dangerous.
It can permanently change not just the development of your chest, but in terms of your breast tissue.
The same people will complain that the corset was a
exactly.
Tool
It is. It's essentially a corset. It can cause other kinds of deformations if it's applied incorrectly, which you're asking 12-year-olds to do. So, yeah, protect the tatas. I agree, Jarnagi. Protect the tatas.
Boobs.
Yeah, boobs. The news was welcomed by campaigners, including Transgender Trend. Wow, what a horrible title. What a horrible name for your group, which argues for evidence-based healthcare for children, which said, at last, parents' concerns about mermaids. Oh, that's why. Oh, good. They're called that for a reason. Okay. At last, parents' concerns about mermaids' promotion of binders and blockers are being heard. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. At least it's being heard. The Tavistock Clinic also shut down, so we've had some wins over here in the UK. It came after evidence obtained by the Telegraph showed mermaid staff agreeing to send a breast binder discreetly to a girl who they believed was only 14 after being told repeatedly by her mother that she would not allow her to use one.
Uncle Ted had a point.
Well, we care about children, says Gavin Newsom. And parental choice. The free binder scheme, which has been running since at least 2019, 3 years, has seen staff offering the chest flattening devices to children as young as 13.
Why?
Do you want the long societal level answer?
Well, they hate children.
No, the societal level answer is that these people need, for their politics, they need people who are screwed up in the head to be permanently dependent on them.
MK Ultra was a success in essence.
Yes.
As long as you keep people traumatized, they are compliant.
Mm-hmm. They fuck these people up, they traumatize them, and they all make them dependent on the government and too afraid to ever question it, because that would mean losing everything, wouldn't it? These people can't do anything else except for sit there and be a vote. Sit there and just suck up resources and fight, and they will fight to the death for the cause.
Fight each other, making sure that all the energy that would normally be put into forming groups and coalitions and communities is completely expended in their slavish devotion to whatever factionalism they're devoted to.
Precisely. Yeah.
That sounds
precisely.
Harrowing.
It's true. I mean, that's why they hate family so much, Spoon. That's why they hate people forming communities with
I condone bringing back the breaking wheel.
These people are not in favor of like local farmers markets, are they? That's some hick stuff. No one would do. Why would you do that? You got to go to some mermaids thing to bind your boobie. And do it in private, of course. That's the part that should be really telling. Now, if you ask them why, why is it so important that you do it behind the parents' backs? Whoa, the parents might be transphobic. To me, it seems like you're trying to do something that you know is wrong.
Yeah.
That you know is disgusting.
Like the person who was fucking with Nick.
Yes. It was revealed that Mermaids Online Help Center has been offering advice to users who say they are as young as 13 that controversial hormone-blocking drugs are safe and totally reversible. They are not. In the last month, there were discussions in the charity's moderated forum for 12 to 15-year-olds on how to raise money to start taking drugs and the best way to take testosterone. A moderator also publicly congratulated a teenage user for deciding that they were transgender at the age of 13 and decided they wanted drugs and, quote, all the surgeries. Mothers have said that they are, quote, horrified by what young adolescents are exposed to behind their parents' back. And remember, all this is happening behind parents' back.
This is why you should.
Complaints here.
This is why you should take away people's phones. Why technology is a terrible fucking idea, and why all state schools need to be shot with a cannon.
Yeah. In a previous complaint to the commission, one parent said she was hugely concerned that conversations with homophobic content made her son believe that being gay was unacceptable and rushed him into believing he needed to be medically transitioned. So you've got a kid who's having homosexual thoughts because he's going through puberty and finding himself attracted to men. And the way that we've now worked this, because again, remember, being gay isn't profitable to the medical industrial complex. Now, it is to a certain degree, because AIDS is. Same reason why there's no cure for cancer. No, it is. It's the truth. The same reason why there's...
That's now too survivable.
It's true.
Fucked up.
I know it's fucked up, but it's the truth.
I know, but just the way you said it so bluntly.
There's no cure for cancer and there's no cure for AIDS because it's not profitable to the medical industrial complex.
Spread anymore.
Oh. No, yes, in California in particular.
In California it's not, which is so fucked up.
Yeah. And it's because there's money in treating it, not in curing it. That's exactly why there's... I don't know about cancer. Cancer is a very complicated thing. But why is there not more research being really earnestly put into curing AIDS and HIV? Because it makes money. And again, remember about... So cancer can kill people often very quickly. That's not necessarily so profitable. There can be a lot. Chemotherapy can be a very, very lucrative business. But AIDS, HIV, again, lifelong palliative care. That's where the big bucks are.
And you have to stay, that means you have to stay in that society. You can't move away either. And anywhere else, it'll be either too expensive or just not available. You are a lifelong prisoner of the state.
Yes, and that's what they want. And again, transgender way more expensive than lifelong palliative care for having HIV. So that's why they don't care about the gays as much anymore.
Which is always nice.
Right, so they don't care as much about the gays anymore because gays just aren't as profitable.
Lifelong stuff when you could just get 100K up front and retire.
Yeah. Mermaids did not comment on the details of the investigation. In recent years, it has received more than $20,000 in taxpayers' money from grants and more than $500,000 from the National Lottery.
What?
The idiot tax gave them $500,000.
Yeah, I can't believe I didn't know the idiot tax gave them $500,000. That's insane.
Fucking hell. We're in the wrong business.
Goddamn. The accounts say gave 59 training sessions at schools, and the participants at other sessions have included GPs, educational psychologists, therapists, and pediatric nurses.
Shit piped into schools.
Yes.
Why are we not more anarchists?
Well,
fucking hell.
That's insane, right?
You don't let me on the show, bro.
But wait, it gets worse.
We can change that, Bill.
Spoon, Bill, when I say this mermaids thing, it gets worse.
I saw the next point.
It's worse. Yeah, you saw the next one.
What riddle me this, Batman? What does this organization have in common with Oxfam?
Spoon, do you want to guess?
No, because we'll be horrified.
What could make this worse? You can guess. The
charity organization? Oh God, don't.
Oh, could it be? Oh, wait, did he get removed?
Let me do the bit.
Oh, hang on. No, I just copied it wrong.
I am the pedo finder general.
Mermaids trustee quits over pedophile group links. Dr. Jacob Breslau resigns from the transgender charity after attending a pedophile support conference.
Wait, what?
Yep. Trustee at the charity Mermaids, the one we just were talking about, has resigned after reports that he spoke at a conference organized by a group that promotes support for pedophiles. Dr. Jacob Breslau quit the transgender charity.
Basically.
Yeah. Quit the transgender children's charity after the Times revealed that he'd attended B4U ACT conference in 2011 as a PhD student. Oh, see, he did this a while ago. B4U ACT calls for pedophiles to have the right to live in truth and dignity. Mermaids says the organization is completely at odds with his values. Is it? B4U ACT's website says it holds workshops and gives presentations about the needs and rights of people with an attraction to children and adolescents, and runs support groups for both them and their friends and family members. Oh, God.
I'm going to support you with a wood chipper.
Can you imagine? No,
broken on the wheel and displayed. Wood chipper doesn't leave enough of a trace.
Can you imagine? It says friends and family members. Can you imagine somebody is like, hey, I'm going to a support group. I need support with my problem. Would you come with me? And it's just a pedophile group. And it's like your friend or your family member. God. Kids over 5 pounds.
I would be elated if I was informed of the location of one of these events.
Interesting,
Not
right?
for the reason they'll probably be like.
Yeah, probably. Kids over 5 pounds as the NHS changed their guidelines on puberty blockers, of which they admitted there was no long-term studies on them. Yep, I remember that. Also, Tavistock was shut down. Yeah, as I mentioned. And that was, at least, it's more than a small blessing on that one. Tavistock was a butcher.
The healthcare industry continues to be run by butchers.
Yeah. A published summary of the presentation Dr. Breslau is understood to have given uses the phrase minor attracted persons. This is 11 years ago, he was using that term instead of pedophile. Breslau is an associate professor of gender and sexuality at the London School of Economics. LSE said, we have been made aware of a presentation given at an external event in 2011 by then graduate student, now faculty member of LSE. We are looking into these reports. The transgender children's charity said, Mermaids has been aware of Dr. Breslau's historical participation in a conference that is completely at odds with our values. Once notified, we took swift and decisive action to investigate. Dr. Breslau tendered his notice the same day. You got caught.
Yeah.
That's what happened. You got caught.
Map this, map that. I'll tell you this much. You won't be found in one piece.
Well, it's not all bad news in England, right?
Usually is.
Should I do the bad news first? Is there one more piece of bad news from England? Or should I do the good news?
You want to end on a good note.
Let's end on a good note. So This is mostly a Twitter story right now, but as far as I understand, this is true. Caroline Farrow is a something of a feminist activist or whatever, wife of 5. She's also a Catholic. Just gonna read what happened to her. Tea time. Actually, you're the bongs here, or at least sound more British than I do. Neither of you are, but
say you may want to pick your next words very carefully.
Bill, would you want? You want
fucking sofa?
Bill or Spoon? If you want to read, this is fucked up too. By the way, this thread. It's about the Met Police.
No, you're the female. You're the
You want me to
closest
do it?
her.
Oh, okay.
And you do have more English blood
Do you
than
want
me.
me to put on a very silly accent?
Not Julia Childs,
I
no.
don't know what on earth that accent was. Please don't.
That
I
was
don't know
Julia
what was
Childs.
either.
That is a couple
It was
too
just
many
Julia
bottles of
Childs.
port wine.
It was nice port wine. No, Julia Childs more like this.
I don't even know what dialect that is.
It's Julia Child. I don't know. Tea time, I was doing a roast chicken. A knock at the door, 2 coppers. There's been an allegation of harassment and malicious comms, and we've come to arrest you. Well, actually, they came to the door and said there's been an allegation. Can we come in? I said, do you have a warrant? They said, no, we don't need one. And the 6'3" bloke forced his way in. They seized all my devices, including my work Chromebook and the homework iPad, which will upset the 10-year-old with autism even more because all her Harry Potter audiobooks are stored on there, and she can't do homeschool. And now she can't do homeschooling.
What a great thing to do.
What did she do? Spoon, what do you think she could have done to have deserved this visit from the police?
She emailed someone and said naughty words.
No, but good guess. Very somewhat, but no. Anyway, I got frisked, shoved in a cop car, and taken down to Guildford, Nick, where my wedding jewelry and stud earrings and my watch was taken off me. A few hours later, the solicitor came and I was interviewed. Custody Sarge was a bit embarrassed. He told me that emailing malicious messages was a crime. The PCs told him I hadn't emailed anyone, but allegedly written some insulting messages on the internet. Those were their words. I got shown loads of posts from Kiwi Farms, from Real Motherphoria, a user, and KitKat. I was asked to then explain a cartoon that KitKat had posted. Would you like to see it? I do have it. They were talking about some fat nonce in the UK in this thread, and someone had photoshopped his face onto a picture of the Queen with her corgis. I don't know why they did it, but that's the cartoon, right? Or I think she talks about it later. Yeah. Husband was furious, videotaped the entire encounter. When read my rights and told that what I said could be used as evidence against me, I replied, women don't have penises. Based. Police wanted to go to the parish office to seize my devices. Husband said no, they needed a warrant. Police asked why they couldn't just go in there, and husband said, because we don't trust the police. Also based. They got on the blower for the requisite permission to seize them. As I was driving off, I asked husband to tell work that my work machine had been stolen. 6'3" copper said, seized actually, not stolen.
Same
Whatever. Thing. Yeah, fuck you. All the kids were pretty distraught, just picked up a message from my eldest. Quote, don't know if you've got access to your phone, but I'm thinking of you. It's not fair. This keeps happening. They've been calling the police on her for months because she's like a TERF, right? It's concerning, also kind of irritating. Dad didn't even contact me. I found out from whatever. Anyway, I put my side of the story to the coppers. God. Sorry.
Back it up.
It's my just allergies. It always happens. I'd ask people not to speculate on who reported me because they will claim harassment. And that's the worst part, right? She's right there. If she even says like, hey, I'm pretty sure that XYZ might have been behind this. Well, that's just harassment. Same as we just went with the Fuckles situation, huh? That's harassment. You can't say that I'm harassing you. Okay. I'm actually feeling pretty harassed and anxious right now, as one might imagine. It's irritating that my devices have been seized, but I'm also super happy because I've not done the stuff I'm accused of, and they should exonerate me. I got the feeling from the copper who checked up on me in the cells that they were pretty embarrassed about the whole thing. I said to the police in the car, is this what you joined the force for? Arresting mothers for being insulting to their persecutors on social media? Just a spare thought for my poor daughter. She's already super clingy. This isn't going to help. And it's not done my anxiety a whole lot of good either. Super wired adrenaline on highlight. I was being shown a photoshopped photo of the Queen with her corgis and asked if I'd seen that photo before. Again, they put like a fat nonce's face.
Have you seen this meme?
Yes, that's literally it. It's literally it. Oh, you say this. You did do the.
Like, it might as well just be a fucking like Stone Toss comic with a bunch of like
I know.
Rotherham-based like rape gang in the background
I know.
operating. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
I was shown another. Okay, yeah, really. That's literally what happened. I asked for evidence of the allegations. I asked to see evidence of lots of allegations. The police said, we don't have any yet. That's why we're talking to you, to get your side. Oh.
So you didn't have probable cause, so that warrant's completely fucking fraudulent.
Oh, so you'll incriminate yourself. Is that what you're saying? It's really worrying they can do this. I'll happily give them all the passwords for my devices. I got shown another cartoon and asked to explain what was going on in it. I wasn't really sure. I had to put my glasses on to squint in the text. Again, this is like a 40-something-year-old woman with 5
I
kids.
cannot see. I'm legally blind.
Legally blind. Pimp Squad, baby for life. Mama, I love you. Sorry, we're referencing the meme. Obviously. Lady police officer told me I seemed like a very nice person, so there is that. It's scary that
everyone just seems confused. It's dreadfully awkward. Half the people there are really like adamant. Half the people are just bewildered as to what the fuck is going on.
It seems like really nice, but just horrible enough to be here for some fucking memes. Jesus Christ.
It's the fucking Megamind meme with the dude, like the superhero walking in the background in the bathrobe with a mouthful of like a sandwich. It's like, what the fuck did I just walk in?
Yeah.
We're interrogating who over what?
It's scary that the police can come and take someone's word for something and just arrest you. All they could say is, we've had an allegation which needs to be investigated. Oh, another thing. I was asked to explain a post on the Kiwi Farms that someone else had posted with screenshots from Mumsnet. Mumsnet is like a
Can you maybe do
form,
the investigation before you try to arrest a woman,
yeah?
you fucking psycho?
Yeah?
Jesus Christ, that makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make sense. Because they're totalitarians. They're getting off and being dictatorial. I was asked if someone called Bernard Black's Wine Ice Lolly, think that's right, or Break Wind and Fire, if I was someone.
I feel like if your username was Break Wind and Fire, you'd own up to it. It's kind of like 4 Doors More Whores. Like you own up to that.
Yeah, of course, that's me. So who is Bernard Black and why do they have an ice lolly? I say all of this because the whole situation's utterly surreal. Still wired and awake. So before you being put in a cell, they take your shoes and check your socks for drugs. They got a bit impatient as I didn't understand what they were asking me to do, and they told me to turn around and put my legs feet behind me, and then explained. Police probably thought they had a lunatic right there because I kissed my cross necklace before putting it in a plastic bag. I've never taken it off since it was given to me. At least they kindly let me leave my wedding ring on. I know it's procedure, but one minute I'm cooking some roast chicken for dinner. The next I'm having my socks searched for drugs because of, quote, insulting posts on the internet. As I was released, the Sarge asked me if I had thoughts of self-harm. I replied I did. He then said that he would send me back to the cells to think about my answer and that he would section me. I had to clarify I wouldn't do anything, but that I am extremely distressed. Can you fucking believe this?
Yeah, actually.
They have to release her because she hasn't done shit. They didn't have a warrant. They went to go get one over posts on the internet.
I think we know who is responsible for this whole fucking to-do then.
Mm-hmm.
They smelled the opportunity to section someone with the Mental Health Act and probably get a big fat fucking kickback from the state.
Oh, for sure. And then they could be like, oh, well, it was fine. We had to arrest them because they were mentally ill, right? They were a threat to themselves and others.
The various mental health acts in the UK have been nothing but an excuse to deny people their rights.
Yeah.
As they are everywhere.
Oh my God. Because obviously years of this is relentless. I've been told not to talk about it. It could be construed as more harassment. How curious is that? I'm just explaining factually what happened tonight and not targeting any individual. She's not targeting anyone. She's just talking. And not been charged with anything yet either. Not bailed either. Released under investigation. So it's not time for TRAs to pop the champagne corks. Trans rights activists. Unless they think it's hilarious to have a mother arrested in front of their autistic children for something she hasn't done. My family are appalled, horrified, and angry. On Sunday, 19th June 2022, I was playing the church organ for the 11 a.m. Mass at Holy Angels. A number of accounts posted during that time on Kiwi Farms. Tonight, police accuse me of being 3 of these accounts. A brief check on YouTube would provide me an alibi. Anyone who has played the organ for Mass will understand. So it's not her, right? There's definitive proof it's not her. Not like, even if it was, who cares?
Solid alibi with hundreds of fucking witnesses.
Again, even if it was posted on Kiwi Farms, threats can't be posted there. It's against the rules. So, here's the little bit of the good part, though, regarding the UK. Home Secretary Suella Braverman tells woke police chiefs to concentrate on fighting crime.
Oh, yeah,
New
I
Home
remember that.
Secretary, Suella Braverman has written a letter to the police chiefs telling them to spend less time on, quote, diversity and concentrate on tackling offenses like burglary, graffiti, and drugs. Oh, no. But then we have to do our job.
Not the nonsense, though. Just like graffiti and drugs.
In a letter to chief constables, she reprimanded forces for failing to tackle offenses such as burglary, car theft, graffiti, and drugs. Her intervention amounted to a call for back-to-basics approach to policing. It comes after incidents which have sparked police being criticized for taking up woke causes. What is this linked to, actually?
Because in a time when they were critically thin on actual like labor to do the job, they were going after fucking internet crime.
Oh, but by the way, this happened before that incident. She complained about this before that incident.
So now we need to examine where these fucking edicts coming down from, why these investigations being launched, who's launching them. Is this something at like the local level? Is this middle management bullshit civil service stuff? Who needs to be gutted from the system?
Yeah.
I'm betting it's women.
Yes, most likely. There's really not any more to go. Just at least somebody is telling the police
what in the fuck
to knock it. Thing? I know. Look at this. What is it? Rainbow hat.
I mean, the dog is adorable, but everything else.
The dog's
is
cute.
Yeah. But everything else just needs to fuck off. By the way, you know what? You can make a meme out of that. By the way.
What is it? Okay, can we talk about what looks to be a LGBT themed failed clone of Sargon?
A little bit, yeah. But the reason I think the reason I want to make a joke about it is because you can say Lucas in training because the dog is still a puppy. And it needs to grow, much like the fucking dude next to him. And turn it upside down.
Oh, what I forgot that I'm gonna push the dog. Yeah, the more I look at this man, the more I'm like, ooh, he looks like they could be a little bit related. I'm so sorry, girl. Ms. Braverman wrote, unfortunately, there is a perception that the police had to spend too much time on symbolic gestures rather than actually fighting criminals. This must change. Initiatives on diversity and inclusion should not take precedence over common sense policing. She said the letter was intended to set out my key priorities for the police in our crime-cutting agenda. But no, we got to go arrest a mom because she posted something on the internet that on a weird website that you have to go searching for. By the way, again, about a nonce, I think, too. A nonce who happened to also be transgender.
Over here, like less than a generation ago, you were expected to, like, there were there were like basically full-on riots kicking out in bars. People, like police officers throwing fire extinguishers into brawls and accidentally hitting their own people in this fucking bewildering, like shit that looked like it belonged in like a Rick Mail, Adrian Edmondson sketch over here.
Bruh.
So to see the UK this weak,
it's pathetic.
It's laughable. The only people dealing with the paedophile problem in the UK now are the Polish people who are fed up with it.
Apparently. So that brings us to the end of this whole segment, which has taken, well, the Nick Rikieta thing, and then leading into the rest of the. Yeah, that's it. So, wait. No, I did have two more. They're really short. First is the Virgin Atlantic announces new transgender and drag queen ad campaign declaring itself the queerest airline.
Transatlantic.
All right, let me keep it in windowed mode because I'm not sure how that would
work. Like, turn the volume down a bit.
Let's watch it. Here, are you ready? Ready for the yay Virgin Atlantic?
A biplane, if you will.
Yes, transatlantic. Actually, I don't want to play the music because it might be copyrighted.
Yeah, almost certainly will. To prevent this exact thing.
Yeah. The whole thing is that they have...
But the stand user could be anyone.
The stand user could be new uniform code.
By the way, this is the most hideous cut of
I
fucking
know.
uniform I've ever seen.
That's
This is
awful.
just a fucking bad joke, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that way, how the hell does this tell me your flight capabilities or why I should fly with you?
It's not what matters. So when I showed Bill the you know,
I immediately launched into an enormous number of like
Seems like
LGBT
Critical
plane
Veil from
puns.
fucking Dalmatians.
it really does. Bill asked earlier for the sort of general things that we have for tonight. I sent him the document I use, and I believe was it you, Spinner, looked at that Virgin Atlantic declares itself the queerest airline was a shocking description that I had here, and not the next one, which is furry convention canceled for being transphobic by trans furry Ripley Violet Tempest Storm for smoking in a non-smoking area while pretending to be disabled. I don't know how that one doesn't stick out to you.
Forest for the trees. It blends in. Like it's
Right.
so much shit in one place that the smell is blinding.
Yeah, that's basically.
And
You know it's going to be raggedy when we're going Ian for it.
Start
Well,
saying that again.
Ian Milestone posted the last one too. Yeah, we're going back to the beginning.
No, I want to hear what
I-
I said at the beginning.
And he might have said the S slur, but I don't care. But the
again.
thing is, I wanted to be clear. This person is also a furry. That what I just said is correct. This person is a furry who at one point decided to identify as trans. They also identify as disabled, and they are yelling like this because they were smoking in a non-smoking area, and the other furries got upset.
faggot. And you know what? I stuck
Immediately.
I also want you to pay attention to the elephant because his reaction is
No,
also
pay attention.
The
wild.
literal elephant in the room.
The literal elephant
In his jorts.
in the room. His jorts.
Man, Nishka fucking fell off.
Let's do that one more time. Hang on, I
Let's
gotta
do it
start
again.
over one more time.
Do it again.
All right.
faggot. And you know what?
Can we get like a soundboard of just that as on the entry?
What? I suck dick for cock. All right? I suck dick for cock.
Suck dick
And
for
what do you
cock.
do? Tech talk?
Well, that's literally one thing, one person.
I want to show you. Wait, if you missed it,
It's just one person just heard I suck dick for cock and was like, yeah.
watch the elephant in the room.
All right? I suck
That's my reaction as well. The first time I've ever had anything in common with an elephant furry.
dick for cock.
Suck dick
And
for
what
cock.
do you do? Tech job? Hey. Pressing charges. Pressing charges. Pressing charges. Pressing charges. Hey, you attacked a disabled trans people person.
You know it's bad when the furries are cringing.
Come and get me.
He's also a furry.
Come and get me, bitch. You faggot. Come and get me. Faggot. And you know
This is a fucking train wreck.
I had to throw this in.
What the fuck did I just watch?
Something hilarious.
This is a cognito hazard, is what it is.
Furious Dan says it's a Hieronymus Bosch painting.
It's a fucking Hieronymus Bosch paint.
Wait, so that person isn't actually disabled?
He's using his legs a lot to get around if he is.
He has a Kiwi Farms thread. I read it because a little bit of it. It is highly suspicious that he's actually disabled.
He's got
Well,
he's got base vocabulary though. I'll give him that.
He's also a transgender furry.
He
Are we
starts off
sure?
by
Are
saying
we?
the- He starts off by saying the F word and then screams he sucks dick for cock. Like, okay,
Are we sure it's not Stephen Crowder undercover?
Oh, it might be. Okay, so
too small to be
moving
seen.
on from to the
Can
other
we play
stuff.
the intro just one more time?
Yes, one more time. Just one for the road. One for the road.
faggot.
It's fucking magical.
Now, Susan, he's allowed to say that because he is a part of the LGBTQ community.
How do you
Okay.
how do you do that? Can you identify that? Because I'll identify that if I can say
guess
the
so.
F word with impunity.
I know
I'm a
that you
qualified
had.
Pan-African priest. I can give people some very bewildering abilities, but even this is a bit beyond even me.
Okay,
The intro
agree.
is so good.
So we have a couple of other possible topics we could delve into, and how we prioritize them is up to
After
you.
that one.
Yeah, how do you whatever. These don't really matter. I wasn't going to go over this, but I'll just say it really quickly. Trump is planning to sue CNN, and then the New York Attorney General said that she's going to file a lawsuit against Trump and his family for fraud in the real estate business. No reason to go over this. Articles covered. There's some weird stuff with Brandon we haven't watched, including Kamala Harris talking about. Oh, there's some funny shit. This will be real quick. The Brandon segment should be really quick on this.
She is such a fucking failing train wreck. It is unbelievable how
Kamala Harris?
Yeah, how fucking stupid that woman is. Like, it's embarrassing, her level of moron.
So just do this real quick.
Oh god, it's fucking diversity hire, bitch.
Yeah, well, Biden, was looking for a dead person in the crowd, and then also here's
I
her
did
response.
not consent to my image being used.
Oh, hey, there's spoon in the background.
Yep,
Oh no, there you are!
What are you doing here? What? Fed?
What did he mean by this? Oh, we're gonna move on to well, is this the one video? This is just really quick. I'm just gonna play this. We'll just get through this before we do anything in the watch together.
Thank all of you here for elected officials like Representative Governor, Senator Braun, Senator Booker.
God, he's so
boring.
Jackie, are you here?
Jackie, you here?
I didn't think
Jackie died 2 months ago. Brandon.
Much like everyone who's ever known him.
to help make this a reality. And thanks to Senator Stabenow, Representative Dolores.
The reality is that I'm not really alive.
Today, the president appeared to look around the room for an audience member, a member of Congress who passed.
So let's hear the explanation.
To indicate she might be in the room.
So the president was, as you all know, you guys were watching today's event, a very important event on food insecurity. The president was naming the congressional champions on this issue and was acknowledging her incredible work. He had already
where she is.
planned to welcome the Congresswoman's family to the White House on Friday. There will be a bill signing in her honor this coming Friday. So, of course, she was on his mind. She was of top of mind for the
No one knows
president.
what's on his fucking mind.
No one has any idea. No, he has no idea.
Looks forward to discussing her remarkable legacy.
Which is why he's looking for her?
service
Yeah.
You
with
do
them and
realize
sees her
if
family.
This is pathetic, right?
If this dude did not have a teleprompter in front of him, he wouldn't know he's fucking president.
No, even
He routinely forgets how to read.
Yeah.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Repeat line again.
Repeat the line.
Jackie, she must not be here.
No, I totally understand. I just explained she was on top of
Bitch, you
mind.
don't understand shit.
This is pathetic. This is just
The
absolutely pathetic.
keep eye contact for more than 5 seconds challenge failed at every
Can't do
step.
that at all.
President was able
No, I
to
gotta look
speak
down.
up, in
Yeah, that
this,
is
at this
good
conference,
call.
at
I didn't
this
notice that.
event,
Yeah.
was how
I'm supposed to be the body language person.
her
Fuck.
focus
She just
on,
reads.
wanting to
Which
deal
means
with
that they knew this would come up.
food insecurity.
Speaking of body language, you see that? She knows what she's saying. Bullshit. Watch.
Deal with
Head shake. There's the body language too. She knows it's bullshit. Anyway, that's funny. So
You know
in
what's her
response to
salary?
this, what is it?
Take a guess.
500,000 a year.
Oh, Jesus Christ, not that fucking bad.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, she earns
I'm
180
just assuming it's something absolutely fucking absurd.
She
so
earns 180 grand,
okay,
which is still an absurd amount of money. She doesn't
That's probably-
fucking do anything.
that she lives in DC. That's not that much actually. Then, so this is a hilarious USA Today article. Would you like to take this one, Spoon?
That's the official figure of what she earns. Doesn't include lobbying.
Right. Because
Yeah.
Spoon, you sent me this article originally.
Probably
It's
gets paid
very.
by BLM.
Uh,
Oh, is this the one where
this
I
is
just said
this
this
is
is
very
sad?
long, but yeah, I don't know if you just want to read some of it. It's hilariously bad.
Yeah, okay, let's see. I shuddered when I learned President Joe Biden had called out to the crowd in search of a congresswoman who died nearly 2 months ago. Why am I sounding like fucking Brian Blessed? In an automobile accident. He's going to turn 80 in November, and let's face it, this seemed like a memory fail, a particularly embarrassing one. Yeah, one of fucking many. Jesus Christ.
Where do you start?
Yeah, fuck it. Like, yeah, exactly. Where do you start? There's been a shitload of them. Yet there's another way to look at this. Biden was trying to credit the late Indiana Republican Representative Jackie Walorski, sorry, a lawmaker who voted on the
Walorski.
Yeah, sorry. On January 6th, she's dead now. 2021, to object to his presidential victories.
Who voted on January 6th to object to its presidential victories in Arizona and Pennsylvania? Yeah, she's a Republican.
Okay, that was hard. In Arizona and Pennsylvania, and who this March labeled his agenda radical and reckless for her good work on nutrition and hunger. That's she's true, at least then. Or she may be killed.
No, I think she just died.
Yeah, I mean, so
I'm pretty sure she was. I think it was.
when we said a
I don't know anything about this woman, to be honest.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that he made the mistake. At the same time, it's demonstrated a generosity and professionalism that has also been present in Biden's Tuesday conversation with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. It's really fucking blurry, so I'm having a fucking hard time reading.
Oh, let me zoom in a little bit, sorry.
Yeah. Ah, there we go. A frequent and harsh Biden critic, I wonder why, as Hurricane Ian bore down on his state. White House conference on hunger. Biden has lost... Well, that's the fucking next article, sorry. The two men committed and continued close coordination. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean... with the fucking diversity hire bitch, after they talked.
Oh, God. She died in a car crash. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I spoke with Governor DeSantis for some time, Biden added. And by that he means he spoke a half an hour to say 2 sentences, probably. I made it clear, okay, with the governor and the mayors that the federal government is ready to help in every single way possible. No red states or blue states, just the United States. Your speech at the hall did not give that impression at fucking all, so please spare me that bullshit. The contrast with former President Trump is glaring if he... Jesus fucking...
It's just, again, like, what... This the thing is that this fucking article is just... Here's why it's okay. Here's why it's okay. That's about it. Okay, here we go. Here's the part that memory lapses are part of aging.
Yes, when Walorski died, but that's how I would read the name. On August 3rd, Biden offered condolences to her family and a tribute to her work. He noted in a White House statement that she was the co-chair of the House Hunger Caucus and said, I appreciated her partnership as we plan for a historic White House conference on hunger, nutrition, and health this fall that will be marked by her deep care for the needs of rural America. And she also gave me bran muffins. So yes, Biden had not only seemed to blank on Walorski's tragic death, but he also did it at the very conference he cited in his statement after she died. As so many of us know from our lives, we age with age. You are coping. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Let me tell you what this actually was. I have a video.
But dude, it's
you are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard.
That's what that article was.
Yeah, but it is just the very idea that, oh, look, that he did something horrible. But remember when we had Orange Man, who just gave
and he was tweets? So bad, and he had mean tweets. Speaking of tweets. This is Biden, and we got through with the transgender part, but Biden now identifies apparently as trans Puerto Rican.
Was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community at home politically. And so we came here for a long time.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Both for business and
means
pleasure.
That his fucking au pair was some Puerto Rican bitch.
Yes, that's what it means. His au pair was a Puerto Rican.
But no, we can't have our children growing up in a racial jungle as
he said.
As I was personally raised by essentially a slave caste.
Kamala's not doing great either. Whoa!
I'm muted.
Were you muted?
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Fucking Christ.
Okay. Oh god. Okay.
I'm not gonna drop the hard R on stream.
Okay.
So
here's Kamala Harris at the DMZ.
God, this was so bad. This was. Oh god.
Yeah, it's awful.
But it's exciting. Have you seen the photographs from the web poster? It's grueling.
I want to point out, just for those watching, that this guy on the left here, he does a Jim from The Office face. Very hardcore.
The vein on his fucking neck.
I know. No, that's not a vein. That's his earpiece.
Earpiece.
Yeah.
The fact that I bought that it was a vein says it all.
Watch the Jim from The Office look at the camera, though.
It's grueling. So,
guy on the right pretending this isn't the dumbest thing he said all day.
And they show us 3 billion years back.
She sounds drunk.
All these galaxies.
She probably
It's the
is.
most humbling
Was she
thing
too
you've
standing
ever
too close to Pelosi at some point in the last 24 hours? Did you get contact high?
Not a whiff, yeah.
Galaxies we didn't know existed. So when we think we've seen everything,
God, this is...
How infuriating.
What is this power stance at the end? Look at this.
we gotta be smart about it.
Looks like we're
Okay.
She says, you're smart guys. After she just talked to them like they were 5. And we have a telescope, and we can use it to see out in space.
I
Put
used...
into a telescope.
I made a video about this woman
Turn to a telescope.
like 8 or 9 months ago, where I basically joked that she was an escaped android, and that's becoming less and less like a joke, because it looks like she doesn't know how to speak to human beings.
When did she escape from a fucking drunk tank?
I said she was a bad prototype,
Yeah.
and that one of
She
her,
also-
her malfunctions is she doesn't know how to speak to people, and evidently it looks to be fucking true. 'Cause my God. Oh yeah, this
She
was
also,
great.
this one's also pretty good.
I got John Lennon
States.
shades on.
Shares
Yeah,
a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea.
What?
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Something ain't right. Excuse me. The U.S. shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea.
Where did you think they got all that yellow cake from for those nukes? That they keep hitting themselves with by mistake.
And it is an alliance that is strong and enduring. So
Yeah. Okay. Also, North Korea fired a missile over Japan. That news covered. That's
Okay, I have a real question I'm going to have to pose
Mhm.
to you two. Why aren't we letting Japanese rearm? Because it would solve a lot of problems in the neck of the woods.
Wait. Rearm? I don't know.
Because they
'Cause-
will drop a nuke on America just as a fuck you. as a payback,
Just-
maybe?
Fuck you.
We've been saying on this for like 50...
Well, what, they're
like,
going to hit?
75
California?
Maybe.
It'd be a fucking improvement.
Yeah, true. Let them drop a nuke on California.
Putin is gonna hear this and go like, we can nuke them, and it's a favor to their people. Okay, that's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Nukes
Let's.
California. The highest approval rating in America in human history.
I'm gonna speed through the Hollywood failing stuff just because it's funny, and then we're gonna get into the 2 videos that we have for the. So give me. We actually only need about 15 minutes for this. It's really quick. It doesn't matter. It's just funny.
That describes all of
Let us
Hollywood.
let us all enjoy Hollywood failing.
But G Gundam's trending though.
But G Gundam. So it's free Rikieta. Viola Davis says audiences who don't see the Woman King
God.
are supporting the narrative that black women can't lead the box office globally.
Or judging by the fact they got massacred in close combat by
Well-
the French, yeah, maybe they can't lead.
Yeah, we'll talk about
Losing
that.
a fight in close combat to the
To the
French
French?
is embarrassing. Their only martial art is running away.
Regardless
Well,
of the particulars, okay, so
This is the
if
French
people don't
Foreign
know
Legion.
about this particular
Foreign
movie,
Legion.
Yeah.
yeah, if people don't know this
Full
movie,
service.
we're gonna get into it here in a minute though. But the Dahomey, the strong warrior woman tribe, may have done a little bit of slavery.
Little bit. They were one of the preeminent slave traders in the region.
Yes, we're gonna get to that now.
They
So
sold more black people to the NBA.
So, yeah, but if you don't go to watch it, then you're supporting the narrative that black women cannot lead in the box office, sure. And maybe not the notion that the people that you're representing, that you're playing in this film were fucking slavers. Let's read it. Here is her defense of that part. As soon as it loads. Viola Davis defends her new film, Woman King, after Dahomey slave trade history backlash. Oh my god. Oscar winner Viola Davis has highlighted the years of research that went into The Woman King as she addresses accusations the film minimizes, its location's role in the slave trade. Oh, that's putting it lightly. The actress pointed out that many of those criticizing her latest film have not actually seen it. So go watch it, pay money, spend money.
Hey, look,
Again,
we
the same
live,
shit.
We live in a primitive society that doesn't have capitalism or any kind of basic, technological developments. Why is there slavery in the region? I can't fucking figure out why.
U.S.
Sounds
journalist
good way.
Nicole Hannah. U.S. journalist Nicole Hannah Jones wrote on Twitter that, quote, It will be interesting to see how a movie that seems to glorify the all-female military unit of the Dahomey deals with the fact that this kingdom derived its wealth from capturing Africans for the trans-African slave trade.
Well, that's one way to get a jobs program going.
And again, her response is, just go watch it. Spend money.
You can't argue with me until you give me money.
Yeah, you can't argue until you give me money. I didn't know about these women until this project. The filmmaker told ITV News. This is the film also stars John Boyega. This is whatever. The script made its way to director. This is Gina Prince Blythewood, and she said, "I did not know about these women until this project. To know that there were real women out there that looked like me, that were warriors, that were doing this kind of thing, enslaving my fellow Africans. That's exciting."
From the Second Franco-Dahomean War, during a battle with French soldiers at Adagon on 6th of October during the Second War, the bulk of the Amazon Corps were wiped out in a matter of hours in hand-to-hand combat with the French engaged them in a bayonet charge. The Dahomey lost 86 regular soldiers and 417 Dahomey Amazons, with nearly all deaths inflicted with bayonets. The French lost 6 soldiers.
God damn.
I haven't seen a KDR like that since Fauci.
Oh, God.
And I'm including the 80s.
Bruh.
God damn.
To speed us through our segment, which is going to end by the hour, because who cares about failing Hollywood, other than to laugh at it. Jamil is crying.
Good.
It's maybe, guess what Dahomey is called these days? The Republic of Benin.
Benin. Fug.
Can I just point out, I said before that I will only watch movies with a white cast. You know, if you see shit like this...
You said you'd watch ones with Asian cast too, though.
Well, yeah, but that's because their stories are, like, homogenous, and it's because it's made in Asia, away from this cancerous gay shit. So, yeah, I'll watch that, because, you know, they don't have this
movie
kind
spells
of shit.
good.
Yeah. But, like, for this...
black ass.
Yeah, but... Okay, yeah.
But
Look at a homogenous cast. Yeah, but mostly I would prefer a white cast, because if I see an all-white cast, I know they're all there on merit. Whereas if I see one that isn't, I just think, okay, you're just diversity high. So
I mean, not necessarily. There certainly is still nepotism in Hollywood. But, yeah, at this point with all the wokeness.
Many parentheses around the word white?
Yeah, that's a good question, too. And I don't know what you meant by that, Bill. Anyway, She-Hulk star Jamil and
I'm a
Jamil.
legal rabbi. I'm allowed to see what the fuck I like.
I don't know what you're talking about. Jamil and Jamil says she wants to engage with critics so I can learn following Twitter spats over series quality. I'd like to show you what her character looks like in She-Hulk. Credit where credit's due, despite the widespread panning of Marvel's latest misstep. She-Hulk attorney-at-law, star Jamil and Jamil, is not burying her head in the sand. She got into a... Yes, okay. You are correct, Bounty
She
in the comics.
legit looks like a Japanese, like, Mamba Gyaru. Like, this would be horrifically offensive to anyone if it were anyone else.
She's in The Good Place, Bill.
I remember.
Okay, yeah.
And she was fucking talentless in that as well.
Yeah. I don't mind her in The Good Place.
For
I like The Good Place.
Titania is one of the hardest fuckers in that.
Yeah, I know,
like,
right?
One of the hardest characters overall in the, like, in terms of female characters in the Marvel universe. And a serious fucking vicious bitch. She's kind of great. And she's physically on par with She-Hulk, easily. But no, we got to reduce it to this. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. It started when... This is so stupid. Criticism began because she shared a video of herself eating McDonald's fries at New York Times Square, along with the caption, "Waiting for final episode of She-Hulk," like... Who cares? At which point, someone said, "All that build up for 20-minute episode for nothing to happen," mocked the user. "You won't be seeing a second season, Fry." "Dude, who cares?" fired back Jamil. "I get to live my dream and be in a Marvel project and go to events where I get to meet all my favorite Marvel stars and talk to them about their movies, and I got paid. My cup is full. But how's your life going? Why are you talking to people?" And she's changed her name to Titania on Twitter, too. Bruh. Why are you allegedly are a successful actress? Why are you responding to randos on Twitter?
Because she can't help it.
Yeah.
And because she's an attention-seeking bitch.
Here comes Jeremy from Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. D-Day Cobra. Jamil's snap find its way across his desk. Geeks and Gamers founder Jeremy Griggs soon joined the conversation, observing, quote, She-Hulk's actress said she doesn't care if the show is successful because she already got paid. Amazing. I mean, isn't that what she said? I got paid. Fuck off. The show is successful, the actress exclaimed in turn. We're #1 in America last week. That's because there's nothing goddamn on. Everything is garbage. And also you're not, that's a lie. Rings of Power is doing better than she.
Costuming in this fucking show would be
abysmal.
Laughed off of a fucking drag act.
Yeah. We're #1 in America last week. If we don't get a season 2, I'm beyond happy with what we have. We made a lot of people happy, and we're happy and loved it. Listen, I love The Good Place.
You would have gotten a second season, so that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
What jumps to mind? Remember that time Randy Pitchford had a fucking mental breakdown over the death of fucking what was that fucking shitty game called? Adamant? What the fuck it's called? Not Valorant, the other one.
Oh,
Battleborn. Sorry, it's Battleborn.
Oh, I wouldn't remember that.
And it's like, no, he would say, I'm happy, and that kind of shit. This is the exact cope. When the word happy gets repeated more than twice.
I'm happy. I'm not coping. I'm not seething. I'm not molding. I swear. As it's that one. It's I'm not owned. As I slowly shrink and turn into a corn cob. Yes.
We've got a drill tweet for the evening.
Drill tweet. Let's bring it up. Let's bring up the drill tweet.
It's like, this is not what I expect to hear from a successful fucking actress. This is what I expect to hear cried from a shower after a domestic abuse event.
God damn, that was rough.
I meant to show the image.
The arch.
Where?
Look at the one that looks like an actual corn cob below the one Sephiroth one.
Oh, it is Arch.
Yeah. Small world.
What a small universe. I like how you recognized Arch from the thumbnail.
Oh, it's from Sig-Marxism. What a fucking surprise. This is the height of meme from Sig-Marxism.
Sig-Marx.
By Sigma, you are posted cringe.
Don't worry about the spoon. It's nerd stuff.
I know Arch, though.
Okay.
I remember interviewing him back in the day. Good time.
I'm actually now very happy I didn't just post the image, I posted the search. Oh my god. Anyway, she yells at people on Twitter. Oh wait, it went on. Oh, this is funny. Here, Jeremy goes on. If the show is a success, as you say, there will be a season 2, and none of these so-called haters will matter, Gregson asserted, which begs the question as to why you continue to focus on negativity when you claim there's so much positivity. Because why only live in a bubble of congratulations, posted Jamil. I engage plenty with people who love the show. To this, Griggs amicably admitted, fair enough, I can't really argue with that. Yet Griggs is not the only critic with whom she engaged. Her subsequent interactions would not be as cordial as the one she shared with Griggs. Maybe next time you get a job, you will study the source material. I didn't write the show. I knew the source material backwards. They changed my character, and it was a fun, cartoonish diversion. It's satire. What? It's satire now? I thought it was just supposed to be a comedy, but no, it's not.
Maybe, like, what might be tragic about this? Maybe Jamil did read up into Tanya. It was like, yo, this bitch is hardcore. And then she got there, like,
It seems like she's backtracking that. She's like, no, the show is great. You just don't like it because you're a hater. And I was like, wait a minute, it's not my fault.
It's more tragic if she actually did read up on Titania, because
that would be tragic. Yeah. Try not to get upset. Take everything so seriously. I seriously doubt you know the character. Okay, bro. Again, why are you reacting to people on Twitter? Randos.
Also, there should be a comma after that. Okay.
Yeah. See that she's toast not mad with the what is that? Rock emoji? Would you call it?
Yep.
Horns.
Devil horns. Yeah. Hey, the devil horns even tells you, sweaty. I'm gonna pronounce it that way because I feel like it. Sweaty. You're a little more than a meme of a bad CGI and busted asshole.
Oh god.
No, I think it's funny that you're the exact stereotype of guys we make fun of in this show. Oh, the reason the show is failing, huh?
They did a whole thing on.
I know.
The last episode dropped, and it was on par with the SVU gamers leveled up shit.
Yeah, I've heard. I haven't seen it, but I've heard as much.
We'll cover that one next week.
I don't know. I'm not covering the show because I'm not hate watching.
We're not going to. I'll leave that one to Shad.
Yeah, leave it to Shad and those guys. Not all guys, just guys like you. So no wonder you're upset, dude. It's okay. Let it out. Let it out, babe. Oh my god.
You should read that out a bit more condescendingly.
Would you like me to, actually?
Yes.
She has a British accent, so I can't do that. I'll just do it in my accent. No. No, I just think it's funny that you're the exact stereotype of the guys make fun of in the show. Not all guys, just guys like you. So no wonder you're upset, dude. It's okay. Let it out. Let it out, babe.
There we go.
There you
Yeah.
go.
If they got Paris Hilton to play Titania and they just played her completely the same, it would have been way
Oh my God,
more,
that would
it
be
have been at least
amazing.
funny.
It
Because
would
it
be
would have had
funny.
a certain edge of self-awareness to it.
Yeah, because Paris Hilton is 100% self-aware, which is
She would
why
actually-
she's tolerable.
She would have actually roided up for the part.
Yeah. But why make fun of anyone in the first place? Men aren't allowed to make fun of women at all in entertainment if they want to stay in entertainment, that is. Why the double standard? Have you seen any stand-up comedy? It's all girls are like, women are like, this is comedy. My character pokes fun at misogynist women. It's comedy. It's lighthearted. No, what stand-up comedy are you talking about? From the last 20 years.
Even Sam Kinison, whose whole gimmick
Yeah.
is, wow, maybe if I stopped getting married, I'd stop losing all my half my shit every 6 years.
Yeah.
Like it's not usually like targeted. It's just like, wow, maybe it just people. Most comedy regarding relationships with men is self-reflective.
Yeah. It's the most boring garbage Marvel ever made. It makes Captain Marvel seem like a masterpiece. In no way is the show number one. Can't wait till it's over so I can stop reviewing it. Man, this is a miserable and aggressive way to live and speak to strangers, dude. You're allegedly a
doing that right
famous
now.
person. That's what you're doing. Did you feel a bit called out about the way we discuss men talking to women online with so much animosity?
Did she feel a bit called out, being treated like a complete airhead on The Good Place?
Oh yeah, her character in the Good Place, which again, a show I really enjoy, is a spoiled rich brat who is a complete airhead. But is like always
typecast on top of everything else.
Yeah, but who's also like super into like, but she's also a super liberal elitist. So, oh yes, I give all kinds of money to the poor, doing whatever it is. You know, she's that kind of character, right? Very, very snooty. To be clear, it is absolutely fine if you personally don't like She-Hulk. I know it doesn't appeal to everyone. Some people fucking love it. But can we all agree that you don't need to be so hostile when you express your feelings to me? We're all fans. Let's talk nicely. You were being real rude earlier. Oh, fuck that.
We're all fans.
I thought that was funny.
No, I don't think they're
Are we?
fans.
Are we? All right, I got. I'm gonna just cover it real quick. Kanye wore a shirt that said "White Lives Matter." People got mad. I'm not gonna go over it more than that. It's just true. Kanye's. I have a whole video. It's a 2 hour. I have a 2 hour long video on why Kanye just does what the fuck he wants. He's a free thinker and he doesn't give a shit. So I'm not at all surprised.
I do find the way the black community looks at him like he's a mascot is really fucking weird.
Yeah.
The way black people have this incredibly weird groupthink that everyone who looks like them in the media must represent them, I find it very confusing in a way that no other race works. Like, no other race looks at each other and thinks, oh, look, you're white or you're Asian, therefore you represent all Asians. Like, why the fuck do you think this way? Like, no one else does this shit. Except you people. And it doesn't work in your favor. It makes you look stupid as hell. It's just, it's very weird.
This is my
landmaster across, continentally speaking, and
This is-
still the most weirdly racially insular.
Oh yeah. So this is just real quick. A gay rom-com dropped and it flopped in the box office. But Hollywood must keep making LGBTQ movies anyway.
Why?
In other words, it's not about money. I mean, do you want to actually read their fucking reason why?
God, no.
Fuck no.
I don't care. I really don't care. We finally got it. Let's get more. I will encourage everyone I know to see Bros when they can, but I don't fault anyone for waiting for it to stream. Movies are expensive. We're still in a pandemic. I get it.
No, we're
But
not.
seeing this movie means you're seeing me, my friends, my life. People need to watch themselves, have a main character moment instead of settling for another interpretation of the sassy sidekick. That way we can make room for LGBTQ people of color, particularly trans women of color, to lead leading roles too.
Which is, we can't just be seen as a sassy sidekick. That's why we act like preening peacocks.
It's why we
strut
always
around on
act-
stage rather than actually fucking act. Here's an idea. You want to see LGBT cinema? Watch some shit like Raspberry Reich and see what some of these people are really fucking like.
Oh. And real quick, this is just some cringe.
Hollywood
Talked
should keep
about
taking
Kanye.
risks on
movies that fail.
Appealing
Because
to
again,
people
remember,
that no one fucking watches. Like,
and as we've
why?
learned, they don't pay for this shit. They're wasting money, just as with YouTube. That's just real quick. When Ultron wreaks havoc, the Avengers act as the first line of defense. People can protect themselves by staying up to date with COVID-19 vaccinations. Head on over to Pfizer to get a first look at Pfizer, BioNTech, and Marvel's new comic book.
Look at the fucking 1,000-yard stare on Thor.
Oh my god, Thor's seen some shit.
That's like Garth Ennis fucking 1,000-yard stare. Look, there's even the fucking shitty
fucking
hero
traumatized.
pose.
He's seen some shit.
Look, he looks like he's watching the complete collapse of Western society. He's like, well,
He-
back to Asgard, I guess.
Oh my god, I didn't notice his face.
Now you said that, I keep staring at it.
The
I can't
fluoride
look away from
stare
it
on
now.
Captain America.
Cap's also, he's just
This
done.
looks
He's
like
done.
it was done by the same guy who does Garth Ennis' work, and it's weirding me out.
Yeah.
But it's like it was done in a hurry.
Okay. Real quick, let's do the hurricane cringe. We know what happened. Hurricane happened. It was one of the worst hurricanes ever. Stupid leftoids had really hilarious opinions. We'll go through them quickly.
Oh god, did I say it was climate change?
Yes.
Oh god, I hate people. I hate everyone.
I love
What
how
happened?
it would be more accurate to say it was the result of homosexuality. There's
No, I
more
don't know.
correlation between the two.
Oh god,
Here.
these people.
Yeah, it's only 17 seconds. We can survive.
Can
from
we?
Governor DeSantis about climate change. Quote, I am not in the pews of the church of the global warming leftists. This is what he thinks about climate change, and now his state is getting hit with one of the worst hurricanes that they will ever see.
It's not
Oh.
really like
I've never seen The View. I've never seen The View until now.
It's
That is like
women be
a
bitches.
fucking Mel Brooks sketch.
It sure is. Oh my
Holy
god,
shit.
it is. It really is. It's all right, guys. That's it. There's no more. The View is done. It was 17 seconds. It can't hurt you anymore. Joy Behar is gone.
God, my brain cells hurt.
However, Joy Reid is next.
Receive
Oh,
federal money.
God,
Let's just
from
be
bad to
clear.
worse.
That is the executive leadership. We heard Russell Honore yesterday say, you read the script. Other
wrong
than
with
that,
your
he's
hair?
got his person that's in charge of
black.
disaster
What is-
recovery will do.
No, what's it called? What?
It
Why
looks
is
like
it
she
pushed back?
scalped a school shooter. Okay, go back. I need you to go back in your time machine. Go back to Matthew Lillard from the 90s, from when she fucking ripped this haircut. Give that weave back to Matt. He needs it so he can be an fucking SLC punk.
Oh god.
He needs it to be in Wing Commander.
That
Oh my god. That was too good.
Scream one looking hair ass.
Oh my god. All right.
as you said, this is going to become a federal issue. Those of you who have not lived in Florida don't understand. A lot of people buy their homes, they get hurricane insurance.
AJP says the texture hasn't loaded in yet. It really is that kind of look.
That's like Oblivion texture popping. Holy shit.
Hurricane insurance is not flood insurance. This was not a windy storm. This was a rainy storm. This was a floody storm. You have
No
a lot
shit,
of
it's not like we can't
stagnant
see
water
that,
that
you
is
fucking
destroying property.
No, you fucking
People are going to have to go
windy.
to FEMA. People are going to have to go to the feds for that money. And when Ron DeSantis was in Congress, and you guys were in Congress,
DP says Joy Reid is channeling her inner Korean middle schooler.
I had no idea that fucking Rock Crotch's hairline was now the fucking like port of call for like fashion. Look at that fucking nine head.
Bruh.
he was a Tea Party freshman. When New York and New Jersey faced the exact same tragedy, I mean, literally, the subways in New York were flooded. People could have drowned in the subway. When Ron DeSantis had the opportunity to make that decision and say, well, should the people of New York and New Jersey, who were hit by a catastrophic hurricane, they weren't even used to, they're not even in Florida, they're not used to hurricanes, he said, no, that shouldn't happen. He, Marco Rubio, and other Tea Party members, Senate and House, said they shouldn't have that money. It's too expensive. And now, as you said, he's now got to go hand in hand to Joe Biden for aid.
Right.
It's something he didn't even believe in as a Tea Partier.
By the way, can I debunk something?
She just thinks it's, by the way, that's all it was. She just thinks it's fucking hilarious. She desperately wants DeSantis to have to beg Biden for money.
No, but
she doesn't give a shit about the people, does she?
The reason why this is bullshit is because DeSantis and Marco Rubio,
They voted for the aid. It said there was a load of pork barrel fucking spending that
Yes,
did not
yes.
vote for.
Yes,
and that is the
exactly.
reason. Yeah, and she's just not going to mention that because she's a fucking hack.
Yeah, she's
why should
leaving that.
New York
She's
Thank
a
you.
race-baiting bitch.
Yeah.
Why should New York get fucking regular funding for like flood relief when they get what a flood once a fucking generation?
And here we have her saying that Floridians evacuating the state from Hurricane Ian are.
What is
What
this
is her
lineup?
hair?
What is this like? This
Oh my
this is
God.
the nightmare blunt rotation.
What is this lineup?
It looks like Hassan cosplaying as Armored Skeptic.
Oh my God! it
We
does.
have Mr. Rogers as made by fucking RuPaul having scalped Matthew Lillard. And we have an aging Sicilian olive merchant.
I was thinking either that or a shoemaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got kind of a it's
Yeah,
cobblers
cobbler.
for fucking see.
Yeah.
Cobbler
Cobblers
vibe.
backwards and forwards. But what is the fucking penis haircut going on the left there?
Oh God! Oh my God! Okay, you choose your fighter.
This is the worst
Damn.
porno ever made. Is what this
Oh
is.
God! It's real quick.
And be careful about attacking people who have to move to save their own lives and safety, because you never know when it's your people that have to move, when it's your people who have to migrate, when it's your people who have to get on that road. So just a thought. And
Fuck you! Just fuck you! People are dying, you bitch. Not
up.
being sent to
This hoe needs
Martha's
to speak
Vineyard.
up. I can't hear her. Her shirt is so fucking loud.
Oh God, it is. We
You know
gotta.
these people are just shamelessly turning everything into politics. It's just fucking
Have you
annoying.
heard of this one about Kamala Harris say that aid needs to be
I've-
given
I've-
based on
I've-
equity?
I've heard the story, but I didn't hear the thing.
This is awful.
Our lowest income communities and our communities of color that are most impacted by these extreme conditions and impacted by issues that are not of their own making. So we have to address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality, but we also need to fight for equity. It is...
Yeah, because of what that is.
Well, ER is here in spirit.
There he is. There he is.
Where's the rest of? Where are the other letters to this sentence? But
Hurricane hits, black people and women most affected. Wait, what?
Here's one thing about here as well. These people have been advocating the same policies for 60 fucking years. Clearly,
Yeah.
they don't fucking work.
Yeah, clearly.
Well, Biden wasn't. He
The
was
point-
all
the-
for segregation.
Yes, and also the point is not to make things better, it's to keep things shitty for people so that they keep
the
voting
irony
Democrat
is-
forever, by the way.
The irony is if they did segregation, black people would probably be better off.
Oof.
Yeah, because they'd be forced to work together.
Yeah, true. Perhaps, I guess. I don't know.
One takeaway from this is that white people cause typhoons.
Yes.
And that apparently Kamala Harris thinks black people can't swim.
Ooh, well, interesting take. Well, speaking of an interesting take, that Kamala Harris...
I wish
Well,
I could
then
cause
why-
if I could cause typhoons, you think England would have a single crumb of dirt above sea level?
Well, if you think that it's spicy to imply that Kamala might think that black people can't swim, how about Pelosi saying that Florida needs slave labor?
Oh yeah, we need to get the labor.
Wait.
You're looking at
It keeps doing this. No. It keeps not
Hey,
highlighting
look,
the
it's
whole... Like,
one of my
here we go.
countrymen on there.
Oh.
We have a shortage of workers in our country, and you see even in Florida.
Dude,
What's
I'll turn
Bruce
it down.
Biden
Hang on.
on the right then.
Fucking robot bitch.
She sounds like a robot, and I'll turn
She
it
looks
down.
really drunk
speed.
in that still.
She most likely. She's
She always is really drunk.
That's my secret, Mr. Stark.
She's the only person who
Always
can
fucked
outdrink
up.
you.
Yeah, probably true. Yeah, Bill. Nah.
That's because I weigh more than twice your weight.
We have a shortage of workers in our country, and you see even in Florida, some of the farmers and the growers saying, "Why are you shipping these immigrants up north? We need them to pick the crops down here." But that doesn't...
She's talking about illegal migrants.
Yeah, so you are admitting you would send slave labor that you are importing illegally, so this goes against federal government.
Goes against the 19th Amendment.
Yep. AOC rips Mayor Adams' migrant tents in her district. We can get to a place with a better solution.
You nimbiest bitch.
I get worried whenever a politician brings up the term solution.
As if maybe a final one, yeah.
How
So
come
interesting.
You can make the joke, but I can't.
It's called finesse, Spoon.
Fuck both of you. How's that for finesse, you fucks?
Quod erat demonstrandum.
Ocasio-Cortez is very much sides with the sentiment of Bronx Borough President Vanessa Gibson, who raised a number of concerns about the Orchard Beach site earlier this week, including poor transit access, susceptibility. Whatever. Here's the fucking TLDR. AOC doesn't want migrants in her neighborhood. just same fucking shit.
Why not?
As in Martha's Vineyard. I know. Well, no, she's in like a D plus 10,000 district.
Even then, she's about as popular as Colorado.
And she's still unpopular in her own Democrat district.
Kamala Harris wasn't even elected in her jurisdiction. Now she's fucking vice president.
Yep.
Yeah, when she was running, she dropped out of the race before even California got to do their primaries.
Yeah, it's such an embarrassment.
And then she's VP, and then they're wondering why she's shit. Like, I can probably take a guess.
Kamala Harris has got what they call a Marmite personality. Half the people hate her, the other half think she'd look better on the end of a knife.
Goddamn. I have to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Please talk amongst yourselves.
It's okay as long as we keep the conversation going. We don't need to edit in post.
I don't think we ever really do that anyway. At least it was the last time I did, because I did something stupid on screen. But other than that, oh god, the edge of a knife. No, I can't fucking unsee that. She really is fucking atrocious, man. Jesus Christ.
It's cartoonish. It's just cartoonish.
Yeah. But it's but this is the thing. I said this to Aiden before as well. Is if you constantly this is the thing. It's the ideology. It's not that the people are incompetent. It's just that they believe something shit. But if you constantly push everyone that is non-white in the forefront to get attention, and it's just a catastrophic amount of incompetence, you are going to make white people look like the shit, and everyone else who isn't white a fucking moron. And that's what they're doing. Because I look at this shit like, why is it everyone that is white is way more competent? There's no.
When you start propping up the people who lag behind,
yes,
intentionally, what you're instead doing is giving the podium to the worst dregs of society.
Yes, but remember, people, democracy is really great. Fucking Christ! Fucking hell! AC Rips Mayor Adams from Megan. My God!
Oh, I keep forgetting. I can't. I'm so unused to doing pushes out. Hello.
Well, maybe
okay.
if we could afford an actual insulation layer in this
Yeah,
house, we weren't literally 10 feet from each other vertically.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do the watch together. Would you rather start with the Piers Morgan thing?
Whichever one gets you upset the most.
Oh, fuck, not that cunt again.
Okay, no, it's TYT
So it's gonna
talking
be worse,
about Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan's interview,
which I haven't seen. Storm. Can I just put my head in the oven, please?
Or would you rather watch a Young Turks? Hers video, I don't know how much I want to watch of it. She just mocks Jordan Peterson for crying, and it's disgusting.
Okay, here's the question with that bitch. Are they lining up someone to replace Anna Kasparian because
That's
she's
the
old?
question.
Yes.
Or are they trying to find someone so repugnant that Anna, with her fucking pinch cut, looks better?
That is the question. So which one would you guys like to do? Or start with?
You want to ask the chat?
Chat, what would you guys like to do real quick? I'll do a
Which
quick
branding iron would you like to shove into
Yeah,
screaming faces first?
let's see. Either way, it's going to be TYT, so...
I prefer the Tate one, just because I want to see you upset. Because I know, based on what she says, you are going to flip your fucking lid, because I did, and you are worse than I am. And I wanted to do things I can't say on fucking YouTube. It's about...
Things I've seen this evening have been the fucking low point in my week, and this is during a week where I accidentally poisoned myself with fly spray.
How'd you manage that?
Yeah, you did. Because he was sitting down there spraying it.
I thought the French windows were open. It turns out they weren't. And I boxed myself with rage.
We'll take a minute or two for y'all to vote on that. Would you rather watch TYT on Peterson or TYT on Andrew Tate? We're gonna watch both, I think, as long as we have time. Yeah.
Anything with a big brown buffalo. Is Jenk in the second one?
I didn't watch through the one that Bill with Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan. I haven't seen that one at all. because you told me about it.
Yeah,
Sven.
Cenk is in that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
you told me not to watch it because you wanted my
Organic rage.
like live reaction.
Yep. Because
Well, that one appears to be winning, so I'm gonna go with that. It seems to have a pretty. Oh wait, no, it just totally switched. As soon as I said that, it totally switched. Now it's even. Ah! All right, one more minute. We got like 20. It's oh my god, it's literally 50-50
I can't wait for us to
split.
open this file and all we hear is the opening bass line to fucking DuckTales, and then disaster.
Oh, it's been moved over to the watch together, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, it is really split.
Is the chat just doing this a little bit just to fuck with us?
No, I'm gonna go with the Piers Morgan one because I haven't seen that, and I know that you want to see my rage, so we'll start with that, and then you can, and then I want to see your rage from the one we both came. Spirit and I independently found these two TYT videos with the in exact purpose to make the other person get upset.
And I've watched neither of them, so I don't want to die either way.
We all want to die.
It's okay. I DM for these shucklefucks sometimes. I want to die at all times.
So my question to you is, well,
Ooh, I want to die. Life don't get no sweeter than this. Holy shit, that was really loud. Okay, ready? Are we all in the watch together? Yes, we're all here. All right, let's go.
my question to you is, well, do you think it's fine?
I don't think it's fine. I live in a world where
You don't think it's fine?
the reason
This isn't that hard, Andrew. You can simply say, Piers, you know what? With the benefit of hindsight, I wish I hadn't said it like that. And if a 26-year-old woman's watching, I'm sorry I said that, because that actually is blatantly misogynist. And even though that's a view held by other parts of the world, it's not a view I share.
So with Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate going head-to-head, it's fascinating that
Oh, I should probably say real quick, and just in case anyone in the audience doesn't know who Andrew Tate is, he's like a I don't know, he's just like a rich guy who talks shit on the internet. I think he sells some kind of like life,
he's basically just a guy.
shit.
Was he just a crypto bro?
I think that's how he got. He's like a multi-millionaire. He's really rich, and he just has said some things that many people would consider to be misogynist, but which are actually based. And he's not wrong about a lot of them. So
I just love how him and Anna Kasparian have the same phrenology.
Oh, they do. Are they both Armenian?
I don't know, but the phrenology
Might
matches.
be. They do
Though
look.
Anna's a bit more shiny.
God, they look like they could be
He's
related.
bald. You'd think he'd be the shinier one.
They actually do look like they could be related. Holy shit, that's weird. Thanks for pointing that out. Now I won't be able to unsee it.
6 months of HRT before and after. They got the same chest.
Oh god.
Andrew Tate out to be the bad guy, Piers Morgan looks pretty good.
Okay.
No, he really doesn't.
Okay. There's a fucking sentence you never thought you'd hear.
Look at her face. She also knows that was like, what?
I'm sorry, but if you honestly think that, Anna, you live in fucking fairy tale land. Well, you dress for it anyway.
Yeah,
those fucking shoes he's wearing though. What a fucking disaster. He's wearing fucking loafers, no socks.
No, he's wearing socks.
Kizza knows. Yeah, I forgot about this. He was
fucking shitty fucking like slipback ones.
He was a former lightweight kickboxing champion. His father was a chess grand champion, and yeah, I think he's got crypto bro money too on top of that.
Oh, so
but he also talks shit about women. It's funny.
What's this YouTube channel member section at the bottom? Is Eden Dragon the gay as fuck dragon? What the fuck's going on there? AJ?
Hold on.
Gay after. It's in their executive producers of the Young Turks are Xeno Dragon and the gay as fuck dragon.
And AJ.
And AJ.
But that's honestly not that difficult because Andrew Tate is pretty awful.
Okay, I just want to. Okay, let me just watch.
And so let's talk about what led to Piers Morgan's line of questioning and his outburst. The clip was from last night's episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. For anyone who's not familiar with Andrew Tate, he's some sort of fallen internet influencer that I didn't know about until fairly recently. Says all sorts of terrible misogynistic things. He moved to Romania because he allegedly sex traffics and doesn't have to worry about it.
Okay, whoa.
Court case, right then there.
Well, no, she did say allegedly, which, by the way, doesn't actually get you out of that stuff. Just saying allegedly doesn't always get you out of some shit. But no, the sex trafficking shit is some shit leftoids made up because he triggers them.
She sits next to a guy with clear, like, Romanian admixture.
I'm fairly sure you've misgendered that person just now, Bill. I guarantee that person is a they, them. I guarantee it. I have no idea who that is, but I guarantee they're a they, them.
By the way, just...
What, is it the plaid that gives it away?
It's the earring.
Just basically, if we're gonna go by that logic, Anna has allegedly had a nose job.
Oh, only allegedly, except for there's evidence for it.
That shirt, that fucking dress is a fucking nose job. Also, can we talk about what can best be described as they, them, V?
Oh God, a little bit, but more, maybe a little bit.
That tell him that if he, tries his hardest, maybe his face can colonize the upper portion of his head.
Oh my God. Okay, one thing about Anna's dress. That's what it's like, a summer, really revealing dress. This is in October or late September.
That she's so fucking like, she's built like Minecraft Steve in the torso.
It's also just like, this is
she's
why
perfectly fucking parallel.
This is why Jimmy Dore made fun of her for dressing professionally, right? Which she then called. Well, no, remember that was the thing, is that Jimmy Dore, like, she bent over and apparently he could see her panties and he was like, nice professional outfit, nice journalism outfit, Anna, because she dresses. I mean, this is just not appropriate for a newsroom, right? It's a cute dress, but it's for like a party. It's not to read the news.
It's really unflattering.
It's not. I think it's
in what sense? In the sense that we have to see more of her.
Yeah, that's true. Again, it's not news.
It looks like she isn't rendering correctly.
Oh God, a little bit done that.
That's because compare next to fucking AIDS V on the left.
Aiden is an apron. Is it? It does look like an apron, doesn't it?
It looks like an apron that's been hitched up.
I'm just saying, it's the kind of thing I would wear. But sorry, and Bill knows that's true too.
Cosplay in the 1950s.
What's she cosplaying as? The couch?
In Romania, real stand-up guy, right?
Looks like the towels hanging from my
he
fucking
decides
stove.
to go on Piers Morgan's show.
Yeah, the problem with it is the sleeves make it look like an apron.
So he had Tate on to talk about how he's been banned from all these major social media platforms, and then
away
asked
from
Tate
having an amogus
if he would
appear on a fucking
apologize
forehead.
for any of his past misogynistic comments. Here's Piers Morgan bringing up a particularly horrible quote from Tate.
Do you think that 18, 19-year-old women are more attractive than 25-year-old women?
I think there's attractive people. That's a loaded question. I don't know.
Well, it's not really, is it?
I can't.
You know why I'm asking it?
That is an incredibly loaded question. It's also incredibly stupid. Yeah. So, like, because you're saying
are
the
all
age...
18 or 19-year-old people are more attractive than...
You're saying the age is the exclusive trait for attractiveness, which is a fucking stupid thing to say.
Hell no, that's not true.
Are you telling me that there are no 25-year-olds that are more attractive than an 18-year-old? Yes, of course there is, Piers. That's a fucking dumb question to ask.
I'm going to see if Piers Morgan puts money where his mouth is. This is completely blind. I'm going to check what the age gap is between him and his wives.
Wives, plural? Wait, is he Islamic now, is he?
He's 57, his wife's 46.
Oh, okay.
That's his current one. There's no information on his first wife.
That's because she's missing, probably.
So he's 10 years older than his wife. Let's put that into the context of younger people, because it does make a difference. 18, 19-year-olds, if it was a 28-year-old dating an 18-year-old, because that would have been the situation with his wife, right? I mean, would they meet at that age, which I don't think they did, but still, I'm just saying, if you want, these things make
Andrew
sense.
Tate's 35, so...
Yeah. Is it a little bit weird for him to date an 18-year-old at 35? A little bit, but we're also talking about a guy who's super rich and can date whoever the fuck he wants. And also, if he's going to date an 18-year-old, he's not going to date just any 18-year-old because they're 18. It's what why he had the answer that he had, I think. Is it like, well, wait a minute, that's a trick, or that's a messed up kind of question. Because it depends. Oh, it depends. As Sarah once said, it depends the child. But no, it depends on the 18-year-old. Are they attractive or not? I mean, if he had a super hot supermodel, who was 30, but she's super fucking banging still, I think he'd go for her over a, like, fugly 18-year-old.
Yep.
Just saying.
Of course I do, but I can't sit here and
say... For
the
benefit of viewers who don't know why I'm asking, you said this. In general, this is also one of the reasons men find youth attractive.
Yeah.
You want to block the internet? I'll block the internet right effing now. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less... People say, oh, you can't say that. Yes, I can. A 19-year-old's more attractive than a 26-year-old.
I mean, that's possibly true as well. Not all. But that's why he answered that way. But yeah, that is true.
But speaking broadly, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Because that 26-year-old...
a prick.
Yeah.
Talk to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up. That is misogyny.
How is that misogyny? That's just common sense.
It's like I believe that the Offspring made a song about it called "She Got Issues."
Yeah. You would rather go for a girl that has been with less men. I don't know how the fuck that is in any way controversial.
Well, I would think even like, I mean, I guess the argument with men is that like, oh, a man who's been with more women, he knows better how to like sexually please a woman or how to, interact with women. But in terms of, look, relationships fuck people up. So people go to relationship counseling and therapy and stuff over it. So he's not wrong. You do have more baggage the more people you've been with. And when you look at the modern women in the Western world, are not just they inspired, they're encouraged to be gigantic fucking whores in their teens and early 20s.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck as many guys as possible. Have fun, explore, find yourself, girl.
And by the way, ladies, no guy wants to be with you when it looks like your vagina's been beaten by a bag of nickels.
Why? Because you are encouraging a mindset.
The why was so fucking well timed.
About 25-year-old women that makes them sound out to be infinitely less desirable than 18, 19-year-olds.
No one wants you after the 25th. It's the Christmas cake rule.
Well, if you've been slogging around for like 8 years, then yes, Piers, that would actually be the case.
And having effectively been having too much sex to be taken in a more respectful way.
Yeah, and any sane man will agree with this.
I like how they always talk about how like people like Andrew Tate are fucking misogynistic, but they never talk about how they never speak about things like the spousal abuse rate amongst certain demographics, such as police officers and lesbians.
Oh yes, that is unusually high.
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about the lesbian abuse rate.
Yeah.
But the other thing is too is that you have to look at why is it okay, or whatever. Why is it okay for men to have a lot of partners and women not? Because women, which they will tell you from their and I mean all women, of course, but kind of feminist women, by their incessant use of the word incel, which is their new favorite term, is that a lot of modern women in particular tie, and historically have tied as well, their entire value as a human being to what's between their legs and your ability to access it. So of course, it does have value.
Society function better when boobs are harder to see.
Women are the controllers of reproduction, and they all, even though obviously forceful sex can happen, it's traumatic and likely not going to turn out well. So
God,
women
so
are the
jokes,
ones who
so many jokes.
women are the determinants of reproduction and the determinant of who gets to have sex in the society. So therefore, if a woman is giving it away to everybody, she's showing she doesn't value this thing that she has that has
Scarcity.
value. Yes, she is giving away the scarcity. So that is why it's not seen socially as like a bad or a more, maybe morally not so great, but like why it's men don't get called sluts the same way women do. Because for women, it shows that you are giving away something that has a hell of a lot more value than men's virginity, for example, right? In terms of societal value.
All I can think about now is Frankie Paul. So do your knickers feel uncomfortable on? Try Bacardi Breezes. As a Mark of the Week joke. Oh God, I cannot unhear that now.
Pre-crisis, Frankie.
Yeah, that's when it was actually still funny and said based shit about
The Last Days of Sodom is literally the last tour he was funny.
Yeah.
And even then, it wasn't a great tour if you happen to be a Michael Jackson fan.
Oh God, yeah. He did say a really good joke about.
Well, it's going to be in my new video, which covers the death of Michael Jackson. So yeah,
he did say a really funny joke about Steve Jobs, which was that his death was a fitting attitude. It was a fitting metaphor for his company's attitude towards battery life, which is a fucking good joke, actually, and that is absolutely true.
Also, people always say, "Oh, people won't slut shame men." Yes, they do. The term is Jody.
I've never heard
fuck other people's wives.
Oh, okay. Oh, Aiden.
In fact, in nostalgia, one of the few things you could end up in super hell for is fucking someone else's wife.
Yeah, for sure.
I want you to hear this.
Jordan? He's such a loser. And it's like, it really speaks to how bad he is that Piers Morgan, of all people, looks like the good guy.
I know. That, again...
Would you
He's such a loser. He's a millionaire. He fucks models all day, every day, and they have to clean up for him unprompted. Like, how is he a loser? He's by definition a winner. What game is he losing at here?
Okay, hold on a second. It's gonna get worse.
Again, it's incredible because Piers Morgan is not like someone I admire.
Now, do you think these two fucking morons are going to in any way dispute what he actually says? No.
or comes across as like a great guy. But Andrew Tate, Jordan, where do you stand on commenting on people's looks?
Coming from you, Anna.
Well, look. Okay, let's talk about. Like, how do you feel about commenting on people's looks as we look between these two cocksuckers?
And we started this entire discussion talking
Who
about Anna's
who look
favorite.
like the two people who dumped charisma in the D&D party?
Yeah.
We have
Okay.
the person with the perfectly square head and the person with the perfectly square torso.
Like, does Andrew Tate know what he looks like? Does he?
Looks like a thumb. Like a
He's
skinny
not
thumb.
attractive.
No.
So, like, spare me your thoughts on what makes other
Have you
people
seen him without
attractive
his
or what makes
shirt?
women.
Have you seen him with his shirt off, Anna? I think you'd change your tune, by the way. He's in, like, really good shape. And also, he's a millionaire, so...
He's a millionaire. He's the only person I've seen who shapes his beard with a fucking razor and doesn't look like he sucks cock for a living.
I legitimately hate this woman's guts. Because you're
You
not
can
going
sort of fucking eyeliner out.
Yeah, you're not going to dispute anything he says. And the first thing you do is, I don't like how he looks. Like, you are a shallow, stupid bitch. Like, seriously.
It's hilarious considering that fucking updo she's been sporting for goodness
so
sake.
is Andrew
Fucking
Tate.
tighten that bun up a little bit harder.
I mean, Andrew Tate's shallow too, but he's upfront about it. But Anna's like, don't insult people's looks. I'm gonna insult your looks. Hypocrite.
I'm fucking better than you, yeah. She's going to be forever remembered by that line.
Women attractive. You are not in any way, you're not even in the traditional,
Says who? Who the fucking hell are you the arbiter of what makes men handsome?
What I especially love is coming from someone with the fucking like fist tight updo bun.
Yeah.
Bad eyeliner. Fake fake collagen lip. Fucking lip liner bullshit.
Anna, why did you get a
and the
no-show?
least flattering dress in human history.
And also, here's the thing
Have
too.
chisel away at that Armenian ancestry.
Again, she's just illustrating her double standard. It's fine for her to talk shit about men's appearance. And again, guess what? When women are asked about this stuff, they will admit that they're willing to take a guy who is less attractive. Not that Andrew Tate is not an attractive dude. Again, he's ripped. But if he's rich, men have other value that they provide besides just physical attractiveness. But again, this goes into all that women like Anna can understand is my holes, the importance of my holes and the attractiveness, and that's how they understand all sexual relationships. Women like Anna, not all women.
Hold that thought.
Conventional wisdom type of thinking when it comes to attraction. Like, there's nothing there. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't understand that, honestly, male privilege. Because it's not just Andrew Tate. I get it all day, every day from dudes online, where they're like, it's always conservative dudes. They're like, she's dumb, but I'd hit it. And I'll look at his.
No, they won't.
Yep.
Anna, no one looks at you and thinks that.
With a gun to my head and a knife to my nadgers, not in a billion years. I would fuck a bag of broken glass before I'd go through that. Jesus wept.
Anna, you are not attractive, like at all.
You look like a raw chicken in a gunny sack.
Where the hell do you get this fucking ego from, woman?
She lives in her own head.
Like, do you realize most people hate you? The reason why most guys might fuck you is to get you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that would be why. It's a hate fuck. That's why conservatives say they would fuck you, is because they want to fuck you into silence, I think.
Imagine being behind the hate fuck line to Anita Sarkeesian.
God.
The other, yeah.
The other Armenian genocide.
Like when I heard this, I just thought the insufferable arrogance of you is unbelievable. You are not attractive. Like, let's put it this way: he as a guy is way more handsome than she is pretty by a fucking mile.
What can we say? What can we drop at the feet of Andrew Tate?
Let's ask the chat.
He's bald. That's it. That's really much, and he's a little bit shorter than average. What can we drop at the feet of Anita? Fucking
basically the same person.
Shit there. Anna Kasparian. She looks like the rotisserie chicken in the discount bin.
She is shrill. She has no personality. She has an ego,
a bordering on God complex.
Yes, and she's also smashed. Okay, that's.
This is after the work got done, by the way.
Oh
yeah.
yes.
And she's wearing a copious amount of makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not even either. Sort your fucking eyelashes out.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't even. It was just her face there. Her eyelashes are.
Sorry, it's her face that's asymmetrical.
Also, I actually think Andrew Tate is a good-looking guy. I'm being slightly biased because, like, if I was 10, he and I would look like brothers. Or very similar.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. You do look a little bit like Andrew Tate, to be completely honest. It's not just because you're both bald. Yeah, you do look a little bit like him.
Yeah. He's got really dark eyes, and he's got, similar facial features to me. So.
You think I'd hit you? I mean, I'd hit you in the face, but like, oh, do you think I'd have sex with you? Never.
I don't think that comes across the way you think it does. Yeah. In the face? That's a bit dirty on the first date, but there we go.
No. Also,
those are the people who would fuck Anna Kasparian would actively engage in some shit.
Yes, also, Anna, I think there's more men that would probably hit you in the face rather than fuck you. That's probably true.
Most likely, yeah.
It might improve matters.
Crazy?
I look like someone put Chumley in the microwave. Like, god damn.
The idea of her asking anybody else are they crazy, like, Jesus fucking Christ. That's...
Bruh.
But like they feel it's the unearned confidence. I can't get over the unearned confidence of these guys.
Oh my god, the irony. The absolute irony.
As the Young Turks are lining up a new, more annoying model to replace her.
A younger, more annoying model, though. I think the younger part is key here.
I think the one that debated
Well,
sticks as well.
This is a great profile picture
God.
because you get to see quite how far her jaw goes.
Oof.
That's someone called the set of Bone Tomahawk a prop is missing.
Jesus Christ.
Guys have. Yeah.
He popped up a few years ago. And that's when I first saw him.
Yeah.
And he was doing the same song and dance, just saying overtly misogynistic, overtly sexist things just to get attention. And he very quickly got banned from Twitter.
Who let gay General Sam on set?
Your mother calls, she wants the pearls back. For God's sakes.
Why is his mouth so small? Why is his whole face so small?
I just keep noticing the fucking earring. Why? Dude, like, your wardrobe is a fucking
I'm trying to figure
mess.
out what that band t-shirt is.
Also, yeah, you were right. He looks like someone went into Photoshop and made his face tinier.
He looks like someone. He looks like a General Sam has like a podcast full of nothing but people with gigantic foreheads, and they have a really grotesque caricature artwork for it, and he looks like that artwork.
It looks like Dev, apparently. Dev was more chiseled in it.
He has been evading a Twitter ban for a while now. I think they finally caught up to him again. But that's when he really re-rose to prominence. Because he had like a smaller following in, say, I think 2018.
What, you mean if you ban people, they get more exposure? Jeez, I wonder why.
ZB says he looks like an angry bird.
He does. Check general. Fucking. I'm so used to saying shit. Hang on.
Yeah.
Find the fucking texture.
Go on.
And he like started getting onto Twitch, which whole other problem. It was partnering with like esports orgs and influencers and streamers. Oh yeah.
Wasn't Twitch banning people for saying?
Oh,
sorry.
That is a picture of General Sam that's been edited.
I could say it.
Make his forehead bigger, but yeah, if you didn't know what General Sam looks like, that's a.
I just yeah. No, I'm aware what General Sam looks like.
Okay, I didn't know.
Just by the way, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say now. Twitch let someone fuck on camera.
I know.
So
it gave her like a 3-day ban or something.
Yeah, so Twitch standards are kind of lax, much like your asshole, Anna.
Yeah, he's just gaming people's moderate sensibilities. Like, of course, no one wants to, no serious rational person thinks that.
Right.
That's also
no serious rational person thinks that. Really? Are you fucking
doubt.
high?
No.
Tiny ass mouth.
His mouth's so tiny.
What the fuck is that band t-shirt
that he has of young women?
He's like Wolfsmoth. That's a really old meme.
Yeah, he does look.
In terms of tiny mouth.
It's like when that fucking Star Wars game came out, the RPG, like the actually semi-decent one, and like the main secondary character looked like Obunga.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, Arden Party, yeah, they let her back on, then she did it again. And I think they just gave her another slap on the wrist. Yeah, it's fine. You can just straight up stream porn on Twitch if you're a woman. It's fine.
Also, he would look infinitely better if he just dropped the fucking earrings. Like, why did you
the
wear
earring
that?
is
Jesus
distracting.
Christ.
Yeah.
Again, another problem. This guy's got many of them. But
maybe if he didn't dress like a fucking
I like the clip, it's funny,
roadie.
but I also kind of hate that he's still getting attention because he needs to do those interviews to stay relevant because he got banned. And his only game is saying
Yeah, because the left has banned him from everything. By the way, he can still just go on being a millionaire and having sex with models, but no, he chooses to do this. He doesn't need to do any of this. He chooses to because he's trying to tell his side of things.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to make money. He's got it.
Things like this, so people talk about it, so he keeps in the front of people's minds. They subscribe to his hustler school thing, and it's just a never-ending cycle.
Yeah, isn't that like some sort of pyramid scheme
Basically,
or something?
yeah.
I don't think you know what a pyramid scheme is, Anna.
She's working for one.
Yeah, true.
How many times wasn't it recently that fucking Chunk got caught taking out PAC funds for himself?
Yeah. Well, he was raising funds for his PAC to run, and he failed miserably. He got like, I think he was the lowest. I think maybe like some absolute nobody got fewer votes than he did in his election. But yeah, they basically took the PAC funds and I think put them back into TYT.
When your party fucking like basis is there's no cock like horse cock, like it's kind of a hard sell for most people, you know.
And also, your most successful person is AOC, who is a drowning moron.
Yeah.
So that does not help your credibility.
Classy dude. Well, we've got more from this interview. So Tate had the nerve to defend his statement, despite Piers' surprising pushback. Again, I can't believe.
There was no pushback.
How dare he have the nerve to defend himself? A Jornegi for 5 says, promiscuity is not romantically attractive. Cancel me. No, you're correct. It's not.
Yeah.
That there's a situation in which Piers Morgan looks good, but here it is.
No one likes her.
That's not misogyny because it's not anti-women. I'm saying that an 18 or a 19-year-old woman would be more desirable.
Pretty anti-25-year-old woman.
Anti-25-year-old woman we can argue, but not misogyny.
Well, that's misogyny.
No, it's not.
Being anti any woman at all is misogyny.
No.
I want you to...
Any woman, for any reason, is misogynist. Any reason that you don't like a woman is for... She can have been a mass murderer, and if you don't like her, it's just because you're a misogynist. Thanks for saying the quiet part out loud. Yeah, I guess so, right?
To be fair, that's understandable.
That's the quiet part of modern feminism out loud. Thank you, Piers, for stating it. You cannot criticize women, or else you're a misogynist. Yeah. Thanks for explaining it, Piers.
I think Sagan said that as well. That's the final evolution of feminism. Is that you're the, which by the way is pathetic. As well as so women are so stupid and so pathetic that you cannot criticize them for anyway because they don't have any agency to act in a sensible manner. That's ridiculous. That's also really condescending.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Of course, he's not going to recognize that because
I don't need you to stand up for me, Pierce, with your can't criticize women bullshit. Absolutely insane.
Not when I'm saying that women are beautiful and attractive at a certain age and saying that age.
You're saying 18, 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25.
Well, then ageist, perhaps, but misogynistic, absolutely.
Exactly, but you just accepted it was misogyny.
No, I didn't.
No, he didn't. You fucking
you just said it was ageist, you fucking nonce.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, pay attention.
Didn't you said it was misogyny? I'm telling you, no, it's not.
If a 26-year-old woman is watching this and has heard those comments, would you just say to her, look, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that?
No, I won't. I will say that I am sorry that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world.
That doesn't mean you're sorry.
No, I'm not sorry.
He literally just said
he's not
sorry.
He's sorry that it offends you.
He's talking to a fucking straw man of the guy who's in front of him. He's just it's completely solipsistic.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Again, he told you, Pierce. You know, like he's not sorry that you're offended. He's sorry you got offended, but he's not sorry for his opinion. It's pretty easy to understand.
HL men can quote.
Oh yeah.
That's the point I'm making. I'm sorry if that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world that believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
Parts of the world that believe that about 26-year-old women are parts of the world where women are not allowed out on their own.
That's a conversation.
They have to wear full burqa.
London.
Ooh, now we're going to talk about what's wrong with Islam then, Pierce?
Piers, you live in London, do you not?
Yeah.
Actually, can I play a clip that will completely prove his point?
Yeah, we're at 6:48. Yeah, if you want to play it.
Yeah. This is Eddie Murphy's Raw.
Oh, we're gonna get fucking. I don't know if
this will get a shit can.
We can't play this spoon.
We need to not touch Eddie Murphy's material.
We will get turned. It is super giga freaking. We will get taken off in the middle. We can't play Eddie Murphy.
Why not?
Because they will copyright us in the middle of the goddamn video. In the middle of the stream.
I know.
It's just the way it is.
So my question.
Okay.
If we wanted to, I could have taken it before the stream and heavily edited it, and we still would have gotten copyright struck, but we wouldn't have been, or it would have gotten taken down.
We'd have been able to argue it at least.
We wouldn't, but we cannot watch this on screen.
But there's
very litigious people who own basically all the comedian.
Well, if you're familiar with the show Raw, he says, "I found the perfect woman, A beautiful girl, 19 years old, no
My
one
friend-
ever fucked her.
So my question to you is,
So I find it really funny to think that the Islamic people somehow watched 80s Eddie Murphy and adopted that as their kind of social values. I find that to be kind of absurd, Piers, and you're a fucking idiot.
Well, let's hear what he has to say about
You
Islam.
you wouldn't want to watch like early and mid aughts Eddie Murphy.
Mm.
I just find it funny because I've used his clips and videos before.
Again, it's one thing in videos, live streams. It can be very aggressive, and then it can just take you down. And also, to watch the whole thing, we'd have to find like the exact second that it's in.
It's literally the first 3 seconds.
No, anything over
I'm not-
5 and we're in the shit can.
Yeah.
Not with the rest.
I just want to go
we'll put a
straight
link
to the next
to
clip.
if you want to.
So let me set it up. Piers Morgan ended up kind of exploding after the clip that we showed you. So let's pick up where we left off. I want to watch the rest of that.
The reason
this isn't that hard, Andrew. You can simply say, Piers, you know what?
You know what would help, Piers? If you shut the fuck up and let him answer, you dumbass.
Yeah. He's being
With the
he's
benefit of
so
hindsight, I wish I hadn't said it like that. And if a 26-year-old woman's watching, I'm sorry I said that because that actually is blatantly misogynist. And even though that's a view held by other parts of the world, it's not a view I share. Now, I would respect you more if you said that than if you try and say, well, it's said in other parts of the world.
Okay, Piers, what the fuck is this? This is like saying, you know, Hitler was a vegetarian. I've learned so are you. Do you like to kill Jews? This is the same argument.
yeah.
Hey Piers, maybe if you take some iodine, that goiter on the left side of your fucking neck will go down. Jesus Christ.
God damn.
I realise you're jonesing for some adrenochrome, but calm the fuck down.
God damn.
While you're at it, maybe get some planning permission to expand your fucking eyebrows.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Bill. It's like, yeah, you're a vegetarian. Yeah, just like Hitler. It is that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I don't like smoking, just like Hitler.
Yeah.
World, so I'm not sorry.
I think
that doesn't tell me what you think.
Then you need to understand why my content existed in the first place. My content existed because I tried my very hardest to be an absolute and utter realist, especially with uncomfortable truths. I was pointing out that very uncomfortable.
Is that a truth?
It's an uncomfortable truth in many parts of the world.
By the way,
it is a
how
fucking
is
truth.
fucking how is fucking Private Sam on the left there getting greasier between shots?
Yeah, he's become very
He
greasy.
is like a mirror.
Yeah, holy shit. How do you get that greasy? Is he sweating or is he just greasy?
He's sweating. Can I just point out what Andrew Tate is saying? This is what's so fucking depressing. If you took his attitude, he's literally like every other dude walking the street in like 1950. There's nothing special about his opinions whatsoever. Nothing.
Yeah, you just picked a man out of time, essentially, in terms of his opinions.
Yeah, exactly. There's like if you just his opinions are not like in any way irrational. If you took like a woman like in her 60s and 70s and you asked her like what are men like when you were younger, and they played him just like, yeah, like that guy.
And something to be clear is that you remember that it's the myth of liberal progress, that we're always progressing forward and it's always in a positive direction. So they would say, well, of course, someone from the 1950s would just be evil. Anything that a man from the 1950s would believe would be evil and terrible. So that's why Andrew Tate's so awful. But it is a myth that everything within society, within liberal societies, progresses in a positive direction. As we have gone over with our discussion of the trans stuff earlier, for example. That's all moving. We're going progressively, right? We're moving towards more and more liberalism, so it's good, right?
Yeah. Liberalism means the lack of any standards.
At this point.
Yeah.
What a hero. Really, what a hero. I mean, just people aren't willing to say it, you know? They're just, that's the problem with the internet.
You're a bitch. How about that?
To the point.
How's that? That probably is a look on her face if I were to say that to her face, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
There's this lack of men who are willing to say terrible misogynistic things about women.
If you think that is terribly misogynistic, my God, you should hear my opinions, Hannah.
Well, also, like, by the way, women do go for men like that. Not even if he wasn't. I mean, yes, women. Look, women do not want a pussy beta bitch. Okay, it is not. That's why these soy boys don't get attention from women.
Yes.
That's why they become transgender often. Because they're like, oh, here's how I can get women to date me. Yeah.
Like, why do you think women are attracted to him, Anna?
I mean, the money helps, obviously, but it's also because he's assertive, he's dominant, and he's not wrong. Women do want an assertive, dominant man who's not. I mean, you know, his thing is that, like, look, you just you know, wash the dishes, clean the house a little bit, just clean up a little bit, you know, take care of shit, and you can live in my fucking mansion and do whatever the fuck you want. I'll fuck you, and we can have a great time. But I've heard his other stuff, and just do anything he doesn't want women to work because he wants them to be in the home. He's a very traditionalist kind of perspective on women in that way. And the women are like, expecting me to do anything to contribute to the relationship. That's the just way that modern women think about stuff, which is like, okay, so again, remember, why do modern women think that way? Because they put all their value in the whole. And it's really sickening to me. By the way, that kind of thing of, I'm a woman. I'm a woman, so I should be treated like a princess all the time.
I have inherent worth for no reason.
For no reason other than my whole. And it's disgusting, you know?
Women. And Andrew Tate is the king. He's the hero who decided to really give it all up, sacrifice everything to be the one to say misogynistic things online. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much.
You know, a lot of
ironically,
the only critique is it's literally just to say the same fucking thing line over again. He's a misogynist. What does that fucking mean at this point?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Internet experts, scholars, pundits have been saying that if anything, people
Who
are
cares
too
what
nice to you on the
scholars
internet.
say?
So
nice.
it's great that
People are saying.
Don't worry there,
No,
who the fuck you are. One day
people
you'll be
are
able to afford a
too
full-sized
nice?
face.
Wait a minute, people are too nice on the internet?
Have you been on the internet?
Well, they always complain about how Anna constantly complains about how she was just
He
complaining
looks
earlier about how
trans
people
as
were
shit
mean to
in
her on
this
the
fucking
internet.
picture, by the way, in this still
I think
shot.
I told you, I think he's probably a they them. But Anna just complained earlier in this segment about how people were mean to her on the internet. So I don't get this. Okay, but maybe I
By
misunderstood
the way,
it, whatever.
the idea that a whole bunch of people are telling her they want to fuck her, that's AOC's
Doubt.
defense.
Yes, same thing. That's AOC's exact thing. Everyone just
Everyone's
there she
favorite
goes.
rubber glove stretched over a skeleton.
There goes that big booty Latina. He was messing with you.
She walked up.
It must
by
be
the way,
like
posed with the
separating
camera.
deck chairs with your dick.
Oh wait,
God.
what's his name? I'm sorry, his name's escaping me. The guy who said that to her. Spoon, do you recall? He's hilarious.
He said that purely because AOC's got a very clear anorexia problem.
Whoa, he said he was like, there she goes, there's that big booty Latina. I don't know why his name's escaping me, but she's not a big booty Latina. He was saying that because it's a stereotype and because she's
a fucking coke fiend
and because she's so narcissistic and self-centered. I don't even know if that's what she picked up on. Oh, he said something about me. Because even though she acts like she doesn't like it, I think she did like it. I think she did like it. She's like, oh, Alex Stein, thank you, chat. Thank you,
There we
chat.
go, yeah.
Someone play
Is
it.
there like a rule that if you are a female in office in the Americas that you have to look like a lich?
Apparently, you would sell your soul, I guess.
Okay, look. So for women, I hope no one watches Andrew Tate and legitimately, genuinely feels terrible or offended, okay? You should laugh. You should laugh at him. Your worth, your
I
value,
do.
your
He's
beauty
hilarious.
should
He's also
not
based.
hinge on what an unattractive man has to say on the internet. Okay?
You look
if
the
anything-
fucking same.
But again, she's like, ladies, don't matter what some guy says about your appearance. He's ugly. Could you be more hypocritical in one sentence, Anna?
Yeah.
Popularity, it comes from young guys who watch him. They're probably frustrated themselves because it's tough. It's hard out there, right? They probably want love, affection, intimacy. We all want that. And it's a little more challenging for young men than it is for women. I get that. But my advice to guys who buy into
it's a little bit
no, hold on.
more challenging
I want you to
for young men.
I want you to listen to her advice.
Oh,
the
okay.
garbage that an unattractive guy is selling them online is you're just going to exist in this weird male echo chamber of hatred toward women that will not get you laid. It just won't. So if like
Yes,
your
it will. You have
concern
been to
is,
Fit.
I really want women to find me attractive, I want that intimacy in my life, I hear you, and everyone deserves that.
No one deserves that, by the way.
No,
You have to
also,
fucking earn it, you stupid
yes,
bitch.
no one deserves this. What is she doing now with like everyone deserves sex? That's kind of weird. Sexual intimacy. Secondly, Anna, you know
way,
deep down
that's
whether
the incel line.
Yes, it is.
Is
Exactly the incel.
I deserve something just because I exist. Like
And she just said it. Yep.
That's that's you just fucking laid out
Nice
the incel
self-report.
mentality, you stupid asshole.
Nice self-report. The other thing that's absolutely fucking ridiculous about that, people deserve this. God, I can't believe she said. No, now I lost my train of thought. Actually, I had another thing to say, but now I've lost it because that was the incel line. You're right. Oh well.
Take advice from this guy because you will not get what you want. You know, that's it.
Okay,
It's totally misleading. And you're gonna.
What do you mean you won't get what you want from this guy?
Okay, but
it seems to be insinuating that you should just tailor your personality to get yourself some slatch.
Oh, here's what I was gonna say.
Incredibly depressing.
Is that so if you are the opposite of Andrew Tate, if you're this guy on the left here, let's say you're him instead, you're the anti-Andrew Tate, and you're very sensitive, and you're gonna talk, every time your female friend is having her period, be like, oh girl, sis, let me get you some chocolate, and you're doing all that kind of shit, and you're being very, oh, I understand you, I'm your friend. Guess what is, there is no more assured way to absolutely positively lock yourself into a friend zone of never sleeping with that woman if you're a friend and an ally. Women don't want to date men who are just their pals, right? Who are like one of the gals. They don't like that. It's not attractive. That's not how the sexual dimorphism of our species works.
It's an
Okay?
expectancy violation because they're expecting that person to be a reliable, non-sexual bastion in their life that they can rely on emotionally.
Yes.
It would be like, our best way to describe it, it's like that part in Resident Evil 2 when suddenly Mr. X can get into the fucking safe room.
Yeah, also, is Anna even married? I think she is married.
Actually.
I think she's married, but they don't have kids. The other thing that's, again, look.
Oh, I can
difficult
tell
to
you,
breed
I
with
can
pure
tell you
evil.
some phenotypical shit about her husband. I can tell you that much.
Oof. If you are a straight female, though, why would you be sexually attracted to a man who acts like a woman? Why? No, you want a man who acts like a man, not a man who acts like a woman. That again, biologically, evolutionarily, it makes no sense if you are a straight female to be attracted to a man who acts like one of your gal pals. That doesn't make any sense. So no, Anna, people want men, or women want men like Andrew Tate. They don't want someone like Soy Jack over here, okay?
I don't know who Soy Jack is, but he looks like he gets invited to all girl sleepovers, then sniffs the toilet seat.
Oh, 100%. In Minecraft, but yeah.
Ultimately lead an unfulfilling life. And I think that's what they're missing.
Cold
It's tough to be a 15.
Have you noticed they don't actually give any fucking advice?
And then they don't make eye contact with each other. Anna will look at his eyes, but he'll look up in the ceiling or down low.
He's just staring out into space.
But this is
He
the
looks
thing
like he's fucking coding.
This is the thing that bugged the shit on me is because she doesn't this entire fucking segment. She hasn't actually fucking said anything.
No, just he's a misogynist. That's it. That's her argument. He's a misogynist. That's my argument. Kissa for £5 says, humble brag, I fucked a cute lesbian coworker at my first job. Winky face. That is the power of being super straight. Good work. Good job, Kissa.
Well, because she was straight.
Probably sniffs the shoes. Yes,
16, 17, whatever, 18-year-old boy who feels inadequate, who is uncomfortable around.
Can I ask a question as to why an 18-year-old boy would feel inadequate? Could it be because all of modern Western society in the US tells men that they're evil and terrible and awful?
I've noticed she doesn't actually say why men have a problem. Just that the problem exists.
Because they can't admit that it's their political side, particularly feminism, that has created so many men who do become incels and who become murderous because they're like, what's the goddamn point? Society is all set up against me. I will never be able to find love because women will only go for men like Andrew Tate. Instead, at least what Andrew Tate's saying,
masculinity exists is this hollow simulacrum that means nothing.
Yeah. Instead, at least what Andrew Tate is offering men like that is going like, hey, look, yes, it's true. I get a lot of very hot model bitches, but I can at least offer you some advice that hopefully will be helpful so that you can find romance and love too, or at least just sex, I guess.
You can't let them, and more importantly, that you don't let motherfuckers drag you down.
And don't fucking simp for women, because this is what so many of these young men now end up doing is they think, well,
themselves at the altar of this ideal,
right,
of what relationship should be.
Right, and it's like, okay, so I don't know how to talk to women. I'm terrified that if I talk to a woman, she'll accuse me of rape, because that's totally fine. That's a fine thing to do in our society. Just, oh, he talked to me. I felt violated. I was basically raped. He hit on me. Oh, it was terrible. To go online,
Don't
ruin
talk
your
to me
fucking
in
life.
the elevator about coffee.
Yeah. It's been around for years, a decade now of that shit. That you can literally just talking to a woman can end your fucking life as a man if she feels uncomfortable. And why would she feel uncomfortable? Because you're not particularly attractive, because you're not dressed in a nice suit to show that you have wealth or something like that.
Okay, you know what that face is? That's the face of someone who just asked the gynecologist about his pregnant girlfriend, when will she be able to fuck again?
Oh God! Look at his tiny mouth.
That's the precise look.
He didn't impregnate her though, by the way.
Will she be able to fuck again after the cesarean?
Yeah, also, he didn't impregnate her.
I just keep noticing the earring. That's all I can see.
It's awful, yeah.
They're plugs as well. That's the worst thing.
Yeah.
Fucking plug earrings in the year of our Lord 2022. God damn. Like, that shit was old hat when I was in school.
Well, he's probably trying to get gauges, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so what gauges. Like, plug earrings are fucking.
Ugh, whatever.
Like,
women,
just
whoever you're.
smell of rot.
Women, men, or women,
Look
or
at,
whoever.
what is
you're
this
into.
fucking
Oh my God.
phenotype?
So I love you, Bill.
Why? Fucking dude, why?
Look at the pleading in his eyes.
Please listen to me. I swear I have a valid point. I
It's like
swear.
something is violating him right now.
Oh God, a little bit.
You're interested in. Those comments can be very affirming to people in that position. I cannot stress enough how important it is to ignore them because it's not going to lead to happiness. It's not going to lead to fulfillment. It certainly won't lead to a
It's
relationship.
like the wife
at least with,
Putin meme on
with
general
anyone worth
sense.
valuing.
Yeah.
It's just it's totally detrimental and self-destructive to listen to this guy, and it's really frustrating.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Please.
Because you won't find
You're
true
not-
happiness.
You're not even saying like he's.
No, they're not
bad.
saying why. They're not explaining why, dude. They're just saying. They're just saying, don't listen to him. Don't listen. He's saying bad things. Don't listen to him. You won't be happy.
This is the face of someone going, it's okay, it's okay. The Neutral Milk Hotel album gets better in 2 songs.
It does.
I swear.
I like Neutral Milk Hotel.
Okay, a fucking the Aphex Twin song gets good in 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I swear, the Aphex Twin song gets better 20 minutes in.
Frustrating and sad that he's led so many young boys down that road.
Yeah.
I'd be worried about the road you'd be leading young
it's
boys
a whole
there.
cottage industry, right? So Andrew Tate,
Look at
I
his
think,
arms, you'll
kind of
find out the root.
represents that men's rights activist
no.
vibe of
The shuffle of the
and not all
shoulders
men's
is it
rights
all.
activists are as gross in what they say or how overt they are with how gross they can be. And
Do you understand that she didn't say that men's rights activists have a point? It's just that they're not as gross as him. So none of us have a fucking point. Again, I've been working, tentatively. No, I've been supporting actively in my YouTube channel men's rights advocacy for 5 fucking years, and they do have a goddamn point, Anna. It's not just that it's just that Andrew Tate is telling it. Yeah, you're right. You call it gross. I'd call it hard goddamn truth.
Yeah.
You can't handle the truth, you know?
Well, they're leftists, of course they go.
Of course.
Party's pointing out that he might have a slight black eye.
And then you have like the ones who try to put like this intellectual cover or facade, like what's his name, Jordan Peterson. But they kind of spread the same nonsense that will not help you with women or girls.
And neither will you.
This
You're not
shit
saying
either.
anything.
Well, also again, yeah, she didn't provide any like. Wait, what will help me with girls, Anna? How do I get a girl like you? Jeez.
How,
with gaffer tape and chloroform.
Have an ardent conversation. If Anna wants to fucking put them anywhere her mouth is, have an ardent conversation with how you should conduct yourself to put yourself across in the best light.
I said
you can really. Put
She's gonna say
your merits.
She's gonna say that you need. First of all, like the guy still needs to have an excellent job. He can't be a loser. I'm sure she'd say he can't be.
Can't
so
be shorter than 5'11".
He's got to be at least 5'11", 6 foot. Obviously, he's got to have a 6-figure salary. And this is for all women, by the way. It's not just for Anna. This is for all women. Girls, here's what you need to aim for. And then women wonder why they're 40 and alone.
I said this to a friend of mine. Her attitude is the NIMBYism of sex.
Yeah. Yes.
Like,
yes.
Yes. Like everyone deserves love, but just not from me, because you are not like what I'm looking for. And again, you have better luck with the gaffer tape and the fucking chloroform.
People gloss over. That's got brought up in the chat. Like people gloss over. Jordan Peterson has children.
Yeah, we're gonna cover Peterson next. We'll only go through it really quickly because there's not much to say. It's just I found the clip and it infuriated me immediately.
Young Turks is fluff.
Yeah, it is.
It's completely without substance.
Yeah. Let's finish this up real quick.
Look at that fucking thumbnail, by the way, the fucking Brandon one. Jesus Christ, that is.
What?
They try the fucking like dark random thing.
Oh, I don't see a thumbnail anymore.
There's the bottom right hand corner.
What?
On the thing.
Not on my side.
Oh, okay. Fuck,
I don't know. Whatever.
Ever. So, I don't know.
You can stop by I don't know. I agree with that. That's the
Yeah,
smartest
there you
thing
go.
you've said so far.
We
You
agree,
don't know
yeah.
shit.
It's scary
Oh,
to
I clap,
see
but
because I see a lot of frustration among young men and boys. I
to
see
have
it
an opinion
in
on everything whilst
where they're
knowing
at with their education, where they're at with their jobs and aspirations, and I do think they're falling behind in a lot of ways. And
Would you mind telling us why you think that is?
Oh, it must be their fault. Obviously, Anna. It couldn't be that there's something that's societally going on that's making life for men, particularly young men, very difficult. No, they're just falling behind because they're losers or something, right, Anna? I'm sure that's why. And that's why Oh, do they? From who? Oh, from you, clearly. But you're not going to tell them how. What help do they need, Anna? If not from Andrew Tate. And I'm not telling young men should all listen to Andrew Tate either. But if not from him, then from whom?
It does speak to a lack of role models.
Yeah, it does.
It's
Exactly.
like we have specifically gone out of our way to rebrand and recreate every single male role model and completely castrate them in every form.
Right, but she just talks shit about Jordan Peterson, who's also a male role model, who just says, "Clean your room, wash your penis, bucko." And like, it's simple advice, but that's the thing about Peterson is like, just start today by doing one little thing: clean your room.
This is a man who's bounced back from barbiturate addiction.
Yes,
and a coma.
Yeah, he was in a fucking coma. He nearly died, and yet they talk so much shit about him. We'll watch that in a minute. It's awful. Before we end the stream.
But being morbidly obese is a fucking disability.
Well, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah.
I don't think it's wrong to admit that. I don't think that it's a good thing to avoid talking about it and thinking about solutions. You know.
Would you mind presenting one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just bitch. This is what all the left does. Just bitch. We need a solution.
Kind of aimless. They feel like they've been forgotten about. That's not good. And I don't think it's okay for us to pretend like, no, we just got to focus on women's equality. And there are some issues that impact boys and men that I think we legitimately should be.
That's what like what? Like 50
and what's
fucking
like what? She won't even say what issues they are. Like what?
Yeah.
Like what issues
I really
affect boys and men?
Anna's like right on the cusp of figuring something out and just can't quite crawl her way into it.
She can't figure out. Like, she knows something's wrong. I don't know what it is. Well, let's not worry about it. Let's go back to talking about women's issues like we did the entire fucking 10 minutes that we just.
I feel like if Anna had like a single amount of actual interest in the matter, she could probably be like a positive force in this conversation. But she is so dead set on being an active fucking havoc.
Well, if you think Anna's bad, wait till we get to the Jordan Peterson thing. Yeah,
I should think
it's awful.
Happening right now. Terrible grifters
like.
Yeah.
Are kind of coming in. And they're giving these boys and men all the wrong lessons. And it's a problem. I think that's why we keep seeing different.
Okay, I'm done with this. Is she going to say anything else, Spoon? Have you seen this whole thing through?
Yeah, I just want to say the next thing because the next thing is funny.
Okay.
Iterations of the same guy. We see.
Because you keep seeing the same shit.
Yeah, just if we keep seeing iterations of the same guy and they keep being successful, what would that tell you? What would that indicate, Anna? That
could it be that there's a problem?
Maybe also that the message is timeless.
And works.
Does that not maybe fucking tell you something? You stupid
let me
bitch.
Let me be really clear. There are absolutely 100%, and I don't know enough about Tate to exclude him from this criteria or from this category or not, but there are 1,000% men like Jack Murphy who do grift off of the men's rights advocacy and men's rights activism sort of spheres, where they are just out there to make money from young men who are looking for a father figure or who are looking for maybe not a father figure because that's a little bit unhealthy, but a male role model to emulate. Yes, which is good. And by the way, that's normal. That has been a normal thing throughout the entirety of human history. Men find other men, they go, this is the difference. I remember who I was talking to about this, but when you look at like media, women, and they go like, I want to be. That's why women are like, I need the character to look like me because I want to be that character in media. I want to be Bella Swan. So I need the character to be a blank goddamn slate so I can just insert my own shit into the character. That's when you look at female romance stuff, the female character is always, really kind of a little bit perfect, but also without any personality. So she can insert herself into the character. When you look at those are the characters that women, and that's the media that women tend to like. Not all women, again. The characters that men tend to like are like, holy shit, that guy's awesome. How can I be more like him? Not how I just want to insert myself into there. How could I be badass too? And that appears to be a difference in the way that men and women consume media.
I think it does say, like, let's be real, these people who grift on this shit, the majority of things that young men really need to get by in the world, they're things that are in the public domain. You don't really need to go to some grifter who wants to charge you for the nose, because the majority of old treatises on how you should conduct yourself in life are broad, and they are based around the framework by which you should analyze the situation. Like, and it varies wildly. Like, you have the more modern renditions, you have like this modern shit like Bronze Age mindset and that kind of shit. And you go back to stuff like Hagakure, Book of Five Rings, Arts of War, which was the basis of the Art of the Deal, which means it, yeah, guess what? It means to this fucking day, it maintains its stature.
Yeah, it's timeless.
Exactly. These treatises are timeless, and by that is why masculinity is so strictly tied to warfare, because these treatises are based around it, and thereby life is conducted.
Yeah. And also, no one's going to say this to men because they think it's very misogynistic. But if you tell a woman to just shut the hell up and her opinion is not valid, I guarantee this woman are going to find that attractive.
Some anotypes will get mad, but that's because they've been indoctrinated into this shit for so long, and it messes up their brain.
Yeah.
A lot of women in like regular context, you're like, shut up, because you're being annoying. They'll be like, again, you have to be kind of good looking too. On top of it, I would say. But yeah. Oh, that's true, Bill. That worked for you.
I look like Chumley got put. As I mentioned, I look like Chumley got put in a microwave. It never stopped fucking me.
Oh.
Like,
Bill is very handsome. He's so rude.
Overthinking is fucking mentally stressful, and when you are met with a situation in which someone just goes, "Shut the fuck up," the ambient information I have observed means that I can, at a fucking flip of a switch, know that what you're saying is bullshit and form a strict plan and know what I'm doing going forward. That is an attractive trait to be able to
I'm just
form
saying
a
that
functional plan going forward with no stress.
Yeah, and probably your chance of attracting a woman by telling her to shut up is higher than if you go, "Hello, my queen, my princess. What can I do for you today?"
That's so cocky gay.
It's
But that's what Anna probably
It's
wants. She's
putting
not
the
telling us what
stress
she
of
wants.
choice on the other person. That, like, sometimes choice is not freedom. Sometimes choice is a burden.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's what do we want? It's like asking, like, where do we want to go to eat?
Yeah.
Like, it's
Oh,
like,
God.
It's a lack of structure.
Yeah, it's a lack of.
Women want men to say, "All right, we're going here." That's why we do. I mean, like, there might be, if there's some place I really want to go to, I'll tell you that, like, "Hey, Bill, I really want to go X."
I'm not going to
T."
Habanero. It's only open from like 8
I
o'clock.
want to go to
till fucking
Habanero.
1 in the fucking afternoon. I'm
I
at work
want
then.
to go there.
Let's drive then.
I haven't had it yet. I want to try it.
It's a fucking Mexican restaurant on an island off of France.
I want to
How
have
good can it be?
I want to try it though.
Then learn to drive.
It's
I've got an
American
automatic, so you can
folks.
learn to drive.
I know how to drive, but just not a car.
Learn to drive over here then.
Oh god, yeah, I have to learn how to drive on the wrong side of the road. I haven't done that yet.
On
Right?
roads that are marginally narrower.
The roads here, I'm terrified of. I don't want to drive on them. But yeah.
If you're not, because over here,
Spoon, I'll
if
show
you're not
you
used to the
pictures.
idea of a truck traveling within like 3 inches of your head.
3 inches of your car on a road where there's stone walls, just on the other inch away from you.
Damaging your car on the walls, it's got so frequent. There's a term for it called granite rash, which is the damage to paintwork from granite stone raking.
I will show you a video at some point, Spoon, or if anyone else would like to see. Just type in like Guernsey roads and see what the shit is like.
Don't type in Guernsey police, you'll find some ratchet shit.
Oh, I've played that before, the Guernsey police ad, because it's hilarious. But yeah,
Letting them know.
Yeah, I've been letting people know about that for months, Bill.
We'll have words.
Oh no. Okay, let's finish this, and then I want to do the Jordan Peterson thing real
Do
quick,
the
and
Jordan
then we'll head out.
Peterson one because this is basically.
It's just good. This is ever, yeah. All right, let's move on to the last thing for tonight.
Stop wearing a fucking high and tight bun, Anna. It makes you look like an asshole.
You want to see who looks like an asshole? Wait for this fucking shit. Oh my god.
You keep bigging up how nightmarish this woman is.
Because it made me so angry, I watched 2 minutes of it.
Holy shit. At least Anna, I would say, like, props to Anna, there's like a crumb.
Wait, that's not it. Sorry. That's the
There's
same
a
thing.
crumb of, like, realizing that maybe dudes have to deal with some fucking hoops to jump through. There's a crumb of self-awareness.
No. Hang on 1 second. Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is Jordan. I got confused because it was Piers Morgan again. I was like, I felt like I was having a deja vu. All right, this is the right video.
Piers Morgan having an opinion is a crime.
Yeah.
Hearing it is a fucking catastrophe as well.
Okay, somebody push us.
God.
Sorry.
A new movie out, which she says is based on you, this insane man, this pseudo-intellectual hero to the incel community. Incel being the
Again, I hate that shit. Jordan Peterson's a fucking well-published professor, not a
in many
pseudo-intellectual.
ways. Is that you? Are you the intellectual hero to these people?
Sure. Why not? You know,
based.
People have been
Yeah,
asking me
why
for a
not?
long time.
Well,
by-
he
Why
is.
not?
Clearly.
Maybe
Because
these
I've been
motherfuckers
speaking to
need some
disaffected
fucking
young
help.
men.
Maybe, just
Yeah.
maybe, there needs to be a positive role model for once in the fucking
This is the
world
same
life.
thing. This is the same fucking thing. I forgot this was also with Pierce. But like, yeah, it's absolutely true. And he doesn't even say like, yeah, I am a model. It's like, maybe, yeah, because it's true. Men do need role models.
Is there any flaw in being so like, are you a champion to these people? Maybe, yeah. Maybe I can offer some advice. Maybe if what the shit I've been through, I can like show these people,
Yeah.
I can save them the same shit.
And it's also, what could be a better response to that question?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It cuts right to the heart. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, why is that bad?
Man, you know, what a terrible thing to do that is.
Thank you, Jordan.
Yep. You can tell how pissed he is. And
Talk to
emotionally.
marginalized. We're supposed to have a voice.
Yeah.
I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice, he said, his voice cracking as he's asked about being the king of all incels. That's
I
Do you
hate
see?
you.
Do you see why I said? Do you see why I prefaced this video with the way that I did? Why I hyped it up?
Can I just... Have you ever seen the movie The Ninth Gate?
Oh yeah,
Was
long
for
time
a
ago.
while.
Yeah, long time ago.
You know the way the one woman dies by being strangled with a necklace?
I don't recall that, but all right. I think it's
Yeah.
been a long time.
Yeah, well, he just basically just grabs her and chokes her with the fucking pentagram to the throat. I am having a similar image in my head right now. Just from fucking
This
that.
woman looks like Ego Raptor in drag.
This is the woman who's. This is the young Anna, Bill.
This is the best they could get.
Yeah.
You couldn't have gone to a trailer park with $50. Good grief.
They did.
What
They
is
got
this
change.
genotype?
Yeah.
What is that mouth? Look at it. Look at it. Look at that shit.
She does.
It's
look
a
like
rare.
Sim-
It's
she
a
looks
rare
like
matter when
Sim
I get.
character.
Yeah.
she does.
Yeah.
Specifically like Sim in the City.
Yeah.
I don't know. She reminds me of like a Sims 3 character. Yeah.
really
like,
does.
And that's it. Herbs specifically.
maybe. Yeah.
Like,
I see what you mean.
she's
She
like
does
be
look like a
friends with
Sim.
Fergie.
She does definitely look like a Sim, though. You're right.
That's right. That is exactly what you just witnessed. This is Jordan
sounds like her
Peterson
voice
on
is
Piers
like
Morgan's
AI
show
generated.
Uncensored, and somehow looking like a bigger crybaby than Piers Morgan ever has. You got to hand it to Piers for like
Why
openly
are you
asking him.
Piers all of a sudden?
I don't know. This is
They
well, no,
fucking
they
checked
don't
his-
like. They have to say that they don't like Piers, and then still be like, oh, he looks a bit.
Why is
Piers
her
looks better."
head so lopsided?
It's because It's because Piers in this instance is a fair weather friend.
This is disgusting, though.
Sounds
Haha,
like
what a
me.
crybaby. Haha. Wow, what a
What is it-
crybaby.
How dare
King
he
of the
care about people?
incels.
Like, Jesus
How dare you be emotionally affected by other people who are struggling in life? How dare you care about human life? We're the left. We're the party of caring.
Do you know what I hate most about this?
Uh-huh.
Is these same fuckers I've been saying for years, men are too masculine, toxic masculinity, but if
Yes.
one displays a shred of emotion, then these same fucking cunts make fun of them.
Like
No, that's why I wanted to play this.
Jordan
That's why I
Peterson
wanted to play
in
this.
one moment shows a greater range of emotion than any actor currently operating in Hollywood.
You can see
in
that
one look.
And again, Jordan Peterson has never been a man who shied away from showing his emotions because he tells men it's okay to show emotions, which, by the way, it is.
And he works
It
in
is okay
female
to show
industries.
emotions. Yes, he's a psychologist. Yeah, which is a female industry. But like, yeah, for years it's been like it's okay for men to cry. Men can show emotion, toxic masculinity. But he shows emotion, and every time he has, by the way, the left people like this bitch come in and go, "Ah, he's crying." You're reprehensible.
Yeah,
I don't even know what her name is, but you're reprehensible. Yeah, that's
That
why I
bitch.
wanted to show you
Kids at
guys this
home,
clip.
If you're struggling with some shit, before you trust these cocksuckers, because really there are some cocksuckers out there who will try to victimize you. Go out, educate yourself, and educate yourself in the classics. Like read I Claudius, read Hagakure, read Book of Five Rings, Art of War.
Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius, yeah, like good basis by which to analyze your life and see what you need in your life. And if you need cognitive behavioral therapy thereafter, go for it if you so desire. But at the end of the day,
lifting weights.
Yeah, lift weights, lift heavy rock until sad voice go away.
It actually
And
works,
I
like
basically just
lifting
remember-
heavy ass weights.
Most of the current like male behavioral complex can be summed up as this: no matter what kind of hindrance you feel like you are to people, just know that it's not as bad as you think it is. Most folk will go through life and you won't even register on their like periphery. They're like, oh, you inconvenience someone in the aisle at a grocery store. They won't even remember it 10 minutes from now. Go out and do your thing, educate yourself, learn about history and classics and everything you need, and just fucking have
And
at it.
learn about yourself too is another part of that, which these books can help you do. But learn about who you are. Don't allow yourself and your self-worth to be tied to women and what the fuck, particularly women like this, and what the hell they think of you. You have to be your own man, and that period of self-discovery, that's different for everybody. And so it might be it comes to you easily. Other people, it might not come so easily. But do not attach your self-image or self-worth to what anybody in fucking society wants you to be, or
Not
thinks you
woman,
should be, or
not
says you
particularly
should be.
religion, not any kind of factionalism, any bullshit. You need to be confident in and of yourself.
100%.
And then from there, you may, with an informed decision, lend yourself to any faction, any relationship, any other kind of affiliation that you feel is necessary. But until then,
Yeah,
be
until you
confident.
find yourself,
Wait
which is
until
what
you need to find out. Like, people say, like, "Oh, I need to take some time to find myself." That's what it means.
Mhm.
It's not just going into the fucking desert, drinking a bunch of ayahuasca and doing other shitty drugs, and waking up after a fucking bender, having decided. Or
No, it takes
that kind of
time.
shit, or
It can
getting
take and again, it's different for different people.
inculcated by retards
Mhm.
who just will insist that, oh, you're this or that or the other. Like, no, you need to make a decision by yourself without the influence of others. Just do your thing.
Ayn Rand would be
Hayden's
very
good
proud
on
of
how
you
to be a
both.
bum. Well, it's not how to be a bum. You got to take care of life shit too. But in terms of like, look, do not.
And to be a
No,
successful bum.
yeah, you do have to do life shit. You got to get by. But also, it's an important part for all of us to figure out who we are. But men in particular, I think, really, it's a different. Men and women are just different, obviously. So I can't totally speak to the experience, but I do think it's very important that men have to take this time away from. Yeah, you got to work, but then come home and reflect and lift heavy rock, but do meditate, whatever works for you, because there's like a billion different
Punch
ways.
things.
There's like a billion different ways of figure out what works for you, okay, right? To
Very
discover yourself.
Pick up a piece of metal.
But most importantly, do not give a
Pick up a
fuck
stick.
what females think. You know what I mean? Like, if you figure out who the fuck I am, and you are
Unless you own one.
self-confident, and you are self-confident and you're self-assured, you will be able to find females, trust me. They will be very attracted to your self-confidence. That's the kind of shit that Jordan Peterson talks about. Self-discovery, right? Figuring yourself
with a
out.
chick works like Jesus fucking Christ. It's insane.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Like, even guys who are like, like a Danny DeVito tier dudes, right? Short, fat, unattractive, can find women because they are confident. And I'm not saying Danny DeVito specifically.
Funny,
Someone who looks like
Jesus
Danny
Christ,
DeVito.
women will flock to you.
Funny is a huge thing. But again, don't try to become funny to attract women. Become funny if you want to, if that's what you want to do, because it fulfills yourself. Yeah, it has to be for you first, not for fucking anybody else. Fuck everyone else. You have to figure out yourself first, and that's something that's for men and for women. But I think particularly for young men.
Kind of hoary.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, don't do
it
that
for
part.
yourself.
Yes, do things for yourself. That is
Everything
helpful.
you do in life, no one's going to fight your corner but you.
Yeah.
Just you. No one else is going to fight that corner.
And that's what Jordan
You need to do it
Peterson
for yourself.
teaches. But that's what he talks about in his rules for life. It largely is do little things, become self-reliant, become independent, understand yourself first. I mean, this is basic sort of, psychology. Yeah. Well, you inevitably will end up hating the government if you follow these things, but
If you have basic
Become a
cognition, you will.
Naturally
yeah.
become a conservative and an anarchist and then hate the state.
Why do you think
that's
that the Young
true
Turks are so mad about this stuff? Why do you think the Young Turks are so upset by people telling men to do these kinds of things?
I think it's just because they're hateful cunts.
They are. That's first and
Johnny
foremost, yeah.
Chimes in. Danny DeVito is a sex symbol, Aiden. And he is.
That's true, he is. You know what, you're right.
Sex goblin.
He's a sex goblin,
Fuck
yeah.
dwarf.
No, the other reason why they talk about Jordan Peterson, you know why? Because he's popular and they will grift off his name.
Yeah. It's parasitism.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the parasitism has gotten so aggressive that the host is just struggling to step.
Also, yeah, he didn't actually shed a tear. She's saying he's crying. They watered up. He's not sitting here weeping. I mean, maybe he had one tear, but he's not like weeping uncontrollably like a woman.
It's a moment of deep emotional evaluation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no, yeah. Maybe these people deserve someone to fight their fucking corner.
Right. Maybe
Yeah,
is what he said too.
Shame
Maybe.
him for that. Like, fucking hell.
Because she's a bitch, that's why.
Because these are the people who can watch shit like Gurren Lagann and not even have a fucking twinge.
No, impossible.
There's just a fucking blank, hollow meat husk that sits there and absorbs information.
That's kind of like me when I watch most movies, I'll be honest.
Well, sometimes some cracks through there.
Not everybody is affected by movies.
Yeah, it's very difficult for me. That being said, I've cried at sports events before, so.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, you need to find something that resonates with you. It's not always like...
Yeah,
you're
that's the
not
thing, yeah.
Like, you're not a bad person because you don't find a certain thing sad or you find a certain thing compelling.
No, I'm a bad person for the bodies in the basement.
But again, it's exactly that though. You gotta figure out who am I, first and foremost, and then don't be upset if someone else is like, oh, you're not supposed to do that, or that's not. No, fuck off. I mean, again, as long as you're not stacking bodies in the basement for the most part, as long as you're not harming anybody else, you gotta find you. Yeah, all right, well, that's understandable.
You know
that's within
Some people deserve to be stacked.
Yeah.
Korea.
We talked about some earlier. Yeah. Well, there's maybe one here. Let's continue.
Listen, we found out that South Korea was literally run by a weird Hecate cult. We are allowed to talk shit.
Let's continue on that note.
Like, do you bear any resemblance to this character who's like a leader of incels or kind of a violent, angry, misogynist
Again,
dudes
women
who are
just
mad
love
at
this
women
word
because
incel.
they won't sleep with them,
Let me
and
clear,
they're
not all of them.
involuntarily celibate, and he's like, yes, I am.
He's married. He's got children. You should know. You
adult
hate his
children.
daughter. Yes, you should know. You hate his children too. This is so fucking disgusting. How happy she is that he's crying. It's so funny to her. It's so funny to her. This is why I wanted. Can I go back and just play it again though?
By the way, can we talk about the Ross from fucking Friends, like tooth whitening job she's got?
Yeah, wow.
Where it glows in the fucking dark. Maybe you don't have black lights if you're gonna have teeth like that. Jesus Christ.
Wow, yeah.
Obviously, Jordan Peterson, the all meat diet intellectual guru, thought leader. I don't even know. Let's watch a.
Can I just say something about that? As a South African, the idea of an all-meat diet is the most based fucking thing I've ever heard.
That said, don't eat nothing but T-bones. You're gonna end up with bowel cancer.
Yeah, I was gonna say he got fucked
Have
up
some
because
fiber,
of what?
goddamn. Jesus.
Yeah, you gotta eat. You can go a carnivore diet, but he and what's his daughter's
Some
name?
fiber, just a little bit.
He and his daughter who went on that, they were only eating red. They were like just eating steaks, and it's like you gotta.
You need something
mix it
to
up a little
push
bit.
things around,
Yeah.
otherwise your bowels are going to be looking like a graveyard.
Oh, I want to do that.
Just do it. Well, it made them
Oh,
both
you're
very
crazy. I
sick.
can't
So
afford T-bones.
yeah, there you go.
Oh,
You
I
can
like
afford the
T-bones that
full
much.
T-bone diet. Also, it will make you sick. You do have to diversify your diet just a little bit.
That's fine. I'll snort oregano.
Get some
or
filler
something.
in there.
Just
Eat like wood pulp. I don't know. What the fuck?
You need fiber. You need fiber.
Wood pulp. I'm not a fucking beaver, mate.
You need some sort of
That's
fiber.
what fiber is. It's just
Yeah.
undigestible cellulose material.
Yeah.
I drink water.
No, that's not fiber. Anyway, I'm
little
sorry.
bit
This
more
is unrelated.
of what he went on to
You
say.
shit out your ass.
It's making you
Oh my
emotional.
God.
Talk about it.
I'm sorry. Just look at her. I want to go back. Look at her fucking face. He went. Look.
Of what he went on to say.
It's making you emotional.
Bitch.
Talk about
Well, God,
Like, yeah, it
It's
should
very
fucking make
difficult
you
to
emotional.
understand
These people have been
how
completely
demoralized people
abandoned.
are.
Yeah. Listen to what he says though here for a minute, because you can tell that he's not acting. He really feels these things. She's acting and being a bitch. I think Dr. Peterson truly feels these things. She's acting this way because she can't understand what it's like to feel real human empathy, let alone watch
She's
someone
gonna
else
have to. She's
experience
lived in a
it.
situation where she was
Yes.
required of her.
hmm
She's the
It's
person
making
who takes a
emotional.
fucking
Well,
switch to
God.
funerals.
Yes. Let's listen to this for a minute though.
It's very difficult to understand how demoralized people are. And certainly many young men are in that category. And you get these casual insults, these incels. What does it mean? It's like, well, these men, they don't know how to make themselves attractive to women who are very picky, and good for them. Women, like, be picky. That's your gift, man. Demand high standards from your men. Fair enough. But all these men who are alienated, it's like they're lonesome and they don't know what to do, and everyone piles abuse on them.
Like this. Bitch. Do you resemble that remark a little bit? Is that why you're so mean?
One bitch from goddamn Until Dawn.
That was a great
With her
little
fucking
speech there.
Velma Dinkley ass vest.
That, by the way, that was a great little bit from Peterson. He's completely correct. Did you see how it says incel tears on the Chiron?
I did not.
How disgusting. He's upset by the plight of young men who feel abandoned by their society, as Aetherline says it here. They have been in many ways abandoned by society.
Also,
and
he's
she's
a clinical psychologist.
laughing
He has to
and
deal with
mad.
that, so.
This is dude, like I said, this video, oof.
Maybe stop acting like an incredible turd online all the time by trolling swimsuit models and calling them fat. Like,
well, they was fat. They were fat.
fat.
They were fat.
That wasn't a troll. That was just a fucking honest
He was
truth.
just
you
that's just the
stupid
truth.
asshole.
You sort your fucking eyebrows out.
Dude, women, oh my god, women, I hate. They can't take any fucking criticism, but are more than happy.
Right, Jesus Christ.
Are more than happy. The woman like this to dish it out tenfold. Oh, sure can. You called a fat woman fat. How dare you? I thought we were supposed to be proud, fat acceptance. You're being fat phobic right now, bitch, whose name I don't know.
well, starting with that anyway, Jank. I didn't hear the laughter. You guys couldn't hear me. Just
Speaking of fat, here is Chunk Yogurt. Look at his little pursed lips.
There's
Wrong.
That's a great still, by the way.
Everything about this is great.
Yeah.
That's why I love watching Young Turks.
That's an exchange that really just says it ain't gonna suck itself.
He knows he's
been
girding
through that.
himself. No, he's like, this obnoxious bitch is about to say some dumb shit at me, and I can't say.
I stuck my prick on that during the interview.
And I'm not gonna
Jesus
be
Christ.
able. I'm not gonna be able to do anything but sit here and agree with whatever
She got dirt
dumb
on me.
shit.
She was wearing a wire during the interview.
100%.
That couch has seen some shit.
Whatever dumb shit's about to spew from her hole. I have to sit here and agree with it.
dying,
Yeah.
but I could watch that and sleep soundly every night.
Oh God.
That's just more about
emotions.
you than anyone else.
Another nice
thing to pause on.
Another great pause. Well, that's something else is happening below.
We've returned to the casting couch.
And Chank likes what he sees.
Wrong hole is what I
so this woman just said she can go to sleep at night soundly listening to someone she thinks is on the verge of tears. You're a psychopath.
Yeah, you're a sociopath,
what the
my
fuck
lady.
is wrong with you?
You're insane. Because again, a man is crying because he feels genuine emotion. They're both laughing. Oh, he feels genuine emotion and empathy
cry for the villains
other human
whenever
beings.
someone, like,
oh my
always
god,
cry
I
for the
love
villains
Kylo
in any
Ren.
kind of like Disney flick or anything like that.
Yeah, it's insane.
But
That's not because their main problem of helping people involves mutilating their genitals.
And no, their problem is they don't want to actually help people unless it fits some political agenda and if they get kudos for it.
And they get money.
They do not care actually about helping anyone unless it helps themselves. That is not altruism. That is narcissism. And you're all a bunch of fucking self-centered dicks.
Okay. So, all right.
God,
look,
they're
guys,
so evil.
Here's the situation. Again, it's a little bit of sleight of hand because a lot of people that like him will look at that and go, look at that. You see that? These so-called progressives, but they have no sympathy for these young men that aren't doing that well.
That's because you don't. That is 100% correct.
No, you don't
true.
care.
Also, you clearly
just showed
glossed
that she
over
doesn't
the
care.
sociopathic comments of your fucking co-host.
No, he was laughing with her.
Yeah, to try and fob her off.
Maybe
it comes across like there's a discomfort involved. Like there's a faux agreement vibe to it.
No. Hold on. Let's separate out things, okay? So, is incel a reference to everyone who's involuntarily celibate? No, of course not. We were all involuntarily.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay, go on.
Wait a minute. Is incel a reference to people who are involuntarily celibate? What does incel stand for?
Involuntary celibate.
Involuntarily celibate.
Yes.
So what are you about to say? That is, this word does not mean what it literally means.
Also,
It-
I think fucking General Sam from the last segment is
Yeah.
a direct relative of Chunks.
Probably.
Look at the phenotype.
He
Look
is
at
very
the-
into nepotism. Yeah, he probably
Look at
is.
the fucking like forehead to face ratio.
He's hoping to get the Hassan treatment to leave and start his own Twitch stream where he just sits here and eats fucking chicken tendies and goes, whoa, wow,
I would say
fascism.
at least he looks like he can fight a little bit better than Hassan.
Yeah, true.
Jesus Christ. Like, the man is
Hassan, my
antithetical to
God.
warfare.
I'm coming to
I would love to see Sam Hyde box Hassan. Someone.
Oh my God, it would never
I would
happen.
watch Sam Hyde fight the entire fucking
TYT
TYT
cast.
squad. Every
Oh,
member
amazing.
of the Bison's fucking like bloodline at once.
Let's. Okay, so I have to tell you guys, I didn't make it even until Chunk started talking when I watched this video before. So this is now new ground for me. That's how angry I got just at the first minutes. That there was a point where, holy shit. So I don't know what Chunk's about to say.
Forehead's
Let's
so large and their faces so small.
let's find out. What is Chunk gonna say?
Voluntarily celibate. I spent a lot of my youth being involuntarily celibate, okay?
No.
But that didn't make me want to.
That's because you're Islamic, isn't it?
Okay, from Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz, I'm surprised people don't compare the societally abandoned incels to the literally abandoned LDS lost boys.
Yeah, good point.
Attack women, kill women, deride women online.
That's because when you were younger, they didn't exist.
What?
Also, when I don't think you want to bring up like murdering women when,
Murdering
when you are a Turk who is
Maybe you want to bring up
by a fucking Armenian.
Yeah.
Enver Pasha for $500.
There's a super chat there, by the way.
Yeah, we just read it. Thank you, by the way.
On and on and on, which is what unfortunately some percentage of them do. Those are the ones that are called incels. Everyone else is just called a dude. Okay, like
Right. You didn't join a radical movement.
Incel, it implies a virgin too, by the way, Chunk. He's saying like, oh, I didn't have sex for a week. That makes me an incel. That's not what incel means. Okay? Incel means never had sex for the most part. Maybe there's some people who define it differently, but as far as I've heard from like 99% of people, a man who has never had sex, who has been trying to have a relationship with women. Now, again, this is the problem. Men, you gotta. I know that it's that the hormones are, particularly when you're young, are raging. You're like, I want to have to fuck something.
Isolation and insulation from society at large.
But again, that's why you have to deal with yourself first, and do not give the pussy power over you.
Do not put that on a pedestal.
Yeah.
There's not a single person on God's green flat earth who is higher or lower than you.
Mm-hmm.
Flesh is flesh.
Except for Elon Musk, he is higher.
He's just simping for his countrymen.
To fan your insecurities about women, Jank?
At least I have a countryman to be proud of.
No, I didn't. And
you live in Ireland. No, you don't.
Me a regular American.
Yeah, the Irish might just spot. I don't give a fuck what they think.
And so, and by the way, do I have sympathy for guys
I've got
who
my
are
boulder. It's right in the middle of the ocean when no one can hurt me. Except the English, but they're not people.
My countrymen's are always good people.
A little bit, but not randomly attacking women. Of course, I've been there, right? And just and
You weren't an incel, you just didn't get a pussy for some time, Chunk.
All that every time I see his face, all I can think is the horse cock song.
Well, yeah, he always
I can't
also
take it
just looks like he's
seriously.
melting.
Oh man, you should have known when to fucking call it quits and just go behind the camera.
Probably.
And so he's making it seem like that the left is saying that those guys are on top of the world, but no, I know you're not on top of the world. I know there's tons and tons of guys in America and all across the world who don't have a date. They feel lonely. They're not rich. Yeah,
What
and they
gets to
feel
me
like
is
they're
that
marginalized.
If they actually allied
They-
themselves with
it's
Peterson,
more than
if they allied themselves with Peterson and just were trying to do a single crumb of emotional good amongst men, they could get so much clout. It would be unreal.
Well, it was just because what they're saying. Look at the extremes that Chunk has to go to, and it's astonishing that Chunk has become the reasonable one at Young Turks, but he has become the reasonable one. I know that's crazy. It's true though.
It's like how like Hassan has become like the lesser evil of that neck of the woods because he's just kind of a moron.
Yeah, because that's fine. It's just because he's so stupid.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to fight Sam High. You'll fucking murder me in one punch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, he
Hassan,
will.
That is remarkably like self-aware of you.
Wow. You're able to figure that out. I'm astonished.
He learns.
But basically, what
That's
Chunks,
only
how he's
because
trying to.
It would affect him personally.
Yeah, he doesn't want. No,
Physically.
he's obsessed with his appearance, so he wouldn't want anyone to fuck with his face, right?
Yeah, that's why. That's what I'm saying. It would affect him.
If you ask Sam, like, no shots to the face, please, he'd do that.
Yeah, Sam would do that. Sam would oblige. Like,
He'd
he'd
then,
still
like,
kick the shit out of
punch
you.
your liver out through your spine.
Right. Yeah, you'd still end up fucked up. But yeah,
I've seen that man's fucking kicks. Like,
It's
compared to
horrifying.
Hassan. Like, if the two kicks clashed, I feel like Hassan would be
dude,
in a
I
wheelchair.
feel like I could almost hit a kick harder than Hassan, and that's horrifying. I can barely lift one leg off the ground anymore without the other one. Like,
struggle
just,
with
I'm so
stairs.
weak. Yeah, I can't go. Guys, I have to hold onto a railing anytime I go up the stairs. I'm so fucking weak and fucked up. But like,
I'm built like a bin bag full of melted butter, and I feel like I could pick Hassan apart like a fucking jigsaw puzzle.
yeah. But what I want to point out real quick, words are hard, real quick here about what Chunk is doing here, is that he's now created an insane straw man of they've never just had a date. No, Chunk, you don't understand. You're creating a fake. This is a false equivalence. The men who are the incels, who really are. It's not just like, oh, they had a heart, they got turned down. No. They have been told their entire lives that you are evil for being a man. If you approach a woman and she doesn't like that you approached her, she'll accuse you of rape, which happens all the goddamn time. Now, rape really happens, but that she can, and she can for the most part. She can just accuse you of fucking anything she wants, call you disgusting, call the police on you. That's the situation that young men find themselves in if they're not
The
attractive
important
or
thing
wealthy.
here is that in that time, you'll have 20 minutes before the police get there.
Yeah. What do you
that
mean
in
by this,
mind.
Bill? What do you mean by this, Bill?
Well, if they arrive and you're beating her ass at chess, it will look really, really retarded.
That'd be really funny though.
Like you couldn't just gaslight. You can gaslight a scenario to your advantage. No matter what you did. Also, Kizza mentioned I disagree, Bill. There's plenty of people I feel I am above, superior of. Kizza, you're an outlier.
Kizza is superior to some people. Look at the world. Look at the world.
From Shade
We're all
Dominion,
superior.
Reminder,
Listen.
Vosh is the next Sam Harris.
Yeah, look, okay, how about this? Everyone here is superior to Vosh, okay?
That's not very hard though. That's
what I'm saying. But here, rejoice in the fact that you are superior to somebody. If that's what I don't think that doesn't fulfill me in
Mainly
any
because
way.
my ears are a normal size.
But if you would like to, if that does give you some fulfillment to know you're
Remember
better
at
than
one
somebody,
point,
better than
Vosh
Vosh.
looked like a pretty decent looking dude. He looked pretty
Yeah.
handsome, and now he looks worse than me, which is an achievement.
Oh no, Bill, don't say that because you are far more handsome than that horrifying man.
I look like I'm melting.
Also,
No, you don't look
Vosh is not the next Sam Harris because Sam Harris has some intellectual prowess in him. He just has
That-
TES, whereas
yeah.
Vosh just says insane, stupid shit all the fucking time.
Yeah, he's completely incapable of logic and reason.
But he's an
Ardent
actor,
Party
so-
for Two, a Canadian says, he's right, Vosh is the next Sam Harris. I don't know about that. Vosh wants to be the next Sam Harris. I think that all of that horse porn and child pornography defending things are not going to allow Vosh to become Sam Harris. He's gotten away with it so far, but inevitably it will come back to bite him in the
I broke a
ass.
classmate's jaw with a super kick whilst wearing football boots with metal studs. Left it can't clench a fist.
Yeah, true that.
Can we stop fucking incriminating ourselves for 5 minutes?
No. In Minecraft, of course, Kizza, right? That's what you meant.
Oh, am I the only person who's taking more punishment than he's dished out? Like, Jesus Christ.
Bruh.
I got hit with halberds for a fucking sport.
Who do you
for
keep
fucking
pissing off,
5
Bill?
years.
No, he used to play it was LARP events.
Oh, there we go.
Reenactment specifically. I was a part of
Reenactment, yeah,
we
not
had a
LARP.
branch of the historical European Reenactment Guild over here. So I was getting hit with like halberds and shit fucking 5 years. And like the worst I got was like I accidentally like yeeted someone over my back and they dropped on their back on their back and hurt themselves. That's about it. Like a grappling injury I consider like par for the course. Seems like when I was training newbies and they fucking cracked my thumb and fractured it. Which is, by the way, the closest I got to an actual broken bone.
Hmm.
Like, it's just... I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say.
Well, let's hear what Chunk has to say. I'm sure it will be really, really erudite and intelligent and interesting.
If you want to reach out to those people in a healthy, productive way, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to reach out to them and say, now let's all hate women together, no.
That's not what he said. You just made shit up, you stupid, dumb fuck buffalo.
Oh, that doesn't help at all. And then second of all, the word marginalized is misused there, right? You could be poor and lonely and depressed, etc. And my heart goes out to you. And that happens a lot, right? But that doesn't mean you're politically marginalized. You have every political right if you're in the, for example, if you're a straight white male living in Nebraska, you might not be poor, you might not be rich, you might not have a yacht or a mansion, you might not have any privileges that the rich have. But you have some privileges you're not even aware of because nobody's going to try to prevent you from.
That is absolutely incorrect. We've been over this in terms of where do you want me to start, Sean? I mean, we're going on a little bit late, and I'm trying to wrap this up before the hour. But like, listen, men are absolutely marginalized in the current society. If you want to talk about like custody, do you want to talk about divorce courts? Do you want to talk about any of that? Do you want to talk about the fact that, yeah, a woman can just say, #MeToo, this guy raped me, and nobody's even allowed to ask questions because it would be wrong of you to question the victim. Because we just believe, #believe all victims. Oh, how are men marginalized? They're told from the moment that they are born, particularly white men, that you are evil, that you are an abuser, that men throughout all history have done all the evils. Women are perfect angels. We can't do anything wrong. How are men marginalized, Chunk? Fuck yourself. They're absolutely marginalized in the society that you and your ilk have helped create, and fuck you for saying otherwise. Women are given every goddamn opportunity. How about going to college, Chunk? Who goes and dies in a war, Chunk? Fuck you.
You from voting, they might not arrest you for smoking marijuana when they arrest the other guy across town for smoking marijuana, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't mean you're politically marginalized. He's conflating those things to try to create sympathy for the noxious philosophy that has, which is not about uplifting those guys. It's about putting women down, as we're about to show you.
Absolutely, and like the left and liberals generally aren't the side that are policing manhood all the time. That you have to wear this, do this, say this, eat an all meat diet to be a man. That like you need to buy these pills because you're manhood, and you need to like we're not selling you different fake versions of manhood. The cop is
explicitly doing just that.
Right.
Oh
when
my
it comes
fucking,
to
this is literally what you're doing. You are policing his manhood.
Should and shouldn't be. Women
I don't know.
aren't doing that to you. People who don't want to date you aren't doing that. We just want you to figure out your hair and stop wearing.
I'm gonna pull one out for the boys.
You know what I'm saying? And like, we're not the left is.
Stop. I was asking people to pause because I had my shit all wrapped up and stuff. We're not policing manhood. Bitch, you literally policed manhood earlier in this video by mocking Jordan Peterson for crying. You absolute bitch.
Here's the breakdown. About 52%, I believe, of the human species is female. Anyone who pulls this shit, the toxic fucking hoes who pull this shit, ain't worth your time. Find someone who's actually going to treat you with some respect. And never fucking bend the knee to assholes who think that you should not be allowed the fucking privilege of feeling anything. Tear up at Gurren Lagann. Fucking cry when you watch a film that makes you sad. Fucking what? Feel amped up when you listen to music you like. Do not fucking give an inch of ground to people like this. Because they're the lowest common denominator. They've got a rack of books they never read. And they've got a black light with bad veneers. Aiden is smoking currently, so she cannot be at the mic right now.
Oh, okay. See.
Shouldn't be. Women aren't doing that to you. People who don't want to date you aren't doing that. We just want you to figure out your hair and stop wearing socks with sandals. You know what I'm saying? And like we're not the left is.
First of all,
I think that's the reason. Like really, bitch.
The majority of people do not wear socks with sandals. They wear like usually Skechers with like socks. It's comfy.
God, I hate this woman.
The ones who freaked out when Harry Styles wore a dress. Remember that? No.
Harry Styles is losing the culture war by himself.
Yes.
That man's fucking like I'm all for you wearing what the fuck they want. I'm a big fan of fucking like dumb bullshit. But Harry Styles is getting his fucking fade ran every time he puts on a fucking costume.
Does he not like the fact that he's called Styles and he doesn't have any?
Probably.
He's just like a prick. That's what it boils down to. I'm all for people dressing like pricks, but he dresses like a real prick. Like I'm okay with like, you remember when that era, like era in the early aughts where Marilyn Manson had all the fancy fucking costumes and shit.
Yeah.
Same with fucking Nine Inch Nails and all these industrial bands and all that horse shit that no one actually listened to more than once. I'm okay with that. But like, you get to Harry Styles and he's wearing like the least flattering fucking, like, he's basically wearing long johns.
Yeah.
And he looks like an absolute asshole. Like, yeah, you look like an asshole. Like, Jesus Christ. It's not flattering. You got big old fucking, you're basically wearing a dress with a big old fucking dick bulge in the middle. It isn't flattering. It looks like complete shit. Like, no shit, we're gonna give you like flack for it.
Well, again, it's because it looks bad. This is so ridiculous. Oh, men are both are. Oh, men are activists. You just, Jordan. Oh, sorry. I turned.
You put your talks on again.
No, it's not. Hello.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, it's just that my game set pickup bill.
You cutting out really badly.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Use push to talk like a normal person. Jesus Christ. Good grief. It's like pulling teeth. That did not pick up.
Yeah. Then it's pull to talk.
Deal with it. She's whinging because she's having to use push to talk for a change. Well, like, the masculine condition's a weird beast, especially now. Like, everyone has their own opinion on it. It's a whole fucking mess. I don't have the fucking right answers because at the end of the day, I'm just some retard on a rock somewhere. I drink until the pain stops, same as every other fucker my age.
And then hate everyone else around you.
Exactly. I just treat everyone who's not on my island with complete disrespect. Same as everyone else. We all have our little fucking corners to fight. We all pretend we aren't friends with everyone else. As a racist, of course, I have the most diverse friend group.
I know, right? It's the same thing.
As well, doesn't it?
Well,
Africans, Dutch. We've got Germans. We've got fucking like. I've even been friends with French people, well, Bretonian people at least.
Yeah, but that's for like infiltration regions.
Everyone needs somehow.
No, he's a Breton. It's a little bit different.
Oh, Breton.
Yogi, if you're out there, Godspeed, man. But like, as an ardent racist, I can say with authority.
I think Bill's had a drink.
Very few people have as diverse a friendship group as me.
It's the same thing that with like 4chan's politically incorrect board, which is like everyone's just Nazi posting all the time, but it's like the most diverse group of
I'm extremely racist. Brown girls, though.
It's like, I'm equal opportunity in my race. You should see my graveyard. It's just like I decorated it by nationalities. It's just like this load of them all over the place.
Well, I guess like the thing is, well, you could talk about the like people have racism is somewhat natural to the human species because you see people who look differently from you, and you're like, oh, I'm saying evolutionarily from evolutionary psychological perspective, children respond most quickly and expediently. This is, I'm sure you've seen that implicit associations test. When they show people with faces and they respond more quickly or so, then they go, oh, you responded more quickly to white faces. That means you're a racist. No, it doesn't. It means that you're white. And people, now, there is some evidence that black people will sometimes respond more quickly to white faces, but that's because black people are a minority in America, right? That is the truth.
They see more white faces.
No, it's because they see probably more white people on television, and they would say, oh, well, that's why we need more. The implicit associations test. the implicit association test doesn't mean you're racist. It doesn't mean actually fucking anything. It just measures how quick you respond to faces to be able to identify emotions on people's faces. That's all it means. It doesn't have
And
anything
when
to
most
do
of
with
the people who are
your
attending
beliefs.
are loaded on fucking whiskey or vodka, like, yeah, no shit.
Whiskey,
It's
please.
absolutely fucking absurd. It's barely science. I wouldn't even call it scientific. I'd call the IAT a pseudoscience instrument. It doesn't. It measures something. It measures again expedience of response time to identifying emotions in people of various
It measures
ethnic
how
and
many
racial
gullible
backgrounds.
people we can see to take this test.
And it gets used to mean something it doesn't fucking mean, because it doesn't mean
the person
really
who's
goddamn
currently on screen at
anything.
the moment with the watch together.
Yeah.
Phenotypes that scream, "I am married to a white man."
Yo, who is this woman again?
I don't know.
Let me look it up.
Nor do I care. She's very shrill. Can
What is her
Can
name?
TYT get any females that are, have a soul and are likable? Because every single one they seem to get is just.
They can't even get men with a soul anymore.
Francesca Fiorentini.
Oh God,
That's
she's
her name.
Italian. Oh fuck, I wonder.
They still can't find a white woman.
Let's see. Francesca Fiorentini. Is she married? Spouse Matt Lieb. She married him just this year.
My condolences.
Let's see. Let's see if we have any idea. He is not linked on. Oh. Francesca Fiorentini. Now let's type in husband. See. Is he white? Shall we find out? Oh, he's white.
Every Matt Lieb I found is
Oh,
white or parentheses white.
You can see. Oh, is she pregnant? Wow.
With pure evil.
Yeah, parentheses white.
No, he look. This is the best picture I
Parentheses
can
white
find.
Hispanic admixture.
And this is the best picture I can find, and it's like potato quality. Why is it potato quality?
Yeah, he's got.
Oh, here we go.
He is.
Here we go. Here we go.
He is of the tribes with some Hispanic admixture.
Look how thin his legs are, dude.
My God.
Holy
He's
shit.
even thin now. Holy shit.
My God, he looks
Oh my.
spindly.
Oh wait, no, this isn't
He's a
her.
comedian.
No, this isn't her. She's a wedding consultant. I'm sorry. That man's legs are very spindly, but that's not her husband though.
Apparently, she was on a podcast with this guy for a long while.
Okay. I see. Well,
and yeah, like it's very clearly he is of a Hebrew Hispanic admixture.
oh my God. Oh, there he is. Whoa. Okay.
He has
There he
the
is.
worst facial hair I have ever seen.
Wow. He does not. The porn stash not looking great. He's
like
tall though.
He looks like a discount Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
a
really
little
what the vibe is. Like he.
Oh my God, some of these pictures.
How
Ugh.
can I put this politely?
Oh look, he's
How to
pogging.
say you fuck kids without saying you fuck kids.
Let's not say that because it's not nice, but
It's a really like.
Oh, I know who this guy
oh,
was.
bad look.
He was if you guys have seen the Freedom Tunes episode with the debunkers when they debunk the guy who tries to
Debunking?
the guy who tries to hop on libertarianism. It's that guy.
Okay, we're people want to see a picture, so I'm gonna
Look up Freedom Tunes libertarianism. It's that guy.
I'm just hang on. I'm just gonna bring it up on my. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen for a second.
He's a complete fucking idiot, by the way.
Spoon, if you don't mind, I'm gonna share my screen for a second so people can see, because everyone wants to know what this guy looks like.
Hold on. Why can't I see shit?
I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, okay, hold on. Fucking hell. No, Audrey, not now. Why the hell can
The
I see
exact image I was looking at. With that faux Shia LaBeouf fucking haircut and the bad Dharma glasses. And the kiddie fiddler fucking facial hair.
Yeah,
Did you put it up on the screen yet? I don't know. I'm like,
and she's rocking like a Gina Carano haircut.
yeah. But you are not Gina Carano, lady.
She looks like American version of Jess Phillips.
Did you put it on screen?
Yeah.
Spoon? Okay.
Like,
why do they both look terrified?
What? No, he's making just a soy face. That says, "Oh, a new Nintendo Switch game has come out."
There is a
Oh.
train coming towards us fast.
There-
They're in National
she-
Geographic.
she-
They just saw like
yes.
a cover of a magazine.
Yeah, she does have a bit of an AOC look to her. Anyway, that's it. Go back to the
Change
watch
your
together.
fucking like lip balm.
Just there's her husband. Remember, she cares so much about men or whatever.
Why did she marry one then?
Just not enough to marry one. Thank you. I was going to say the same joke.
She's Sandrook says she's Italian. She's half Italian and Chinese, or Italian Chinese.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah.
That's a fucking weird mix.
Hmm.
Fascism and communism. Okay.
There you go. It finally together at last. Let's continue this though. Do you have the watch together back up?
Yep.
Okay.
It does nothing to do with his sexuality. He can wear whatever the hell he wants. But as Jank alluded to,
What
Yeah,
the
but
fuck
women
does
won't date
that
him.
mean?
Well, women won't date him.
Does nothing to do
Ridiculous.
with his sexuality. He can wear what the fuck he wants. What the fuck does that even mean?
Who knows? Who has any goddamn idea what the fuck that's supposed to mean?
What are they talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah, men dressing feminine, I suppose.
like there is a correlation between incel culture, which is laced in misogyny, being sort of angrily and proudly celibate because so-called
No,
that's
not proud. It's in the term. It's involuntary.
Volcel that you're thinking of.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You're so stupid. It's in the term.
I'm gonna be real. Okay, I'm gonna be real. If my options were celibacy and that, I'd take my chance with the hole in the wall at the gas station.
Yeah, probably. But you might end up in a weird Lovecraftian fantasy or fiction where you.
Sorry, say it with me now. Gatnathoa.
Gatnathoa. Everyone, you watch the movie Glory. It's a good.
Watch
horror
Glorious.
film.
It's fucking that.
Glorious, yeah, very very good. I liked it a lot. Very fun. Great.
Better
horror
yet,
film.
watch like all 3 Tetsuo movies.
I've mentioned it, I think like 3 times on stream now, but J. Jonah Jameson plays an eldritch abomination.
It's fucking amazing.
Elder god. It's amazing. It's great. Yeah.
You're serious?
date you, and mass shooters. This is from 2019. It's just a graphic of that
Just throw the
Mother
word
Jones
mass shooters
put
out
together,
there.
analyzing
It's not
22
like
mass
people have
shootings.
lost their fucking
86%
lives, you
had a
know?
history of domestic abuse in terms of mass shooters. 32% had a history of stalking and harassment.
Wait, okay, whoa, you're truncating some data down here, interestingly. 86% history of domestic abuse. Does that mean as perpetrators or as
I didn't
being the
know
victims
there
of?
were so many police officers in the mass shooter community.
Oh, she's leaving that part out, huh?
Or lesbians. for that matter.
Well, not right now. Or yeah. Oh, certainly leaving the lesbians out. Absolutely. But okay, lesbians don't normally commit mass shootings. They commit a hell of a lot of
They
domestic
can't
abuse.
afford guns. They're women that work.
Now, here's the thing they didn't like. Do you see that non-white part? You think she's gonna bring that up? We'll see. Let's see how she explains that part. Let's see how she explains half target women. That doesn't sound like a trend, then, is it?
So, a majority white nation and over half are non-white.
Again, half, 32%.
Over half.
A third. Yeah, over half are non-white. 32% have a history of stalking and harassment. Again, victims or perpetrators. You don't specify. And again, 50%, that's an even split. It's actually not even totally representative of the population, considering how many women are, that there's 52% of the population's women. So how can you say that that mass shooters are targeting women and these are all, this is insocial? I want to hear how she explains these data here, because she won't be able to understand them and she's going to lie, almost assuredly. But I don't know. Let's find out.
And 50% of those specifically targeted women. And I just wanted to remind y'all of the 2014 mass shooter Elliot Rodger, who stabbed 3
Oh my God. Bitch, 50%. That means 50% didn't target women.
people to death in his apartment, shot 2 women to death outside of a sorority house, killed another man inside a deli with gunfire
Yeah, we know.
before killing himself. And this was in University of California, Santa Barbara.
8 years ago. I mean, this was horrible. It was fucked up. He was a severely screwed up kid. By the way, also, he was rich. He was just screwed up in all kinds of way. He was rich. He tried to sell himself on his money.
Asian.
Well, yeah.
You gloss over that. He's not white.
Well, I don't know. It depends on there. Is she white? Do you think she would define
She looks
herself
Italian,
as white?
so no.
Well, she's half Chinese, apparently. So do you think she did?
Half Asian, not white. Half Italian, not white.
If she's saying if she's half Asian, do you think she defined herself as white? I'd bet a good money she does not consider herself white.
It depends on what side of the actual employment gap she's at.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you that when she applied for the job, she identified as Asian, and when she doesn't, she doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Elliot Rodgers was some fucking. He had fucking screws loose, regardless of that.
Yeah, clearly.
He's half Asian, and
so he wasn't. Well, I mean, it depends.
And he killed by their own admission. Like, okay, so said to have 3 people inside his apartment, so family members, shot 2 women, and killed another man. So 2 unspecified, 2 women and 1 man.
Oh.
So the difference between majority man and majority women is caught up in those 3 people in the apartment.
Yeah, well, either way, like even though he did want to kill women, he also killed a guy, and he was a crazy person. And he also it
the
depends.
majority of men, when listening to him for more than 5 minutes, cringe themselves inside out.
And again, it depends. Do you consider him white because he's half Asian? That's on you. Are you white, lady? I guarantee she doesn't consider herself white. I guarantee she doesn't. In which case,
let me check his genealogy.
well, whatever. I would bet money she doesn't consider herself white because she's half Asian. In which case, you can't consider Elliot Rodger white. I know they're not talking about white people specifically, but they are.
A diversity hire.
All the time about how he can't find love, that this is his only option, and that let's go to graphic 4. I was desperate to have the life I know I deserve, a life of being wanted by attractive girls, a life of sex and love. Other men are able to have such a life, so why not me? I deserve it. I am magnificent, no matter how.
Yeah, that's Anna's philosophy.
He was crazy. Oh, right. Right. You could change that quote there at the bottom and say Anna Kasparian and just change girl to
Anna
men.
Kasparian told me this is what I deserve.
This is what she said in the last segment. Yeah.
Okay. His father married Moroccan actress Sumaya Akabune.
That's definitely not white.
Or second son. Okay.
Moroccans.
Been seeing therapists since 8.
Yeah, so he was fucked in the head. Obviously, everyone that was. Now, why is it about how men are the problem, incels, instead of mental health? I thought the left cared about mental health. No, you don't. Always fucking self-reporting on this shit. Always self-reporting every time.
How much the world treated me otherwise, I'm destined for great things. There's nothing inherently wrong with that statement. Yes, every one of us.
There's a lot wrong with that statement. Like that's a
Yeah,
level
there
of
is.
arrogance of like fucking hell.
Well, again, she doesn't see anything wrong with it because she thinks she and Anna both are also arrogant.
Like, what
So
the
it's
fuck? You're
fine.
saying like I deserve to get fucked because I'm a guy. Like what the fuck? That's a fucked up
No,
thing to say.
he was a severely mentally ill person.
Elliot Rodgers spent more time in therapy than out in his
Yes.
life, including time as a fucking infant.
Yeah.
I think Elliot Rodgers is a stronger fucking example of the fucking therapy system than not.
Is entitled to love. Every one of us is entitled to, to finding somebody. We deserve that. I want to believe that too.
I don't want to
By the
believe
way,
that.
I
don't
looked
believe
up.
that at all.
Elliot Rodgers, victims, 4 men, 2 women.
Oh well, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
They were careful to leave that out.
Yeah, how interesting.
Every single person in the apartment stabbings was men.
Wow.
Otherwise,
I mean,
Stabbed
like,
15 times slash 23 times. Stabbed
I've read his
25 times
manifesto.
slash 12 times and stabbed 94 times and slash 11
Jesus.
times.
Again, I've read his manifesto. He clearly had a problem with women, but he was deeply disturbed on many, many levels. Now, it's interesting that here she's able to empathize. Only here. Everyone deserves love. No, they don't, by the way. Not everyone deserves to end up in a relationship because the deserving part, what the fuck does that mean? No. You're not owed anything in life. This is why they struggle, right? Because leftists think that they're owed shit. They think they're owed all kinds of stuff. They think they're owed money. They think they're owed success. They're owed all kinds of shit. So when they hear that kind of owed argument, like, well, yeah, that is true. You are owed everything in life. So they agree with that, but then they have to be like, oh, but he was an incel. No, the reality is that he was an incel, yes, but he was also extremely mentally ill. And you're cutting that part out, aren't you? For because it's not convenient. Also cut out the part where he predominantly murdered men. And most viciously murdered men, apparently.
It's dangerous is when someone tells you that it's the person who politely turned you down for a date's fault, that it is the fault of an entire gender, that you have not yet being the operative word, been able to find somebody. Like, that is when it becomes radicalized and scary. And then you see here, and then there's many other people. I won't get into all of them, but there's a lot of incels who've carried out literal attacks on people.
Yeah, and look, Jordan Peterson is the guy who came up with a brilliant idea of forced monogamy. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
No.
Right? So that's saying.
No, that's how human society used to work. Okay.
Did he just
Horse
describe
cock.
marriage as
Horse
forced
cock.
monogamy?
Yes, yes.
What do you mean
Put
he
your
came up with the
asshole
idea? He
in
didn't
the
come up with the
shop.
idea of marriage,
Yeah.
you fucking jackass.
Jordan Peterson invented the idea of marriage, Chunk. You're right. Yeah.
Local Turk adverse the idea of monogamy.
Oh yeah, the Muslim is I don't know if
No, I wouldn't give him that much credit.
Hmm.
Muslims occasionally have a good idea.
He just said Jordan Peterson came up with the concept of marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is how far the left is now. That the idea
Oh,
of
sometimes
monogamy, of being forced to be monogamous, because you literally when you get married, what are you saying? I am
I shall
devoting.
leave y'all to the last 4 minutes. I'm going to fucking sleep.
Bill, I'm gonna go sleep in a minute too. Hold off, Bill. I'm gonna head out. We're all tired, so let's fucking end this, and then head off all together, right? Let's
I
just
was
get through this real quick.
amazed. That was gonna just woke me up. He just
Fine.
said that Jordan Peterson was the person that thought of marriage. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, Jank.
What a retard, idiot.
Saying, and he talks about this, like there's some alpha males that are too good at getting women, and they get a lot of the women, and that doesn't leave enough women for the rest of the guys. So we should force the women to kind of spread themselves out and pick these.
That's not what he said at all. This
the
is
opposite.
Chunk making this crap up in his own head.
And then he
Just
said
making
it out
the.
loud.
Yeah, he's saying men and women should pair bond because guess what? Humans evolved to pair bond. That's why we produce oxytocin by skin-to-skin contact.
These other guys who are in their minds, I suppose he thinks less desirable. No, that's nuts. We're not going to.
And by the way, men have their own hormone. Both men and women produce oxytocin by skin-to-skin contact. Men also produce vasopressin, which is usually after orgasm, but it's also a bonding hormone. We produce and secrete these hormones into our system to cause us to want to be monogamous. It's because the human species does best, due to the fact that we are a K-selected species, to have two people come together and spend a long time together, life usually, or as long as they can stand each other, for the benefit of raising children. Because we are a K-selected species, it takes a very long time for our children to mature within the womb, and then a very long time for them to mature outside of it as well. That we are K-selected. As nature of being K-selected, having a billion different partners is not evolutionary beneficial to our species. So we did not evolve that way. And anyone saying otherwise, forced monogamy. No, marriage makes sense from an evolutionary perspective. That's why every single society on Earth, not just white people, Chunk, that's why every human society has some concept of marriage.
By the way, I watched TYT in like 2015. Compared to now, Jesus Christ, they seem completely insane. Even 2015, they're a bit nutty, but compared to this, like fucking hell, they've gone really off the rails.
No, I used to occasionally actually listen
Back
to them.
in the day when they were like
2015.
shilling Wolfpack and how they were going to get like
Yeah.
money out of politics. Yeah,
I liked
that.
that.
That's what got me. I was watching TYT at one point.
Same. I used to watch TYT 2013,
And now, like,
2015, yeah.
You're embarrassed to be associated with it.
Yeah,
No, 'cause it's-
I said this to
it is
Aiden
embarrassing.
before. The TYT's biggest critics are their former viewers.
Yes. Well, Jimmy Dore, for example, right?
Jimmy Dore's kicking the shit out of TYT. By
Yeah.
the way.
Kind of force women into relationships.
No one's gonna force them. Who's forcing them? You fucking moron.
It's again. This is they watch media. Oh, The Handmaid's Tale. It's The Handmaid's Tale. What the right really wants to do, because I watched left-wing media. Then left-wing media, it told me that conservatives want all women to be barefoot and pregnant and forced
Margaret
into
Atwood's a
marriages.
fucking fetishist.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. We're not going to force monogamy on anyone. We're also not going to take women away from attractive men and go, you've met your quota. I mean, I thought they were against quotas.
Who cares?
So
This is just all
that's
fake
why
shit you're making up.
God, this is just so retarded.
Ooh,
when
night.
you see him crying, like if you don't know anything about Jordan Peterson, and he seems like, oh my God, he's saying, oh, I'm just looking out for the, the beat down, marginalized men. You might accidentally have some sympathy for him.
Yeah.
No, and this crying thing he does. I mean, look, I don't think it's a gag.
This crying thing he does.
It's called emotion, Jank.
He doesn't know what that
this-
is. I don't think.
Yeah, he does. It's usually anger.
Yeah, right. He knows
Anger
that
and
one.
hunger.
Yeah, clearly.
Although he's so desperate for attention, and now everybody talks about how much he cries, so there's some percentage chance that he's thinking, well, I bring the onions to the set and I cry and I'm going to get more press. And he's obsessed.
Onions to the set?
Because you are here talking about how, we need to break gender stereotypes. We shouldn't allow these gender stereotypes. By the way, he's just crying for attention. Men can't cry. Men can't cry. Both Francesca, what her name, and Chunk Yogurt tea. That's what they fucking said. Men can't cry. If you cry, it's only for attention. Look
Here's a
at
question.
how
Why
they
the fuck
portray their
does Chunk
sexism.
Yogurt have a fucking opinion on what men think?
Yeah, very good question.
He's not a fucking participant.
Also, nice pause there too.
Obsessed with getting. He's the guy who on several occasions was like, "That's it, I'm off Twitter. I'm never coming back on Twitter. They'll have to kill me if I'm back on Twitter." I couldn't do it without the attention. I want the attention so bad.
He's also trying to connect with people, young people. Chunk, okay? Clearly, as he's saying in this clip, he wants young people to hear his message that it's okay.
I can't wait for this for it should be used to bury
Sickening.
the Young Turks.
It's
That's
sickening.
what's going to happen.
This is so sick.
Point that the current generations coming up through the woodwork are completely sick of the environment in which they've been raised.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's true.
But
I
the
think
pendulum's
that
swinging, and it's
Mhm.
swinging like a goddamn. It's swinging like a scythe.
Actually, speaking of which, I have one thing I'd like to read before we end, but it'll be the last thing. Let's finish this real quick. It's related to that specifically. I know it's related to that
I wouldn't
specifically.
expect Chunk to have anything to say now, so you can pretty much cut him.
Yeah, I think we're probably done. Whatever. He embarrassed himself. I'm gonna read something really quick because you mentioned the pendulum swinging thing. I read a post on Kiwi Farms that I thought was really good. I'm just gonna read it.
Jesus Christ.
No, I think it's really good. It'll bring us full circle back to the beginning, right? Look, it's
as it should be. Back to the egg.
I wonder when YouTube is going to start feeling the financial pressure. This is from Moo Cow, who is a true and honest fan. He said, I wonder when YouTube is going to start feeling the financial pressure this stuff is putting on their parent company. A screenshot recently showed that he's made, over $1 million. This is talking about Nick Rikieta. That's a phenomenal amount of money for a channel operated by one person. That puts him amongst YouTube's biggest earners, easily the 1%. That money comes out of a much bigger bucket. The revenue YouTube collects from advertisers for showing their ads on these streams. Users get a pittance and YouTube keeps the rest. If Rikieta made $1 million from his content, YouTube has made many times that amount from advertisers. Now, in order to entertain the demands of their true friends, we're far enough in, their true friends, they flipped that bucket over and buried it in concrete, giving up millions of dollars in ad revenue. I was talking about this earlier. I was largely sourcing this guy. I think he's correct. Which is now up for grabs by any other streaming service who wants to scoop it up in the process. It doesn't matter whether any other platform can get that much ad revenue out of his content. What matters is that now YouTube can't. They just gave up revenue for good, unless they embarrass themselves by reversing the decision. Possible. And Rikieta decides to keep using them, less likely since he seems to have planned for this and already set up and is doing well on other platforms. This is yet another high-profile ban that's gaining not quite as fringe attention IRL. Doing shit like this seriously damages YouTube's reputation among the two groups that pay the bills: the advertisers who paid to place ads on YouTube and the content creators who upload content to YouTube on which it can place those ads. Advertisers may publicly disavow the content, but privately love the exposure that they were getting, but now are not. They are learning that this dominant, expensive advertising platform will cheerfully take their money and deny them potentially hundreds of thousands of eyeballs and millions of impressions, even if they are explicitly targeting those viewers based on this kind of content. If a small group of unrelated Twitter lunatics complain about it enough, content creators who already don't trust YouTube are getting yet another demonstration of just how unreliable YouTube really is. If advertisers keep seeing more and more potential impressions and interactions being deliberately abandoned, they're going to start asking Google some hard questions like, quote, what exactly are we paying for again? If more high-profile content creators move to other platforms because they know YouTube cannot be trusted, the trannies still won't be happy. They never are, they just move to a new target. But the platform will have less content, fewer views, and less engagement overall, leading advertisers to buy fewer impressions and reduce what they are willing to pay for them. I know the message pushers don't care one bit about the revenue or profit, which makes it so delightful when they inevitably go broke and can't figure out why. But the bean counters, the shareholders, do. This was an action that cost the company millions in revenue. This will get more attention at higher levels within the company than banning some nobody ever would. Even if leadership and woke-tards throughout the company don't care, the accountants and lawyers know that as big as they are, YouTube cannot actually be an island. Even if a few $1 million is just a drop in the bucket, because Google is a gargantuan revenue, no bean counter ignores a few $1 million in one loss column. They've really got to stop helping their competition like this. Eventually, they'll lift one of them up enough to genuinely threaten them and be strong enough in terms of resources and political capital to resist the underhanded deplatforming tactics that have been used against up-and-comers in the past. All it's going to take is a few high-profile advertisers to give up on YouTube and switch over to another platform, and the herd will follow. 5 years ago, I had thought this scenario was an utter impossibility. But 5 years ago, these dipshits weren't shooting themselves in the foot, i.e. wallet, like this. Today, it seems pretty feasible since they're eager to turn their backs on profit at the expense of their customers, the advertisers, that is. You don't do that indefinitely without infinite money. Not even Google has that. And then he quotes another message that says, I don't understand why Feckless has such a big following when he constantly gets into slap fights, not just with right-wingers, but with people on his own side. Do his fans even watch his content? He has the charisma of a Fallout character if the set charisma score was 2 with a character trait that gives him another minus to his score. Here's what he says in response. Would-be fascists don't care much who their friends are, so long as their friendship enables them to be fascists. There's a lot of enemy of my enemy is my friend thinking among the wokies and libtards, which, since they were I'll just finish this. It's almost over. Since they routinely think in black and white terms, results in them rallying behind literal pedophiles and other monstrous creatures solely because they hate Trump and want to punch Nazis. I'm sure they all privately hate him. I have no doubt there are some juicy private conversations or fucking Discord servers, because that's where these morons all congregate, where they all talk shit about him, or at least express grave concerns over his actions and the damage he's causing with them. But for the moment, he's taking the lion's share of the heat for their collective bullshit and is still charging ahead to platforming the bad guys. Anyway, and they're all too happy to let him carry on because they enable each other and can't resist the feeling of power it gives them. That was a really good post that I wanted to read. And also I want to say I think the pendulum is swinging back on this shit. Which I think that post somewhat got to.
Did anyone else have all the things they were going to speak of get completely obliterated during that?
Wasn't it correct, though? Wasn't it a really well thought out post? I thought it was. Anyway, sorry. Don't know.
It was well thought.
Anyway,
Yes, I agree.
That was what I thought come full
In
circle.
conclusion, Italians aren't white.
Okay. Well, thank you all for sticking by. This has been a long fucking stream. It's been a fun time. Thank you so much, Bill, for hanging out with us tonight.
And giving us funny quips.
Instead of just yelling up the stairs. And thank you, Spoon, as always. And thank you all for watching. And we will see you next Wednesday. I will be on. Are we doing? Oh, yeah.
I love a show.
Yeah. Well, see you next Wednesday, same time, 8:30 GMT, PM GMT, and 3:30 PM EST. See y'all, and bye-bye.